Hi guys, I publish many novels in our Telegram. Each novel has its own exclusive Telegram channel packed with all chapters in high-quality audio. Plus, if the novel is ongoing, you'll get all future updates and releases automatically, no extra cost, no monthly payment. Just make a one-time payment via PayPal or Ko-fi and enjoy unlimited access forever. Don't miss out on the ultimate audiobook experience. Links in the description. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow. Chapter 498. Obsessions. 4. Tack. As soon as I defeated the monster, the world shifted, and before I knew it, I found myself back in the white void. Standing not far from me was the old man. Though he tried to act calm, his wiggling smile betrayed his true thoughts. So what? Look at him turning his head away from me. Let me guess, you weren't expecting me to be this fast, right? His silence was all I needed to know. As much of a lunatic as this guy was, he was also quite easy to read. He was too shy to give compliments. Yes, shy. I don't like the expression you're currently making. Sorry, what? I sat down on the ground and stretched my arms. I'm not gonna fall for it like last time. I'm not making any expression. You're just overthinking. There's only one thought in my mind at the moment. Which is? Frowning, the old man leaned forward a bit. He seemed curious. Well, I dragged it on for a second before shrugging. I was just thinking about how surprised and pleased you were by my achievement. You should have looked at your face. You didn't give me any compliments. But I felt them. This punk. The old man's expression fell and he raised his hand. I didn't flinch and merely smiled. Come, hit me. I knew he wasn't going to hit me. I wasn't lying about his face. He really did look quite surprised and pleased. Someone who could make that face wouldn't just kill me for a few jokes. And I was right. Scratching the back of his head, the old man lowered his head down. Your luck, kid. Had it been the me of the past, I would have killed you without my eyes closing. I thought back to my first vision and nodded. He looked like he would. The old man frowned upon seeing my reaction as he touched his face while mumbling. Is it that easy to read my expression? I shook my head and closed my eyes. It's been a while since Almighty has contacted me. Is it because I am in this space? Normally, I'd be able to get a feel for Almighty, but it was almost as if I had lost complete connection. I was a little bit worried, but then again, it really could all be due to the strange space that I was in. Opening my eyes, I finally took notice of a pair of projections that weren't far from the old man. This is? Taking a closer look, I saw Kalian and Caius. I silently whistled at the sight that greeted me. The two of them, they were having quite a hard time. No wonder they lost to me. Monsters existed. Some were in plain sight, others hid in the shadows. In the mind. Slap. The rain poured down from above. It poured harshly, as though the sky were crying themselves. Beneath the rain, two individuals stood. Slap. Slap. Why did you seal your emotions? Because I'm a talentless shit with no emotions. I got rid of my emotions because I am afraid of pain. Good, repeat it again. I'm a talentless shit with no emotions. I got rid of my emotions because I am afraid of pain. Caius mindlessly repeated the same words over and over again. Even as the rain stained his clothes and hair, all he could hear was the faint background noise of the rain, his steady breathing, the sound of his own voice, and, continue, the cruel and indifferent voice of the monster. I'm a talentless shit. How much time has passed? Caius had long lost count by now. He just stood by the rain, repeating the monster's words over and over again. He also knew this was fake. He knew this was an illusion. And yet, he couldn't stop himself from repeating the words. Why? Why couldn't he stop? If he just closed his mouth, what would the worst that could happen be? A harsher slap? While painful, the slaps Caius could take. But, no, this wasn't the answer. Why did you stop speaking? Slap. It didn't even hurt. Slap. Why did you stop? It hardly tickled. But, have you lost it completely? Slap. Why did his chest hurt? This pain. It was a little different from any physical pain he had felt in the past. In fact, he was sure he knew what this pain was, but couldn't quite say it. He just felt the answer at the tip of his tongue. Are you not going to say anything? Slap. Caius' head flung to the side due to the sheer force of the slap. Turning his head and staring at the man who stood before him, Caius' eyes cleared up a bit. Yet, despite looking clearly at the man, his features felt foreign to him. He looked monster. Yes, he looked like a monster. Why are you not speaking? Have you completely lost it? You do understand I can get rid of you like I got rid of your siblings. I can make a new one anytime that I want. You're only alive because you have some shred of hope of succeeding me. Caius felt his body lift as the monster grabbed hold of his collar. lifting him off the ground. As talentless as you are, I can make you better. So listen to what I have to say and start practicing. Do you understand? Caius nodded. Good. Finally letting go of Caius, the man stepped back. Now, repeat after me. I'm a talentless shit with no emotions. I got rid of my emotions because I am afraid of pain. Halfway through his sentence, Caius stopped. What's wrong? Am I really talentless? Dada? I am better. What sort of nonsense? I am better, Caius repeated. These were the words he used to repeat to himself in the past. Despite saying them, he never truly felt like he was better. After all, he was a talented trash. It was just that everyone else was even worse than him. In a world of trash, he was the better trash. Therefore, I am better was merely a way for him to reaffirm his status. At least that was how it used to be in the past. But what about now? Caius thought about Haven, the place that had the best talents in the entire Four Empires. The place where Julian, the guy who beat him, came from. Spending time in the academy, Caius understood something. He was better. Be it physical, mana, mental, or theoretical examinations, he was always at the top or near the top. There was no one that came close to him in all four aspects. Even Julian, who had defeated him, was nowhere near him in those aspects besides mental. In that sense, Caius started questioning the monster's words. Was he truly a talentless trash? Slap. Why aren't you speaking again? Caius raised his head and looked at the monster once more. Beneath the pouring rain, his image looked terrifying. But to a Caius who knew no fear, he didn't feel as towering as he once appeared. In fact, he was actually the same height. He used to be taller. The wrinkles he once had also no longer appeared, and his face became clearer in Caius' mind. I'll say it one more time. Repeat after me. Immatal. Am I talentless? Ah! Caius stared straight at the monster and his lips parted open. There's no one better than me in this empire or any other empire. He was at the top of everything. What sort of academics? You've lied to me. Physical and mental. There was hardly anyone as good as him. I lost, but that doesn't make me talentless. It's okay to lose. To lose didn't mean the end. It just meant one could be better. Caius knew he could be better. He was, after all, better. I didn't seal my emotions because I am afraid of pain. Caius raised his head and got a good look at the monster in front of him. For the first time in a very long time, Caius managed to see his full form. And it was then that he realized. I am my own monster, the one pushing him the entire time. The monster haunting his mind. It was none other than himself. Blinking his eyes, the figure in front of him became increasingly clear. The only thing that remained was the rain and himself. It was just like in the past. He had always been alone. His father had never once cared about him. When he trained in the air, he had been alone. The one to slap him had always been him. The one speaking had always been him. The drip, drip. Ah, I see. It was then that Caius understood. The monster was never real. It was merely a means to cope with the fact that he was alone. It was his own true companion. And his obsession. Lifting his head, the monster appeared again. Basking in the rain, Caius turned around and walked away. Thank you and goodbye, monster. Tack. As the rain stopped falling, Caius found himself standing in the middle of a white void. His mind felt liberated and his thoughts clearer. In spite of all of this, he still didn't feel his emotions. Holding onto his chest, he paused. When will I get my emotions back? He felt like he was close to reaching a breakthrough in that regard, but at the same time, it also felt incredibly far. Will I ever get them back? As Caius was lost in his own thoughts, he suddenly heard a voice coming from the distance. That was incredibly great. Awesome. You were amazing. Raising his head, he saw Julian standing beside the old man, who was eyeing Julian with an unmistakable frown. That was when Julian pointed at him. That's what he wants to say. But he's shy. I knew it. The old man glared at Julian. What? Your face said it all. Did it? Caius hadn't been paying attention. That's nonsense. Is it? The old man opened his mouth, only to close it again, crossing his arms with a sigh. Julian glanced at him briefly before turning his gaze to Caius. He's shy. He mouthed quietly, prompting the corner of Caius' lips to pull. He didn't realize it himself, but Julian noticed as his brow rose for a short moment before settling back. Not bad. Mumbling to himself, Julian turned his head and looked towards the last projection. His expression soon turned somewhat complex. The same was true for the old man who clicked his tongue. Unexpected. When Caius followed their line of sight, his eyes fell on the projection they were looking at and his face paused. Because, red. All he could see was the color red. Standing in the middle of the sea of red was a single person. Kalian. It was a massacre. Chapter 499. Obsessions. 5. The iron-like stench filled the air. It covered the ground in a red carpet. Tack tack. As Kalian walked within the red carpet, his eyes remained unfocused as he looked around. Blood. All he could see, hear, smell, and taste was blood. His hands dripped with them, and his body was similarly colored in it. More, I need more. To feed the children, he started robbing the rich. He only robbed a little, not even that much. The amount he stole from them wasn't enough to cause them any significant harm. And yet, dead. The children had all been killed by them. How could they do this? They were innocent, and yet they were still targeted. That was when it became clear to Kalian. Kill. They all needed to die. Everyone responsible for the children's deaths. They had to die. And so, he killed them all. He spared no one. No, it wasn't me. I have a family. Why are you doing this to me? With cold and unfeeling eyes, Kalian killed the rich. He took their wealth and redistributed it. Or at least, he tried to. Help. I'm hungry. I need food. But even that wasn't enough. The children kept coming to him endlessly. My mom needs food. They were all skinny, their cheeks sunken. Kalian didn't even realize it, but he himself was looking like them. When was the last time he had eaten a meal? No, how could he eat a meal when there were children who were suffering? To feed an extra mouth, he forgot about himself. But that was not nearly enough. Please help. More. I need more food. Just wait a moment. Calm down. I have more food. Just wait. Kalian reached out for his bag of food, but stopped when he realized it was empty. How could? My stomach hurts. Help. NGH. Kalian bit his lips and looked at the children once more. His expression almost crumbled when he realized there were even more than before. There was so many of them he could see no end of. How could this? Why? Why were there so many children? I'm hungry. You killed my father. What? Kalian looked down. A child's gaze met his. You killed him. It was then that Kalian recalled. This child. He was one of the children of the people he had killed. Wait, could it be? You also killed my mom. My dad lost his job because of you. We are poor. You made us poor. Feed us. No, Kalian's expression changed when he felt something grip his leg. Looking down, he saw red hands emerge from the ground, reaching out for him. Kalian tried to move away, but even more hands appeared. Feed me. Feed us. I'm hungry. Food. Overwhelmed by the sight, Kalian looked around to see the children all staring at him with the same lost eyes he once had. He could see his own reflection within them and his heart stopped. I have to feed them. He didn't want them to suffer like he once did. Kalian reached out for his pocket and took out his last remaining possession. It was a cookie. A crumbled up cookie. No, not this. I can't give this. He could give everything but this. This was the cookie his mother had made. Cookie. I want cookie. Give me. No, not this. Kalian held his hand forward and stopped the children. I can't give you this. But I'm hungry. My mother. I'm sorry. Kalian bit his lip and stared at the cookie in his hand. I can give anything but this. This cookie in his hand was everything to him. It symbolized his only hope. The one thing that prompted him to push himself out of that cave. It was the symbol of his past. A reminder of his upbringing and suffering. And a reminder of his mother. Yeah, no. I can't. Not this one. Lifting his head, Kalian's face turned resolute. He was just about to put the cookie away when he stopped. What? Where is everyone? Looking around, he noticed that he was alone. There was no one. All that greeted his sight was a long carpet of red. What happened? Why is? I'm hungry. Kalian's head flicked back towards the source of the voice. His eyes eventually fell on a small child. With deep red eyes and black hair, the child looked exactly like him. His cheeks were sunken and his eyes were hollow, like he had given up on life. Kalian felt a lump form in his throat. This child. Food. It was none other than himself. I'm hungry. Pausing, the child looked up, meeting Kalian's gaze directly before pausing on the cookie in his hand. Will you give it to me? A trace of life appeared on the child's face upon seeing the cookie. Kalian looked at the cookie in his hand and pursed his lips. This is mine. How could he give away his most prized possession? Even if it was his younger self, how could Kalian give it away? He didn't want to give it away. He refused to give it away. I see. As if sensing his thoughts, the young Kalian nodded his head and his eyes turned dead once more. Turning around, he started walking away. Tack tack. His back looked frail and his body looked small. Kalian felt his chest grow heavy at the sight, but when he looked down at the cookie in his hand, he felt better. Yes, he'll get his cookie soon enough. Why did he have to give away his? Yes, it was everything to him. And yet, Staring at the cookie in his hand, Kalian felt his mouth tremble. To him, the cookie was a reminder of the pain he had once suffered, a reminder of his last hope, a reminder of his mom, his obsession. Here you go. Kalian didn't know when, but the child was now in front of him. Holding out the cookie, Kalian looked directly at the child's eyes. He watched as life returned to them and his expression eased. This was enough. Yes, I don't need to be reminded. He was no longer starving. He was no longer in constant danger. He needed to let go of his past, his one true obsession. And so he did. Eat up. It's dry, but it's good. Staring at his younger self taking the cookie, Kalian felt his shoulder lighten up. Pressing his hand against the child's head, he mumbled, "Things will get better." Really? Looking at the child, Kalian smiled. Yes, because things may be painful now, but Kalian let go of the child's head and turned around. We'll get through it. I know we will. Goodbye, my obsession. Tack, tack. The red dissipated and what replaced it was a clean white world. Several figures appeared in the distance, all staring in his direction with different expressions. Ah, well done. You were great. A bit slow, but you were still great. Yes, good. Quite good. Kalian almost paused when he heard Julian's and Caius' compliments. Were they really complimenting him? No, maybe not. This is what this guy is trying to say, but he's shy. You punks, stop it with that. Where in the world did you think I was ever going to say that? Holding onto his face, the old man massaged his beard while mumbling, "There's no way they saw through me. I even made sure to keep my expression in check." With an all-knowing look, Julian looked at Kalian. See? Caius looked at the old man and then Julian. So obvious, right? Julian held his mouth and Caius' lips pulled up. The two were clearly struggling to keep themselves from laughing. Wait, what? Kalian blinked his eyes while looking at Caius. He's smiling? How? Didn't he lose? No, before that. Don't their expressions look a bit too similar? Was this a good or bad development? Kalian thought it was good, but for some reason, something about the situation didn't quite feel comfortable to him. It was almost as if, no, there's no way. Kalian shook his head and dismissed the thought. There's no way Caius will be corrupted by Julian. Absolutely no way. Hume. Bringing everyone out of their thoughts was the old man who coughed. When everyone turned to look at him, he stood with his back straight and hands behind his back. You three idiots passing the test. You were quite slow, but I can accept such speed. Caius and Julian looked at each other and nodded as if they had some sort of mutual understanding. The old man picked up on their exchange and his mouth twitched, but he chose to ignore it. With this out of the way, you all should be able to lasting a bit longer. You won't notice the changes now, but it'll soon be reset. You can try seeing it for you. Clap. The white world shattered the moment the old man clapped his hands, and Julian and the others found themselves back in the old room. Right on cue, a thread suddenly manifested from above, latching onto their bodies. This time it was their right shoulder. Everyone's expression changed, and so did Kalian's, but right as the thread connected to them, their minds remained surprisingly clear. See? Massaging his beard, the old man sat by the stool next to the piano. What did I tell you? Now that your minds are clear, you will be able to lat longer and you will have an easier time breaking through to you next year. Still, that's not the most imperating thing. Opening the piano cover, the old man pressed his finger down. Dang. Now that all your minds are clear, we can start thinking about getting out of here. Dang. This is not quite right. Scratching the side of his head, the old man started mumbling to himself. How did it go again? Why do I keep forgetting this part? Staring at him, the three looked at each other. There was a clear glint in their eyes. After all, they were about to get out soon. How could they not be excited? Dong. But, dong. This sounds better. Was the old man really reliable? Oh right. Pausing, the old man looked at all three of them. I'm not actually old. I'm 28. Wow, no way. Chapter 500. The Puppets, 1. Dang. Da-da-da. Dang. Da. A lively tune played in the air. The note flowed smoothly through the air as two thick fingers gracefully pressed the piano keys. Dang. Da. It was a simple tune, and yet it played wonderfully in the air. The tune continued to play for several more minutes before finally coming to a stop. Good, you've improved quite a lot. Ah, master. Scratching the back of his head, the young child looked down embarrassingly. You weren't able to play the tune in the past, but look at you now. You're becoming smarter and smarter by the day. How about it? Do you feel the changes? I do. The child replied, his voice sounding a little deeper than it had been in the past. A couple of years had passed since the day he had been brought into the room and trained with his master. He was now 13 and his body had undergone several changes. He was bigger than he was in the past, his frame larger and his muscles bulkier. This is all thanks to Master. The child's thoughts were now clearer than before. He could speak fluently, and he absorbed all information like a sponge. And all of it was due to the miraculous drug his master had fed him. Without his master, he'd be nothing. Tell me what the changes are. How strong are you now? I'm not sure, but I am on the verge of developing a domain. A domain by the age of 14? Not bad at all. The child, who was now a teenager, smiled happily. I've done my best. You've far exceeded my expectations. I think it's almost time for you to go out. Out? A look of excitement flashed in the teen's eyes. For the past few years, he had been stuck within the room, training and learning every single day. A day hadn't gone by where he didn't think about the outside world, the place where he came from. He wanted to see the gray skies outside. He wanted to feel the cold once more. And most importantly, he wanted to breathe in the fresh air of the outside world. With your newfound powers, you'll soon be facing more responsibilities, my child. It won't all be sunshine and rainbows. It won't. The master shook his head, walking towards the teen who now stood taller than him. He pressed his hand against the top of his head. You're still too naive, but with your newfound intelligence, I know you'll see through what you couldn't see through in the past. It's only then that you'll take over. The master smiled. The day won't be far when you become the next head of the House of Astrid. So the energy is about to run out of the box, and it won't be long before the puppets start to attack this place too. That's correct. The old man nodded his head while fiddling with the box in his hands. How long do you think the box has? A day, maybe 2? What? I covered my forehead, feeling a headache coming. If that's the case, what was the point in making us go through everything that we went through? Sure, we were now more resistant to the threads, but what did that even matter? I was sure we'd be able to last a couple of days. You wouldn't last that long. The mental deterioration that, with each thread, multiplies with each string on body. Your mind, it will become very foggy. Okay, but I still felt like we'd be fine. Staring at the old man who seemed to have aged even further, a thought occurred to me. Maybe, rather than ensuring that we'd last more, he did it because he can't last very long. He wanted to create hope. In case he wouldn't last, he wanted for us to last. Perhaps we were the last hope he had in solving this entire situation. Haha, this old lunatic. He really was shy. I looked around me and saw Kalian and Caius show similar understanding looks. The old man paused and frowned before he clicked his tongue. 3 idiots, you are 3 idiots. Crossing his arms, the old man sat down on the ground with his legs crossed before sighing. Was I hoping for too much? Why did I getting idiots like them in my last moments? Should I just giving up all hope? With a resigned look, he pursed his lips. I should give up. I shook my head at the sight of him. So not only was he a lunatic and a shy person, but he was also a drama queen. The more I got to know the old man, the more eccentric he appeared. In any case, what should do now? MHM? You said that you had an idea about the mastermind. Since we only have a couple of days left until the box runs out, shouldn't we try to figure out how to find the mastermind or escape this place? All right. Stroking his beard thoughtfully, the old man opened his mouth as if to speak, but then hesitated. His eyes seemed to search the air for the right words, before closing his mouth again in silence. Looking up at us, he licked his lips and closed his mouth again. No, it's not time yet. What? What do? Tap, tap. Tapping onto the ground beside his, he closed his eyes. Rest for now. He'll let you know when it's time. From that moment forward, he stopped speaking. I tried to say something to him, but, Wark, his loud snores drowned out my voice. Left with no choice, I could only sit down on the ground and rest. What else could I do? When one becomes smarter, the world becomes different in one's eyes. Everything suddenly looks more clear, and they start to pick up the underlying things they previously couldn't in the past. Hey, isn't that? Oh my God. It's that guy. I thought he had died. He's that retard. People he once used to think of as nice people suddenly didn't feel so nice anymore. From their words, facial expressions, and actions. It all suddenly became clear. They were making fun of me. But why? Why would they make fun of someone for being a little stupid? What was wrong with being a little stupid? How are you doing? I thought you had died. Did you get better at cleaning? Is that where you left? Is it fun? Is it fun to laugh at those unable to think properly? Attacking someone for what they lack is the lowest display of power one can have. A stupid person was still a person, and there was no greater disability than the inability to see a person for what they were truly worth. What sort of I'm no longer the same as I was in the past. I can see through your words, expressions, and meanings. I am smarter than you will ever be, and the same is true for my power. Words flowed out of the teen's mouth. The more fluently he spoke, the more shocked the people became. It was a memory the teen deeply imprinted in his mind as this marked the day he changed. The day people learned to value him not as a stupid person, but as a smart one. You have nothing that I want, and I have everything that you would want. I want you to keep watching me. Watch as I climb a spot you'll never reach. Watch as someone you once made fun of becomes the very thing you wish to become. With such words, he left. And he stayed truthful to his words. With the aid of his master's pill, he was able to rise up in power very rapidly. He became stronger by the day and smarter at the same time. He became so smart that everyone around him looked stupid. I can see it now. That was also when he understood. I can see why people used to make fun of me. He didn't know when, but he had also started to laugh at them like they once started to laugh at him. But that wasn't the thing that hurt the most. The thing that hurt the most was the fact that he also found himself laughing at how he used to be. That hurt. It hurt so much. With brains, he started to learn of other emotions. He learned of arrogance, and his previous naivety dissipated. All sorts of intrusive thoughts entered his mind, leading to endless obsessions. He tried to get rid of them, but the smarter one was the more obsessed they became. Suddenly, he felt trapped within his own mind. Him slowly falling apart and losing sight of what makes me, and it scares me. I don't want to not be me. It almost felt like he was looking at life through a window. Still, he found a way to clear his mind once more. He saw a light within the dark tunnel of his. It's close, I can feel it. The tunnel to the next tier. The fabled zenith. So long as he could cross that level, he could be free. If only, I don't have much time to live. Things always happened unexpectedly. I am so happy with what you became. His master. You've exceeded all my previous hopes. And I hope you'll lead the house into an era of prosperity. The one man who had nurtured him into what he was, died at the age of 67. From that point forward, he became the head of the House of Astrid. That day, his prison sentence extended. Wake up. A low voice shook me out of my dreams. When my eyes opened, a long thick beard appeared right above me and I almost had a heart attack. I was just about to complain when a hand pressed against my mouth. Keep your voices down. Looking up, I saw the old man staring up with an extremely serious expression. My heart sank then. What is happening? When I looked around, I saw Kalian and Kaya stare in the same direction as the old man with similar expressions to his. For them to act like this, it's almost time. Get yourself ready. It'll soon be time for you three to leave this place. Before I had the chance to speak, the old man spoke over me. I don't have much time left. His voice shook, but it was clear. It'll be over once it gets me, but this is also the best time for you to solve this. He lowered his head to look at me. With all its energy focused on me, the puppets will not be very reacting. Free them and let them and bring them out of this place. My eyes widened in realization. This guy, but you, it's okay. The old man smiled. I am the head of the household. It is my job to make sure everyone is free, even if it costs M life. M have been prepared all along. I just didn't have the people to help me. Who would have thought 3 idiots would showing up all of us? Sudden, he chuckled and looked at the 3 of us individually. M is happy to have met you all. For a moment, his image overlapped with that of the child in the first vision. If one needs to be stuck, let it be me. Never knew who the mastermind was. He had been lying the entire time. From the start, he planned on sacrificing himself. He waited until the very last moment when all focus was on him to get us to free everyone and leave this place. From the very first moment, he saw no hope in himself. He pushed his hand forward. Bang! The door blasted open, and I felt a powerful force push me up. Go. In the last moments, I turned around to see the old man smiling. Right then, several dozen threads manifested from above, all latching onto his body. The last thing I heard before getting pushed all the way up was his frail, yet proud voice. Free them all, idiots. Chapter 501. The puppets, 2. Yup. My body jerked upwards and before I knew it, I was all the way up the staircase that we had come from before. Clank. Without waiting for me to react, the trapdoor closed right after. What happened? With Caius and Kalian staring in the direction of the trapdoor, I closed my eyes and pursed my lips. He's been lying to us the entire time. I thought back to all the moments and subtle hints that were there. He never knew where the mastermind was. He only just said that to keep us with him for the short period of time he had left. For someone as powerful as him, I'm sure the mastermind will have to focus all of its attention on him. He probably bet on that moment to let us go so that we can free everyone while the connection is weakened. That darned old man. And I thought you hated liars. You even killed me for it. Yet here you were lying straight to our faces. You darned lunatic. Still, do you really think we're just going to do things the way you wanted us to? Like he said, we were idiots. 3 idiots. CRA crack. A sharp cracking sound jolted me out of my thoughts. I turned my head to see several figures in the distance, all moving toward us with their characteristic stiff, uncoordinated gait. They're here. I felt my expression stiffen at their sight. I recalled the nightmarish experience from before, and almost felt my heart sink, especially when several dozen appeared right behind the first two. However, stop. With a simple command from Caius' voice, the puppets stopped. His expression faltered slightly at the sight as he looked at the scene in front of him. My control seems to have gotten significantly better. I was surprised by his words. Turning to look at the puppets, I snapped my finger. My expression changed at the sight that greeted me. Show. I wasn't the only one surprised as Kalian and Caius looked at me with similar blank looks. I turned to look at the threads that covered every inch of the room and scratched the side of my head. I could count more than 60 of them, all within my control. With just a thought, I could move every single thread without struggling. It's not like I couldn't do this before, but never before did my mind feel so clear in the past. I felt in control of nearly everything, and with a simple wave of my hand, the threads vanished into thin air. Just then, I heard several distant thumping sounds. Thump, thump. It came directly from the puppets as I severed the threads right above them. Quick, get to them before the threads connect with them again. Looking up, I could see the severed threads trying to make a connection with the people once more, but unlike in the past where they'd reconnect in an instant, they were much slower. Caius saw this and flicked his hand up. Let me. Instantly, the two bodies floated in the air and rushed in our direction. The threads followed right behind, but Kalian was ready as he took out a familiar-looking box. Dang. The threads immediately stopped moving, and so did the other puppets in the distance. Wait, when did you get that? The old man tossed it to me at the last moment. With a sudden realization, I looked toward the two people next to us. They both looked young, about the same age as us. One was a male with long dark hair while another was a young girl with wavy brown hair. From their appearance, they both looked relatively outstanding, and shortly after the connection severed with them, their eyes started to flutter. It looks like they're waking up. I took a step back to give them more space. Kalian and Caius did the same, and shortly after their eyes fully opened. At first, their eyes appeared out of focus, almost blank. However, with each blink of their eyes, clarity started to return to their eyes as they finally turned their heads and noticed the three of us. Who are? They could still not speak properly, but I could see they were slowly starting to comprehend what was happening around them. I waited a few more seconds before speaking. There's no need to be wary. We're here to help you. Help? The girl blinked her large eyes, her crystal clear blue eyes focusing on me. What happened? It looks like you don't know. I pursed my lips and looked towards the distance where the puppets stood, frozen in place. I could see several more puppets accumulate behind them, and I knew we didn't have too much time before we'd soon start getting overwhelmed by them. Thinking for a moment, I took out a few pills I had saved up and placed them in their mouths. Eat up, it'll make your recovery faster. Though hesitant, the two had no choice but to trust me as they slowly chewed on the pills I fed them. The effects of the pills were almost instantaneous as the two showed more signs of recovery, slowly sitting up. Their speed of recovery was enough to surprise Kalian, who turned to look at me. What did you feed them? Nothing special, to be honest. It was just a simple pill that could clear the mind. They're not actually injured, so I didn't really give them anything heavy. It's more like a little stimulation to help them wake up. My head, holding onto their heads, the faces of the two scrunched up. What in the world happened? I can't really remember a thing. That doesn't really matter. Caius walked up to them and bent over to look at them at eye level. Your entire house is in a crisis, and we don't have much time before we'll soon be attacked. I can tell that neither one of you is weak, so recover quickly so that you can start helping us. You, covering the guy's mouth. The girl looked at Kalian and nodded. We understand. She then turned to look in our direction. My name is Cora Astrid, and I'm one of the 7 spears of the Astrid household. 7 spears? Though I was confused, I didn't show it. But that was enough for the girl to understand. I see. So you're not from around here. Your silence only serves to prove my point even further. Judging from your reactions, you have no idea what the 7 spears are. I guess not. Caius replied, his tone carrying the usual indifference he always carried. Cora laughed bitterly before speaking. The 7 spears are the top candidates within the House of Astrid, all under the age of 25. We're the most talented individuals in the household, and the next in line for the Lord's seat. So you think we aren't from around here based on the fact that we don't know? It's normal to not know, but... She looked at the 3 of us before smiling. You 3 aren't normal either. I am not sure about your strength, but you're not weak. People of your stature would definitely know about us if you came from the Eastern Kasha. I would also know about you. The fact that I don't. Alright, I get it. I silently sighed before reaching out for my face and massaging my mask. What even is the point of a disguise if they already know about our identities? I thought about taking it off but decided against it. It never hurt to be safe. So long as the mastermind wasn't found, I wasn't planning on removing my mask. We're not from around here, but we're here to help. Are you from the Empires? It's not hard to guess, to be honest. The young girl shrugged. Taking a look at the situation, our house has probably closed off its doors to the outside world, and without us, a lot of things don't function. One of the few that are directly affected by our absence are the Empires who can no longer trade with us. She wasn't wrong, but something about the subtle smirk on her face that seemed to say, I can see right through you irked me. I thought the people of the Kasha were supposed to be brutes. That's only if you come from a small family. The House of Astrid can afford to provide basic education to all its members. Shrugged, the girl helped herself before helping the other guy. He's Serge, and while he isn't a spear, he's still quite strong. Don't look down on him. Serge looked at us in silence without making a single sound. I took in his gaze before shifting my sight toward the puppets in the distance. Zra crack. There were a lot more now, and I knew it wouldn't be long before they broke through. After a little bit of thought, I looked around me. We were currently in quite a large room. The only way out was the door where all the puppets were, with the trapdoor right behind us. The best course of action for us would be for the three of us to carefully hold back the puppets while at the same time, sever the connection slowly with each one and help them recuperate at the back. As Kaya spoke, he turned to look at Cora. You seem fit enough to fight. In case we can't fully hold them back, you can interfere. In the meantime, he can help your people recover. I can do that. Cora nodded determinedly. Staring at the two, I looked towards the entrance and then the box. Yes, it's not a bad plan. Either way, the more people we help convert back, the easier it becomes for us. My only worry would be the accumulation of puppets. If too many accumulated, we'd be in trouble. As if reading my thoughts, Kalian brushed his hair back. If there's too many at once, I can directly use myself as bait to lead a few away. That should give everyone enough time to switch rooms and repeat the cycle. That'll work. It felt good to be with a group that fully understood the situation. With all worries out of the way, I gently closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Since that's the case, let me be the one to start. Taking a step forward, a black film wiggled from beneath me, covering every inch of the area in front of me. Can we trust them? Right as Julian stepped forward to handle the puppets, Cora heard Serge's low murmur. She pursed her lips and looked at him. I don't know, but what other choice do we have? If not for them, we would have still been puppets. But they're clearly from the Empires. And, like I said, what other choice do we have? So, they're still from... Boom. It was then that they felt it. A powerful, almost suffocating pressure burst out from one of the three people who had helped them. As their heads flicked in the direction of the source, their eyes eventually fell on the old-looking man. Cora's brows knit tightly at the sight. Domain. She too had a domain, but even so, anyone who could develop a domain was quite well respected within the Kasha. A Tier 5 user was well respected. However, her shock didn't die down there. Shortly after the entire room grew dark, purple hands emerged from beneath the ground, clamping down on the many puppets in the distance. They came from all sides, folding the very fabric of the domain, desperately reaching for the puppets. It was a cold sight that made Cora's brows furrow even further. Given their tone of voice, they mustn't be that much older than us. Perhaps they are all in their 30s. Cora could see that they were all wearing disguises. This was mostly due to the fact that they hadn't bothered trying to change the sound of their voices. Considering their age and power, they must be quite talented. Enough to give her a run for her money. Still, she was confident she could still win if the two of them fought. But that was until... what is? The domain changed. Yes, changed. At that moment, Cora stood up and so did Serge. As they stared at the gradually shifting dark world, where the grass had suddenly sprouted beneath their feet and the sky loomed above, they felt the pressure from before intensify, almost doubling. How could this be? This made no sense. Staring at the scene in front of them, neither one of the two knew how to react. A second domain? How was this possible? It made no sense. Pushing his hands apart, the purple hands, carrying several puppets, moved to the side while over a dozen more appeared behind them. Zra crack. They all rushed in Julian's direction as his body started to pop and squirm. Clenching his fist, his back tensed and his spine popped. In one swift motion, he steadily punched the front. Bang! A thunderous clap resounded through the air shortly after that as the puppets were all pushed back several meters. This, gobsmacked, Cora and Serge could hardly find the right words to speak when all of a sudden, several bodies were thrown their way. Thump, thump, a cold voice followed right after. Take care of them. Make sure they know what is happening and have them recover as fast as possible. Well, hold up the front for as long as we can. Chapter 502. The Puppets, 3. This is starting to get a little difficult. I could feel the sweat drip down from the side of my face. Felt strangely cool. Cage. I took a deep and steady breath. I was slowly starting to tire out. Staring at the numerous puppets ahead of me, I flicked my hand and cut the threads above them before sending them behind me. How long have I been doing this for? I had lost count by now. All I knew was that I had been going at this for at least several hours. I was on the verge of exhaustion, and when I looked to my right, I saw Caius standing calmly. You can switch with me when you're done. Yes, I'll switch soon. I probably could have pushed myself further than this. This wasn't my true limit. If I wanted to, I could squeeze myself until utter exhaustion, but I don't have to do that. Yes, I didn't have to do that. I wasn't alone. I didn't need to suffer like I once did. Therefore, I'll hold them back for a minute longer. Get ready. Okay, this was good. I felt liberated, but at the same time, it felt strange. This is probably the first time I haven't pushed myself to the point of death. A part of me wanted to keep pushing, but I also knew I shouldn't. Staring at the puppets who were mindlessly moving in my direction, I took a deep breath. Taking a step forward, the gravity intensified and their movements slowed down even further. Raising my hand, threads emerged from out of nowhere, slowing the puppets further. Whew. I took one final deep breath and looked at the puppets. There's a lot. I could count more than several dozen. There were even more behind. A minute is almost up. Tell me when you're done. You'll know. With a light laugh, I let out all the air within me. The grass beneath me started to wither and the sky slowly started to fade. Darkness once again engulfed my surroundings, exposing a raw and untainted domain. Snap, snap. Seeing the threads I had set up to block the puppet snap, and them coming out of the area of supervision, I knew it was time. Holding my palm forward, the world turned purple. Caius' expression paused from beside me as he stepped back. Close. That was the moment I closed my palm and the entire domain started to disfigure, turning into one large purple hand that clenched down on the puppets within. Clenching my teeth, I stepped back and the domain shrank rapidly, closing in on the puppets as the background returned to how it once was, to the room above the trapdoor. Thump, thump. Several bodies appeared shortly after, and without hesitation, I sliced my hand in the air and severed the threads above them before sending them behind me. Caius took over from them. Pressing his hand forward, the puppets that were left unaffected by the domain stopped moving. Seeing him effortlessly contain the remaining puppets, I finally let go and slumped down on the ground. Thump. Ah, ah. My lungs were on fire and my hands slightly trembled, but my mind was still clear. All in all, I think I did a good job. I was happy with my progress. Still, things were far from over. Turning around, I was just about to help the others when I realized something. Over several dozen eyes were staring in my direction, all wearing the same stupefied looks on their faces. Oh, there's a lot more of you than I thought. You? When I turned to look at Cora, she was sporting a similar look of surprise as the rest. However, she was also quick to snap out of it as she swallowed her words and started speaking. Yes, thanks to you we were able to free a total of 47 people. Almost everyone has recovered and it's become a lot easier to treat the people you sent back. I see, that's good. She wasn't lying. Staring at the other people alongside her, I could see that they were almost fully conscious. They probably can hold back the puppets by themselves if I let them. Unlike before, the puppets were now significantly weaker. With the mastermind's attention fully focused on the old man, it probably had no time to fully control the remaining puppets. That was also a cue telling me to speed things up. The moment the old man was converted, there was no escaping. Time was running out. I needed to save as many people as possible. The more people we had, the better it was for us when trying to leave this place. We should do as you said. Looking at Cora and the others, I stood up and ate a few pills. I don't know how much time we have left. Since that's the case, we should speed things up. For those that can fight, please form multiple groups. Each group can go out and repeat the process that we're doing. The more people we free, the easier things will be for us. I thought I'd be met with looks of understanding the moment I issued my orders, but why should we listen to him? I don't trust him at all. Instead, I was met with looks of doubt and rejection. That's when I realized, did they all figure out we're from the empires? Frowning, I was just about to say something when Cora beat me to it. Are you all stupid? All eyes fell towards her. Let's forget about his origins for a second. He's literally telling you to save our own, and you are here wasting time because you think he's not trustworthy. Since when have we become so stupid? Aren't you just feeding directly onto our stereotypes? Standing up, She eyed the group with a fierce expression as her brown hair fluttered silently. If you can't trust his orders, then trust mine. Form groups and start saving people. I don't know the exact situation as well, but time is of the essence. Hurry up. Yes. Understood. The difference between us was night and day. The moment she spoke, everyone listened to her orders as they all stood up in unison and started forming groups. I could tell from her words alone that her position within the House of Astrid was nothing to scoff at. Shortly after that, several started to help out Caius while others rushed out of the room. I stared at the scene speechlessly before Cora stopped next to me. Do not blame them for their hesitation. I turned my head to look at her. Do you know why many of us in the Kasha hate those of the Empire? Because they don't let you in? PFTT, it's more than that. Giggling, Cora's expression gradually turned serious. Why do you think there aren't that many beggars within the empires? Because? I didn't know the answer. Wasn't it simply because the empires were prospering? And it wasn't like I never saw beggars before. I had been to the slums in Bremer. It's because most of the beggars get thrown here were the discards of the empires, descendants of those that have been banished by them, or people that have been directly banished by them. For what reason? Because we were born unfortunate? I wanted to rebuke her words, but I didn't know how to. I didn't even know this was a thing until now. See? You're probably not aware this is happening. You probably just see enough beggars to think that everything is normal, but that's the furthest thing from the truth. Every day people get thrown out of the walls. Resources are scarce and the worthless ones get thrown out. That's why I'm telling you to understand their resentment and why no one trusts you. How can you trust the same people who kicked you out of your own home? If we were useless to you, would you discard us? Placing her hand over my shoulder, she smiled and left. I stood on the spot, blankly staring at her back without being able to find any words for her. If we were useless to you, would you discard us? I thought back to the old man and closed my eyes. That was when everything became clear to me. I should have realized it sooner. And I finally found my voice again. Wait up, I have something to say. The more puppets were converted, the faster things progressed. In less than an hour, since the group split up, the number of people that had been converted back was well over 100. By the time the second hour passed, over 300 had been converted, and by the time the fourth hour passed, everyone within the mansion had been converted back. Courtyard. Is there anyone missing? Has anyone found anyone else? No, there's more outside, but everyone within the estate has been converted back. Good. Cora stood alongside 6 other people. They were the 6 other spears of the Astrid family, and they were currently the main people in charge. Any news about the elders? The reason why the 7 of them were in charge was because the elders were somehow missing. There's no news yet. I believe they are outside of the estate. I see. Cora nodded before looking around. Everyone was currently gathered in the courtyard, ready to leave at any moment. Since everyone is here, should we leave? Cora looked at the 7 other spears and pursed her lips. Common sense dictated yes, but recalling the last conversation she had with the one from the Empire, she found herself stopping. She didn't know how to feel about them. It was true that they had indeed saved them, but they were still people from the Empires. People who had thrown them or their parents away for being what they were. How could they trust such people? Still, it was true that they had saved them. For saving us, I'll believe you this once. And thus, no. All heads turned in her direction. Pursing her lips even more tightly, Cora looked towards everyone present and closed her eyes. Get everyone ready. Ready? Ready for what? Opening her eyes, Cora's lips parted open as she mumbled. A grand wedding. It was dark. They should be gone now. Amidst the darkness, an old man sat with his legs crossed. His body was entangled in a web of threads, and he looked older than he previously did. He was now truly an old man. Even the vitality in his eyes almost seemed to have faded. He didn't have very much time left. But even so, he wasn't sad. He thought back to the 3 idiots he had met and knew that they had completed their task. They were idiots, but they were competent idiots. That's why he felt at ease. So long as his people could get out, what did he care about himself? Cough, cough, coughing. The old man turned to look at the piano and reached out for it. But his arms refused to move. His eyes dimmed. If only, bang bang. All of a sudden, he heard muffled bangs coming from above. They were faint at first, but with time they grew progressively louder and the old man had no choice but to raise his head. What this? The old man's confusion merely lasted a few seconds before he heard a loud bang and light filtered through. Bang! Ah! 3 figures appeared shortly after and his expression changed. What are you doing here? What do you mean, what are we doing here? Stepping forward, Julian looked to his right and left. Didn't you say it yourself? He laughed. We're idiots. 2 stupid idiots and me. Chapter 503, A blue sky 1. World integration. The moment one's mind becomes integrated into the world, allowing them to bend nature at their will. And the moment one truly became the zenith. As always, it's gray. Mumbling quietly, he stared at the dark sky above. They say the skies in the Empire are blue, but I have a hard time believing the tales. Can such sky really be blue? From what he knew, the blue sky meant light. It meant prosperity. And most importantly, freedom. It meant freedom. Extending his hand, he tried to grasp the sky. Unfortunately, it's out of my reach. He felt it at his fingertips but couldn't fully touch it. If he could just pull it. If only. What a pity. Staring at his old and wrinkly hands, he lowered it back down. I really wanted to see the blue sky. He could if he entered the empires, but he didn't want to see it there. He wanted to see it in his home. Not just him, but the people too. He wanted everyone to see it. The fabled blue sky. Pity. Freedom only existed for those who could afford it. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Placing his hand on the piano, he started to play. Dang. It was also then that he noticed it. HM? The first thread. What are you doing? The three of us stared at the poor excuse of an old man. He looks to have aged even further, and his mind seems to have regressed again. He's still conscious, and that's enough. We hadn't even left for less than a day, and he was already on the verge of losing himself. We're here to get you. Ha. The old man's murky eyes fluctuated. You, stop. No, you don't seem to get it. I pointed directly at the old man. We're here to get you, mastermind. Both Kalian and Caius looked at me. So did the old man. What are you? I too was surprised when I found out, but it all then clicked. How could someone as powerful as you be subjected to such treatment and not find the culprit despite the many months that have passed? It would make no sense. The old man was strong. So strong that I found myself comparing him to Delilah. She was the strongest person I had ever met, and I thought she was still the strongest after I met the old man, but now, I was sure that wasn't the case. The old man before me, he was truly the closest thing to the zenith. Or had been. I wasn't so sure now, but if there was someone who could subject someone this strong to such a situation, it'd have to be someone at the zenith. Why? You're crazy. Despite the truth being right before the old man, he refused to believe it. And since that was the case, I guess we have no choice but to fight you. We what? Are you nuts? Both Kalian and Caius looked at me as though I was a lunatic. I wasn't. What? He's tangled up by all the threads. What are you afraid of? In his current state, if we work together, we might have a chance at defeating him. But he's still... Fine. Caius was the first to agree. Clenching and unclenching his fist, he mumbled, I've always wanted to fight this old man. His response was enough to make Kalian raise a brow. Wasn't he supposed to have no emotions? He probably just wants to fight him because he's strong. Right? Coughing once, the old man weakly raised his head. You've lost it. It doesn't matter if we do. Get ready, old man. Cage? The old man's face changed for the first time. I could see rage appear on his face. I told you to leave. Why are you still here? This is dangerous. The moment that threads take over me completely, I will end up killing you. Get out of here, idiots. I could practically see what he was trying to say just from his face alone. I was quite good at reading people's faces by now, but idiots are idiots for a reason. Then, without waiting for the old man to say something, I was the first to move. Pressing my foot forward, the gravity around the old man shifted. I then started to feel changes happening within my body as my muscles widened and power flooded my entire body. That's when I punched out in his direction. Bang! My fist landed on his bare chest, forcing out a pained groan from him. Yook! The threads above him gently swayed as Kalian followed right behind me, throwing an even more powerful fist on the same spot I decided to hit. Bang! The threads swayed further and the old man's eyes flared with rage. You bastard! If looks could kill, he'd have killed many times over. As he raised his hand, a powerful pressure seemed to descend upon the area around me. It rendered me stuck on the spot. Thankfully, Caius stood right behind me, pushing his hand to the side and throwing my body to the side. Bang! The floor caved in as the old man stood up. His attack didn't contain any mana, and yet the floor smashed into bits. Seeing his attack miss, the old man turned to look at Caius. But that was when Kalian stepped in and smashed his foot against the back of the old man's calf. The old man turned around and threw a punch in Kalian's direction. Swoosh! The air stirred under the weight of his punch, even causing some of the threads connected to him to snap. I took note of the sight. Caius? Yes. Lifting his finger to the side, Kalian's body flung to the side and avoided the fist. My turn? I glanced to my right and left before lifting my hand, summoning purple hands from beneath the ground. There were over a dozen, and they all headed for the old man who tapped onto the ground and just barely avoided them. Even more threads snapped. Come here. He was still angry. With a fierce look, he brought his hand in my direction, and I felt myself get pushed in his direction. Or at least that was how it looked like. The moment my body reached his hand, it disappeared out of nowhere. Ha? The old man looked surprised at first before he clicked his tongue. Pointless trick. He swatted his hand and I felt my body get pushed to the side of the wall. Bang. Yuk. This time it was my real body. That it hurt. The pain was real. Haha. The old man seemed to find my pain amusing as he suddenly laughed. His laugh was loud as his snoring. How annoying. I held onto my nose and glared at him. Fuck. I think my nose is broken. Just touching it hurt. Boom. Flicking my head up, I saw Kalian's body get smashed all the way up the ceiling. The impact was so strong he remained stuck there for a few seconds. Haha. I couldn't help but laugh as well. I now started to understand why he was laughing. At least, until the old man settled his gaze over me again. I looked at Caius. How about hi Yuk? I was thrown to the side once again. Bang. It hurt even more than before. Ha ha ha. A thunderous laugh reverberated through the room as the old man laughed his heart out. Was my pain so funny to him? To make matters even more humiliating, he pointed his finger at me while laughing. Ha ha ha. Kook huff. His laugh was cut short by Calian, who appeared behind him and bit his ear. The old man hurriedly pushed Calian away, but the damage was already done as blood leaked down from his ear. Touching his ear, he grew furious. You, poo. Spitting blood onto the ground, Calian raised his hands. Not so funny now, is I? Boom. He was suddenly thrown up again. I swallowed my saliva upon seeing the sight. He didn't even get to finish his words. You. Seeing the old man's gaze fall on me again, my back chilled. Fuck, why is he just targeting the two of us? No, more importantly, where was Caius? Bang. Right then, the wardrobe flung in the air and crashed onto the old man's head. Pieces of wood broke everywhere and the old man's body froze. But if that wasn't enough, swoosh, the bed also flew in his direction right after. No. With movements faster than they previously were before, the old man raised his hand and stopped the bed in the middle of the air. He then glanced at Caius and flung his hand to the side. Bang. Finally, he also got sent crashing against the wall. Hugh. The old man's breathing was rough. His face looked even older than before, but a smile appeared on his face. He's having fun. He felt more liberated. As if the threads weren't weighing down on him as much as they previously were. Snap, snap. Seeing him like this, I tried to get up but quickly gave up and leaned back onto the side of the wall and forced my mouth open. I once had a conversation with an old man before. The old man looked at me. I asked him, "Are you scared?" Do you know what he said to me? I had his full attention. He said he was scared. Someone so strong was scared. The concept was weird. Normally, one would assume a strong person would never feel scared. But he wasn't scared of death. Then again, his fears were quite deep. What scared him was not death, but everything that he was losing while being alive. Like his intelligence. He didn't want to go back to the naive old little boy he once was. He didn't want to be discriminated, laughed at, and be forgotten. There was nothing scarier than losing oneself while still being alive. I knew because I saw it. His fears, his vulnerabilities, and his past. Cough, cough. Holding onto my chest, I helped myself up and limped towards the exit of the room. Follow me. Caius and Calian similarly stood up as the old man stood with a blank look. He didn't say anything and just stood there. I knew he would follow. After all, he was still sane. He would have killed us by now had he not been. And a few seconds later, he followed us up. We walked up the stairs, all the way up to the familiar upstairs room before heading down to the courtyard. It was then that my steps paused. Several hundred pairs of eyes paused in our direction. The color red dominated the surroundings. Holding onto large drums, people looked towards the middle where a groom and bride appeared. Next to it was a large piano. I looked at the old man next to me, a few threads still attached to the old man. This was the sight you wanted to preserve, right? The happiest day. To not forget, he wanted to preserve. Even when lost, he wanted to remember. As such, the threads arrived. They were the manifestation of his obsession. His obsession with not letting go. Did miracle drugs exist? They didn't. There was no such thing as a miracle drug. I should have known. The old man was the first to realize this. What is today's date? To forget even such a simple thing. The old man thought he had time, but he didn't. What is your name again? From names to places to even his own name. He was slowly forgetting himself even though he was still alive. Sometimes he felt like he was already gone. Lost in a maze of memories that he could find no way out of. Thursday thump. As red dyed the world, drums boomed in the air, and people laughed and danced. The old man stood motionless, imprinting the scene in his mind. This looked like a wedding. Whose wedding was this? He'll slowly forget this soon. The old man looked around once more, and the happier he saw the people, the more he wanted to preserve this memory. He didn't want to forget, and so, he made sure he wouldn't forget. That was when the threads rained down. You probably don't even remember you did it, but I wasn't lying when I said you were the mastermind behind everything. Julian's words quietly echoed through the stillness as he stood at the edge of the courtyard, his gaze fixed on the lively wedding unfolding before him. The vibrant celebration seemed distant, like a world he was no longer a part of, his voice lingering in the air, swallowed by the chaos of joy that surrounded him. With your intelligence regressing, you made everyone repeat the same thing over and over again so that even if you did end up forgetting, you'd relive the moments again. The drums stopped, and all noise ceased. The old man looked around, his face slowly lowering. He seemed ashamed. Perhaps he was also aware of the truth, or was faintly aware of it. He probably forgot all about it. That was why he trained us and helped us deal with the situation. Perhaps he wanted to get everyone out before it was too late and he fully lost himself. A quiet voice suddenly cut through the silence. Before the old man knew it, someone had spoken. He couldn't recognize them, but he felt it. He felt their warmth in his heart. He may be losing his emotions, but not his mind. Thank you for everything, Master. Another one followed right after. The only reason why I am here is because of you. Thank you. For your services, thank you so much. One by one, people started to thank the old man. Everyone wore smiles on their faces. This felt like a farewell. A farewell to an old man who was not so old. And then, old man. The groom stepped forward, appearing right at the center. You might not remember, Master, but you were the one who picked me up when I was dying in the streets and brought me here. The old man actually remembered. He remembered a kid who was once starving in the streets, all skinny and on the verge of death. Was this him? Looking at him now. Without you, I wouldn't even be alive. The kid smiled. His smile was so bright and filled with hope. And now, look at me. Pointing at his bridetobe, the young man smiled. I can only have you to thank. You may forget about me, but I will never forget you. The old man's shoulder shook. Snap, snap. The threads connected to him started to snap. His eyes were set on the piano at the center of the place. Unknowingly, he started to move in its direction. Snap. His steps were wobbly, but with each step he took, a thread would snap. Snap, snap. The more threads that snapped, the faster he became. Snap, 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 until eventually he was right in front of the piano. He halted in his tracks, staring at it for a moment before slowly sitting down. The world grew quiet then. Dang. The first note played. This will be your first test. You will need to play this tune. His master's voice echoed. It was during the time when he first took the drug. It's okay if you fail, but what matters is if you can get better and complete it. If you can complete this song, it'll mean you're getting smarter. His first proof of intelligence. Da-da-da. He played the next few notes. Unlike before, he was no longer stuck. His mind felt strangely clear, but at the same time, his memories started to fade. He slowly lost sight of who he was and what made him, him. Even so, he didn't forget to play his tune. Dang, da. Such a simple tune marked the start of everything for him. The start of his life and the start of his journey. With such a tune, he also wanted to mark the end of his journey. Dang, da. It was a short journey, but he didn't have any regrets. Surrounded by his family, the old man's hand paused as he looked up at the sky. It was gray. M doesn't like the sad sky. He raised his hand and reached for the sky. His fingers touched it. He felt it, and he grasped it. The world grew silent. No one made a noise. All eyes were fixed on the sky above. All besides mine. I looked in the direction of the old man who slowly brought his hand down. Dang. And with his last note, he closed his eyes. That was when he took his last breath. That day, a man touched the sky. That day, a man ripped the sky. That day, the sky became blue. And that day, a man became part of the sky. Chapter 504. A blue sky. 2. Could a man really touch the sky? Even if they reached the zenith, could they really touch the sky? In the past, I would have scoffed at such a notion. How could someone touch the sky? You'd have to be a god to do so. And yet, it's blue. That very notion I refused to acknowledge appeared right before my very eyes. The sky is blue. But how? How could it be? Am I seeing things? Did the sky really change? This, ha ha ha. The joyful laughter and voices of the people around me brought me out of my thoughts. Gazing up at the dull, familiar sky I had long grown indifferent to, I watched their reactions, And at that moment, I realized that what I had always taken for granted was a gift they always strived to see. Master, you did it. Mas. It was also amid their joy that they finally took notice of the old man and their reactions changed. Master, with his gaze on the sky, he was smiling. He was smiling, but he's not breathing. Check his pulse. Someone. Master. Everyone started to crowd the old man. With clear worry in their eyes, the people hurried toward the one man who had sealed them into puppets. And yet, there was no resentment in their eyes. Just worry. Master. Someone. Any medicine. Pills. Someone. I bet the old man would have been pleased to see this. He was a man who didn't want to forget. A man who didn't want to be discarded by the people he loved. In the end, in his worry, he created this whole scenario which rose from his obsession. Ironic considering how he was trying to get us to get rid of our own obsessions. Still, in his very last moments, he was able to get rid of his obsession and touch the sky. He saw through the end but was never able to reach it before his life came to an end. He wanted to rip the sky, but became the sky. Such was what his life amounted to. Cold, yet fulfilling life. As I heard a cold breath coming from my side, I looked to see Caius staring intently at the old man. I saw the faint changes in his face and jaw. It was a sight that would have shocked me in the past, but that was no longer the case. A certain someone's voice rang in my mind. People don't get close to you because you keep rejecting them. Even if your personality is nasty, if you don't reject them, there's bound to be some people who will stick with you. Maybe then I won't have to worry about you all the time. Can you promise me that? How annoying. Remember this feeling. This pain. It'll help you recall better. Caius slowly turned his head to look at me before blankly stating, emotions are painful. Yes, they are. But beyond the pain, there was something else. They're also what makes everything look colorful. Like the change in the sky. From gray to blue. From sadness to joy. The pain you're feeling, it's sadness. I know you already know it. He probably was well aware of the pain. Though he couldn't feel emotions, that didn't mean he was ignorant of them. He knew, but he just needed reminding. It's pretty. Caius' voice gently brushed past mine as he looked towards the sky. The sky, it's pretty. And that was when I saw it. The small and crystal path tracing down his right cheek. I opened my mouth but soon smiled and looked at the sky. Right. The sky was indeed pretty. It looked like any regular sky, and yet, something about it felt so different. It was really pretty. Excuse me. Right then, a familiar voice reached my ears and I slowly tore my sight away from the sky. Looking down, Cora appeared not far from me. She looked at the three of us with a complicated look before she eventually lowered her head. Thank you. She wasn't the only one. Following her, everyone else turned in our direction. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We were flooded with endless gratitude. Beyond their gratitude, I once again looked at the old man. Now that I think about it, I don't even know his name. I never once asked. In his memories, he never showed a name. The people referred to him as Master. I knew this because I had gone into their memories too, using the second leaf. It was through that I was able to figure out the truth of everything. Did he even have a name to begin with? People from the Empire. Cora raised her head to look at us in the eye. As the foremost authority present, I want to thank you on behalf of the House of Astrid for your help. For helping our master and us overcome a large tragedy. From this moment forth, we'll not look at you as enemies of our house, but friends. Thank you. I nodded in acknowledgement. I didn't quite understand what her words meant, but I guess it meant that they owed us a favor. Well, good, because I might have to use that favor really soon. Even now, I was still not in contact with Almighty. Though I was worried, I was too busy handling this entire situation. Still, given the fact that my connection was still stable, their situation wasn't dire to the point where I'd have to be extremely worried. With that being said, it was still far from ideal. Thankfully, it seems like I might have just found myself the right reinforcements for this. Looking around and seeing the numerous people available, I was just about to speak when we heard a large bang coming from the distance. Immediately, all heads turned in the direction of where the noise came from. Bang! It was another explosion, this time closer than the previous one. What's happening? Are we under attack? The surroundings suddenly grew tense. And just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, another explosion resounded. Bang! This one was louder than all the previous ones. What came after were several silhouettes, all wearing familiar red robes. My brow raised at the sight. Elders. And the moment one of the people around me recognized them, the previous tension that lingered in the air shattered. Elders. Elders. You're here. Several people ran up to them. What happened over here? Is everyone okay? There weren't many of them. Just a few dozen, but the pressure each individual gave out was nothing to scoff at. Head elder. In particular, an aged woman with long white hair and dark robes. The moment she appeared, the surroundings grew silent as she turned her head in our general direction. I felt my body freeze on the spot at the sight of her. She's very strong. Perhaps not at the same level as the old man, but it was nothing to scoff at. Her brows furrowed the more she looked at us. Who are you? As she raised her hand, an invisible pressure swept over me, freezing my body in place. Just as she was about to act, someone intervened and stopped her. Wait, it was Cora. Rushing towards the head elder, she went by her side and explained to her the situation. Almost immediately, the head elder's face changed as her features softened. I see. The pressure revolving around us was alleviated. I almost caused a discourtesy. I apologize for that. I didn't mean to do so, but you're... She pointed at our faces, and that was when I understood. Right, we were still wearing our disguises. I looked around me to see both Kalian and Caius look at me at the same time. Without much thought, I placed my hand over my face and pulled the mask off. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Right as I pulled the mask off, a dead silence followed suit. Surprised, I raised my head to see everyone staring in our direction with gaping mouths. In particular, the shock on Cora's face was hard to describe. What? Noticing their lost and confused expressions, I briefly glanced to my right. A few words began to leave my lips, but I found myself suddenly pausing mid-sentence. I bet they're surprised by your stupid. Right. He wasn't here. I scratched the side of my face and saw Caius and Kalian looking at me. Staring at them, I dismissed them with a wave. Don't bother with me. I was just talking to myself. Before everything, how did I even fall into an illusion? Leon's expression was extremely grim as he looked at the owl. Suddenly being told he was stuck in an illusion, he didn't know how to feel. He felt lost, especially since he never noticed the change. You most likely fell for the illusion the moment you touched my leaf. What? Getting someone to fall for an illusion is extremely easy. It can be a simple action or a single item. What matters is if someone is aware that they're in the middle of an illusion. I am aware. I know you are, which is why the situation is not bad for you. As Almighty raised its head, it started to look around the place. Illusions all have their own rules. The first and most important step is knowing that you're inside of an illusion. The moment you find out you're inside of an illusion, you'll know that nothing within can truly harm you. Yes. Leon listened to the owl attentively. He could still recall the owl turning into a tree just a few moments prior. Though he didn't show it on the outside, Leon was secretly cursing inside. That bastard, I thought it was strange that he got an owl a while back. But it's clear now. He teamed up with the monster that almost killed us last time. Leon almost felt like strangling Julian. Only he would be insane enough to work alongside someone who almost killed him. Oh wait, it is also important to remember that within the illusion, your real body is slowly being drained of its life. The longer you spend within the illusion, the more dangerous things will be for you. I am aware. Leon had already experienced this before. In fact, his situation had been extremely bad back then. The stronger your mental capacity, the longer you'll be able to survive. In your case, you should be able to last a few days within the illusion. Just a few days? Yes. The owl looked around. Don't be too sad, human. A few days may not sound like a lot, but you're dealing with an incomplete form. Leon looked at the owl. He sort of understood what it was trying to say. Finding the core of the illusion shouldn't be too difficult. Especially since I'm here with you. Flapping its wings and floating into the air, the owl looked in the direction of the dimly lit hallway ahead of them. Follow me, I'll lead you to it. It was just as the owl started to move when it stopped and looked back. Right, I forgot to mention something. The illusion should be the least of your worries. What you should be truly worried about is the one waiting for you outside of the illusion. The mastermind behind all of this. The owl shot forward without elaborating any further, leaving a stunned Leon standing by himself in silence. He eventually snapped out of it after 2 seconds as his face grew grim. Should be worried about the one waiting outside of the illusion. Pushing forward, Leon almost cursed it out loud. Eventually, he thought better of it and shouted. What about Julian? Wasn't he in trouble? He is. As Almighty's voice echoed from afar, Leon found himself rushing forward. And? I've lost connection with him. He'll be able to communicate with him once we're out. Without saying anything further, the owl picked up speed. Leon could only silently follow it from behind. As he followed, he caught the faint sound of Almighty's voice. It seemed more like a whisper, one that wasn't meant for Leon to overhear. Existence. Chapter 505. The northern walls fallen. Everything looks normal, as if nothing is out of place. If not for the room and the fact that he had been warned by the owl, Leon wouldn't have noticed that he had fallen for an illusion. This alone made his back grow cold. What would have happened had he not been warned? Leon's lips pursed tightly as he rushed forward. He didn't know where he was heading, but he was sure the owl knew where to go. All he had to do was follow it. As such, he paced around the estate without saying a single word. Tack-tack. Within the silence that gripped the surroundings, the only sound he could hear was the faint click of his shoes and the flutter of the owl's wings as they navigated through the empty and dimly lit hallways. Where did it go? Pausing, Leon looked around before heading left. Here. He was unfamiliar with the surroundings, and with everything being so dim, he had to rely on his ears to properly follow the owl that blended in the darkness. I feel several presences in here. Right as Leon lost track of time, navigating through the hallways, the owl came to a stop, pointing its beak in the direction of a certain door. This is? Leon squinted his eyes to get a better look. Dining hall, it said. Holding onto his breath, he turned to face the owl and asked, how many presences do you feel inside? How strong are they? There's 4. That's all the owl said, its tone as indifferent as it always sounds. Leon casually acknowledged the owl's words before pressing his hand against the door. Suddenly, his body grew tense as his other hand gripped tightly onto the hilt of his sword. Because the owl didn't specify the strength of the ones inside, he felt a bit nervous. Of course, he didn't think he couldn't beat them. Surely the owl wouldn't try to get him killed. Leon's brows furrowed. Wait, now that I think about it, isn't this Julian's owl? Leon licked his lips, which had become strangely dry. Surely not, right? He turned his head to see the owl's cold and indifferent eyes and swallowed. Surely, where the fuck are we? Don't tell me that we're lost. Also, where are the professors? Considering their strength, they probably got targeted first. Just then, he heard a faint voice coming from behind the door. His brows immediately jumped up and he leaned his head closer to listen in. True. Also, it seems like we're really lost. I'm sure we followed the right path. Apparently not, you dumb bitch. What did you just call me? Dumb bitch, you dumb bitch. Leon's expression froze upon hearing the familiar voices coming from behind the door before soon relaxing. His previous tension eased and soon after, he pushed the door open. Clank. I called you a dumb bitch. Is it so hard for you to, As the door opened, Aoife and Kira stopped talking, and they both simultaneously turned their heads to look in Leon's direction. Leon? Looks like you also got lost. Behind the two of them was Evelyn, who sat on one of the chairs with her palm on her forehead. She looked tired of it all. Her expression alone seemed to say, kill me. I want to die. I'm done dealing with the two of them. Someone help me. She was so absorbed in her thoughts that she didn't notice his presence. Leon. Walking up to him with a frown, Aoife looked around. It's good that you're here. I think there's something wrong with this place. Evelyn noticed it first, which is why the 3 of us were able to be together, but I'm afraid everyone else is lost. Aoife thought back to her experiences and her frown deepened. It's like the place is constantly changing. I can't tell where anything is, and every time I try to retrace my steps, I find myself in an entirely new place. Is that what's happening? Leon didn't really notice this. He followed the owl the entire time, so he didn't have to worry about retracing his steps or going the wrong way. However, when he thought deeper, this really seemed to be the case. It's almost as if it's trying to trap us inside. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it will become for us later. Right as Leon opened his mouth to relay what he knew to them, his face froze. Hold on a second. And his brows flicked up as he looked around the room. 1, 2, 3. Leon suddenly felt a tight grip on his heart as he turned his head sharply, scanning the surroundings with greater alarm. His sudden changes gained the interest of the girls, who looked at him with frowns. Are you okay? Did something happen? Why are you acting weird? Leon? Since when did you? Shoo. Leon pressed his hand against his lips and retrieved his sword. He could still distinctively remember the owl's words just before entering, and his heart sank when he replayed them in his mind. How many presences do you feel inside? How strong are they? There's 4. Leon looked around and counted. 1, 2, 3. Where was the 4th? There was no 4th. Leon? Is everything okay? You're acting weird. Bang. The ceiling suddenly collapsed, sending large chunks of it flying down onto the ground. The faces of the girls changed rapidly as a large root appeared from above the ground, stabbing right towards them. Dodi heek. But it was too late. Before Kira could even have the time to react, the root directly grasped onto her throat. Its movements were so fast that even Leon found himself struggling to react. But that wasn't all. Bang bang. The entire room shook as the sides of the wall shattered and even more roots appeared. Leon's face grew pale at the sight, and he quickly raised his sword in order to fight back against the root. But, bang, he was absolutely no match for it. With one whip, Leon was sent flying back, his back crashing against the nearby wall as he spat out a mouthful of saliva. Yuka. Just as his trembling hand pressed against the ground to push himself up, something cold and slimy brushed against his ankle. Squelch. His breath stopped as he glanced down, only to see a dark root slithering up from beneath him, its veinous surface pulsating as it wrapped tightly around his foot. Squelch. Squelch. The sound grew louder, more sickening. Panic surged through him as more roots began to emerge from the shadows, writhing like serpents. Before he could react, one coiled around his arm. Leon felt the air get sucked out of his body the moment the root took hold of him. He thrashed and strained, his muscles burning as he fought against the roots that clung to him like living chains. His fingers clawed desperately at the air, searching for anything to grab onto. "No, this can't be happening," Leon gasped, his voice hoarse. Eventually, his eyes fell on a certain owl and he reached forward. "Help." He reached out to the owl in hopes it would help, but all he received was a cold and indifferent look. A thick, gnarled root surged up, coiling around his wrist with a wet, sickening squelch. No. The root yanked his arm down with brutal force, pinning him to the cold, damp ground. Squelch, squelch. The sound grew louder, more relentless, as countless roots began to sprout from the earth, their forms weaving around his limbs and torso. They crawled up his legs, tightened around his chest, and snaked around his throat. The air felt colder, heavier, as his struggles became weaker. Panic was replaced with a numbing dread as the roots enveloped him entirely. Darkness crept into his vision as his body grew still, and the faint echoes of his muffled cries faded alongside those of the girls. In the end, Leon's strength gave out and silence enveloped the surroundings. Overlooking everything in silence, Almighty's indifferent eyes gazed directly in Leon's direction before turning around and leaving. Squelch. His job was done. "How old did you say you guys were?" This was probably the fourth time the head elder had asked us the question. Shortly after her appearance and the situation cleared up, we were escorted to a private room where the head elder greeted us. She, alongside the others, carried the same look of surprise upon seeing our real faces. "We're 20. Answering her again, her aged face couldn't help but scrunch up a little as she mumbled. "How impressive. I would have thought they were older considering their strength, but..." Glancing at us again, she sighed. "It looks like we've underestimated the people of the empires. They haven't been slacking." "Thank you." The only thing I could think to do was thank her for her compliment. She merely waved her hand at us. "Don't bother, we're the ones who are thankful to you. Given everything that you've done for our house, the only ones who should be thank you are us." As she said so, she looked towards the window displaying the sky. A faint smile tugged at her lips upon laying her sight on the sky. "I've always wanted to see the sky you guys boast about so much in the empires. I can't say I'm disappointed." Lowering her head, a faint sadness lingered within that smile of hers. I understood the smile all too well. While the sky signified liberation, it also signified grief. I didn't know the relationship between her and the old man, but I was sure it was close. I heard a short summarized version of what happened from Cora, but I'd like to hear your side of the story. How exactly did you meet and how did you solve the entire situation? To her question, I chose to respond. I knew the entire situation better than anyone else and thus, I explained everything to her. From the start until the end. It took about half an hour for me to explain everything, and by the time I was done, the room grew silent as the head elder seemed lost in her thoughts. She continued to mumble things to herself while sitting there in a daze. This was until she finally snapped out of it and looked at the three of us. Her gaze felt ever warmer than before. If before she treated us nicely because we were her saviors, right now, it almost felt like she was regarding us as members of their own house. As her lips parted open to say something, her expression suddenly changed. Lifting her head, she looked towards the window and her face stiffened. Similarly turning my head, I found myself staring at the tall walls in the distance. At first, I didn't notice anything abnormal, but it then happened. Bang! A terrifying yet muffled explosion. Its sound reverberated throughout the entire surroundings, shattering all noise from the world. Bang! The noise persisted one more. And then, bang! The walls shattered. Chapter 506. The northern walls fall, too. A few moments prior, northern walls. The situation beyond the walls protecting the eastern Kasha wasn't great. Don't let the defensive line fall. Keep everything contained. Let the mages shoot down at the monsters. Someone go to the defensive third unit and support them. The walls are about to be breached. Standing at the helm of the walls was none other than the head of the House of Myron, Arton Myron. He, alongside several other well-known houses, took it upon themselves to protect the walls from the invading monsters. The walls protecting the city were split according to the cardinal points north, south, west, east. The House of Myron was currently in charge of protecting the northern walls. With the mirror cracks currently in a state of turmoil, the situation was rather dire. Monsters continued to pour out, and given the fact that the House of Astrid was missing, they lost a lot of their firepower. Bang. Keep holding. Injuries continued to pile up with time, and more cracks appeared on the outer layers of the walls. Arten's expression grew solemn upon seeing the situation. With no reinforcements in sight, this looked to be a last-ditch effort from their end to try and preserve the place that they called home. But, at this rate, we might not last more than a week. Did they really have a chance? Would the horde of monsters stop by the end of the week? Arten massaged his face. He was tired. So tired. With no clear end in sight for the situation. He felt the energy get sapped away from his worn-out and battle-scarred body. He had been fighting for quite some time, and he didn't even have the time to properly greet the guests from the Empire. Thinking about them, Arten closed his eyes. I wasn't able to greet them properly, but they gave me a rather good impression. If they joined, then maybe we'll be able to relieve a bit of the burden from the soldiers, but would they really be of any help? Strength wasn't the only thing required when dealing with the monsters in the outer walls. The cadets needed to be well-versed in the orders and needed to be organized. If they weren't able to properly organize themselves or take in orders, then there was a very good chance they could become burdens instead of helpers. This wasn't a risk Arten was willing to take, and as such he was quick to dismiss the idea. Opening his eyes again, he raised his head to look at the somber gray sky, a perfect reflection of his inner mood. Stepping forward, a magic circle appeared in his hand. It carried a faint purple hue, and a terrifying pressure burst out from it the moment it appeared. Locking eyes with a certain monster in the distance, a shiver ran down his spine as he instinctively tensed his back. Every muscle coiled like a spring ready to snap. His fingers twitched, readying the magic circle in his hand. The beast, a tall and skinny creature covered in long hair that cascaded down onto the ground to display its sickly pale eyes, took a slow, deliberate step forward, its claws scraping against the ground with a grating screech that sent chills through the air. Arten's expression tensed ever further as the two locked eyes, and just as he prepared to act, something happened. Swoosh! The world suddenly grew white. Yes, it grew white. And everything came to a sudden stop. Nobody understood where it came from and what happened, but it happened fast. So fast that they didn't even have the time to blink. By the time the world recovered, the sky changed. Everything came to a sudden standstill then. All eyes lifted up and stared towards the sky. It's blue. Mumbling quietly, Arten's mind blanked. He couldn't understand the sudden changes, and the same was true for all the people present. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? The sky. Everyone's mind fell away from the walls and towards the sky. How could it not when the same sky that had plagued the Kasha for so long suddenly disappeared? That same sky was the very same reason why they couldn't grow crops, and why their land was deemed forgotten. The change didn't just signify change, but it also signified freedom. Their lands, they were now free. However, the joy was merely short-lived. Snapping out of it, Arten's head flicked to face the city as he suddenly noticed several figures sprinting in their direction. Arten's eyes squinted, and he soon got a better look at the figure. Aren't they the cadets? Indeed, he could recognize them. Although they were all wearing a disguise, he could see their faces. Staring at them and seeing them all rush forward, he frowned. What are they doing? He had directly told them to not come anywhere near the walls. Why were they suddenly here? House leader, what should we do? Should we stop them? Overhearing a few concerned commands from the people next to him, Arten raised his hand and stopped them. No, they're with us. Let them pass. Are you sure? Yes, they are my responsibility. Understood. Let them pass. Don't stoop them. Arten's eyes narrowed while following the cadets. His thoughts juggled over several possibilities before suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Could it be because of the sky? Wait, could the sky be related to them? Arten's expression shifted slightly, almost imperceptibly, until he felt something land on his shoulder. Turning his head, he caught sight of a red leaf drifting down. Catching it with his hand, he looked at it for a good moment until, squelch, he felt something grip his ankle. Flicking his head down, his face froze at the sight that greeted him, and just as he snatched his foot away, he heard a large bang coming from the direction of the gates. What are you doing? Stop. What is happening? We're under attack. Turning to look, his face changed dramatically when he noticed the cadets attacking the walls at the same time. Bang, bang. The combined power of all the cadets was nothing to scoff at, and before Arten could even react, spells rained down on the walls. No. Arten rushed forward in an attempt to stop them, but by then, it was already too late. From behind the cadets, a shadow burst into view. A lone figure streaking through the air with both hands on his sword. In one swift motion, the figure slashed downward, striking the walls. Boom! The deafening explosion shook the ground as the walls crumbled down like an avalanche. What is this? Arten's breath stopped, his legs trembling beneath him as the chaos unfolded. All of a sudden, his mind raced, and his own voice echoed within his mind. Yes, they are my responsibility. Eek! A shrill, bone-chilling screech pierced the air shortly after. Arten's gaze snapped downward, his face growing pale at the sight that greeted him. Boom, boom. Through the shattered walls, several large monsters surged forward, their grotesque shapes illuminated by the flames devouring the walls. As his ears rang relentlessly, Arten tumbled forward. What have they done? He whispered, the weight of the situation crushing down on him. What have they done? What is going on? The moment the walls crumbled, we all rushed down to see several elders of the House of Astrid rushing in our direction. The northern wall has crumbled. Monsters are starting to flood into the city. How many? What's their general power? We can't determine, but it appears that there are at least several terror-ranked creatures. We cannot exclude the possibility of destroyer ranks being present. I understand. Despite the gravity of the situation, the head elder remained cool-headed and merely nodded her head upon hearing the short report. She then started issuing orders after a little bit of thought. We've been absent for quite some time. Everyone looks to have recovered from the entire ordeal. It's about time that we fulfill our job as the foremost house within the Eastern Kasha. Flicking her hand, she turned to look at the courtyard. Prepare everyone for combat. Those who are already ready should proceed to the northern walls. Ensure that as few monsters as possible reach the residential districts. Send a few others to reinforce the other walls. Yes, understood. With that, the elders scattered around, issuing orders to all that could fight. I stood by and watched everything from behind as the head elder finally turned her attention in our general direction. With a wry smile, she lowered her head. I apologize, friends from afar. But as you can see, we'll have to halt our talks for now. There are pressing matters that we must attend to. If you wish, you can stay within the walls of our estate while we handle the situation. We can continue the talks shortly after that. No, it's okay. I raised my hand to stop her. Turning to look in the direction of where the northern walls, my lips pressed tightly together. They're over there. My connection with Almighty once again returned. Although I could still not communicate with the owl, I knew they were there. Since that was the case, there was no need for me to stay here any longer. I looked at the head elder directly in the eye. We'll be going too. There's no need for us to stay any longer. How could this? We already owe you a great debt of gratitude. We can't have you imp. It's not that. I interrupted her before she could finish her sentence. Our classmates are currently there. Since they're also fighting there, we might as well join them. Surprise flashed across the aged woman's features. There's more of you? A lot more. Her expression grew a little strange, but she didn't ask anymore. Very well. She held her hand out to me. Since that's the case, you three grab onto my hand. It'll bring you all directly to the northern walls. Okay. I reached forward and grabbed her hand, Caius and Kalian following right after. Get ready. Following her words, my vision abruptly shifted, and the surroundings transformed. The air became noticeably thicker, and a strong smell of smoke assaulted my nostrils. It was really powerful, and by the time I recovered, I was met with a sea of flames. That wasn't all. Screams and monsters appeared everywhere. The scene was chaotic. Recovering my vision, my eyes eventually fell in a certain direction and I came to an abrupt halt. The same was true for the head elder, who paused and looked back at the three of us. Are they with you? I didn't answer but merely looked toward the few familiar figures, rushing alongside the monsters and attacking the knights positioned by the walls. Swallowing quietly, I nodded. Yes, it was them without a doubt. It's them. Chapter 507. Don't look. How did things turn out like this? Kalian mumbled, staring at the scene that greeted him beneath. He stared at the individual faces and understood that they were the same people that he knew. How did this happen? They've fallen under some sort of mind magic. Hearing Julian's voice, Kalian looked at him. He seemed unusually calm about the situation, especially considering how things were evolving. It almost felt like he knew in advance. But there was no way, right? No, wait. Kalian suddenly recalled the owl and it all clicked into place. I lost connection with Almighty a while ago, so I had an inkling that something like this would happen. Kalian paused for a second and blinked his eyes. Did he just say Almighty? Surely he didn't hear wrongly, did he? Wait, did you say mind magic? Yes. Julian nodded seriously as he mumbled. Take a look at their eyes and see how unfocused they are. They're not acting out of their own will. This looks like something coming from the spirit category of mind magic. Kalian quickly understood. Spirit magic was the most unique and rare form of magic that came from the mind category. There were rarely any people who were born with talent in it, but those who were born with such talent were quite the noteworthy figures. This was essentially due to how unique the spirit category was. Most of those who were talented in the spirit category ended up becoming high-ranking clerics due to their ability to manipulate and control souls. Especially powerful spirit users could control the souls of other living beings such as monsters or humans to do their bidding, in some sense like mind control. Of course, there were specific limits to such magic, and just like emotive magic, it was extremely hard to improve. There was a reason why there weren't that many spirit users. However, just like emotive magic, those who succeeded in such magic all became extremely powerful and noteworthy figures. Realization dawned on him knowing all this and looking down to see the familiar faces. A spirit user is controlling them. His expression grew grim at the realization. If someone is controlling them, then the only way we can free them is to directly find the one responsible for all of this and deal with them. This time, it was the head elder who spoke. She had come up with a similar conclusion to Kalian's, and her expression was similarly grim. In any case, while it is important that we figure out who the mastermind behind all of this is, we should start taking action before your classmates end up dying. Bang! A muffled yet terrifying explosion echoed in the distance. Flicking his head to look at the chaos, Kalian saw the members in the northern wall directly dash down the walls to attack the monsters and cadets. Attack them. Kill them. Don't let any one of them survive. He could see a massive difference in skill level and knew that if they didn't interfere soon, things would get quite bad for them. He wasn't the only one who understood this. Be it Julian or Caius. The two of them understood as well, and with the help of the head elder, they rushed forward. Arriving just close enough to the scene, the head elder infused her voice with mana and spoke. Stop. Her powerful voice reverberated loudly throughout the surroundings. It rang loud enough to sweep everything, and several figures stopped at once. In particular, she caught the eye of Arton, who froze mid-motion and looked in her direction. Rosanna? His voice carried hints of surprise, but soon his surprise turned into wariness as he noticed the three figures standing alongside her. I don't recognize their faces, but one of them feels particularly familiar. He was talking about Julian, who felt eerily familiar to the old man he had mistakenly assumed for Professor. His frown deepened at the thought as his head raised slightly to eye Rosanna Astrid, the current head elder of the House of Astrid. Ting! Pressing her staff onto the ground, a terrifying pressure swept the surroundings, halting the advance of the monsters momentarily. Stop your attacks at once. Oh! Arton's eyes narrowed, briefly glancing at the frozen monsters. Stop? Do you have any idea what they've done? Do you? Look carefully, they're being controlled. Rosanna pointed directly at the cadets, but Arton didn't even spare them a glance. Do you think I can't see that? Then? Do you think we have a choice in the matter? If we don't get rid of them, then they'll enter through and kill everyone within the borders. Had you been present then, I understand. Pressing her hand, she cut Arton off and looked around. We were in a situation ourselves, which is why we weren't present. But don't worry. We have managed to resolve it, and it's thanks to these three. She gently nudged in Kalian, Julian, and Caius' direction with a gentle smile. At the same time, the pressure coming out of her body intensified. Beneath her, the monsters shook and several of the weaker ones exploded on the spot. Bang bang. Blood splurted all over the streets as she looked down coldly. Cleaning this up might be a lot more troublesome than I thought. There were quite a few powerful monsters that she couldn't deal with quickly. Thankfully, she wasn't the only reinforcement from the House of Astrid. With then, rumble. Rosanna's expression suddenly froze. Slowly lifting her head, her gaze fixed on the direction of the shattered gate. Rumble. A deep, guttural tremor resonated through the air as a massive, clawed red hand emerged from behind, gripping the top of the crumbled wall with unnatural force. Its shattered nails scraped against the stone, sending a spine-chilling screech across the surroundings. Shortly after, a powerful pressure enveloped the surroundings. When did it? Careful. Almost immediately everyone grew alarmed. For a monster of such immense proportions to appear so suddenly and unexpectedly, it was as if the air itself froze in shock. Bang! The walls shattered, forcing several people to leap back as an enormous humanoid red creature emerged. Its hollow eyes, long and stringy black hair cascading unevenly from the sides of its head, and sharp, angular nose combined to create a truly terrifying sight. Kalian found himself stepping back at the sight of the creature as Rosanna stepped forward. Yes, this is going to be quite troublesome. At the same time, she glanced in Arton's direction and the two nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Destroyer rank. Destroyer rank. Beyond terror was the Destroyer rank, which ranged between Tier 7 and Tier 8. However, what truly made Destroyer-ranked creatures scary wasn't their tier, but their intelligence, which was a level above that of a Terror rank, capable of fully understanding emotions and other aspects of the human mind. Boom! Lifting her staff in the air, An enormous blue magic circle formed in the air as Rosanna eyed the monster in the distance who took notice of her, offering a creepy and unnerving smile that reached the ends of its face. The atmosphere seemed to freeze over at the sight of the smile. It was just a simple smile, and yet, why does it feel like it's mocking us? Right, it was mocking them. Why? But why? Bang. All of a sudden, a muffled bang echoed from the very opposite end of where they stood. Rosanna's expression stiffened, and so did that of everybody else present. Bang. Another muffled bang resounded in the air, and the tension that filtered through the air seemed to magnify. This became especially glaring upon hearing the third and last muffled explosion as the walls on each side of the city crumbled. Oh, this. Kalian looked at all sides of the city with a pale expression as his lips pursed tightly together. This is really bad. Rosanna's expression alone was telling enough of how serious the situation was. But if that wasn't enough, turning his head one more time, Kalian's lips parted open before freezing on the spot as the spot he turned to look at was empty. Where in the... Feeling his heart sink, he looked to his left and right, but regardless of where he looked, he was nowhere in sight. Eventually, his gaze fell on Caius, who looked back at him with a silent expression. The two stared at each other for a few seconds before Caius' lips parted. Why do you even look surprised? Are you sure it's this way? Yes. Pebble's voice echoed quietly inside my mind as I nodded and kept my footsteps light. Slipping past everyone wasn't exactly easy, especially since there was such a powerful person standing next to me. But the sudden appearance of the destroyer-ranked monster made things a lot easier for me. Added with Veil of Deceit, I was able to slip out rather quickly. Swoosh. Navigating through the rubble, I carefully made my way past the chaos at the focal point. Slipping through one of the major cracks in the shattered walls, I slipped out of the city, exposing me to the outer area of the Kasha. Stepping out of the walls, my steps momentarily paused upon seeing the sight that greeted me. I did a double take to make sure I wasn't seeing things, but looking at the area in front of me, I felt my stomach flip. This is worse than I thought. The land before me was completely arid, devoid of any vegetation, while monsters appeared to lurk everywhere, all of which were mindlessly moving towards the walls as though they had a mind of their own. The air felt heavy, and the ground beneath me was cracked and dry. Normally, I wouldn't feel too much upon seeing this sight, but what truly took my attention was the massive tree that appeared in the very far distance. Despite the distance, it still stood tall, reaching toward the sky. Its blood-red leaves swayed faintly in the air, casting a chilling and oppressive atmosphere all around. Something about its leaves felt compelling, and the more they swayed, the more I felt myself lose sense of my mind. Russell, wake up. Pebble's voice was all it took for me to snap out of it as I quickly shifted my eyes away from the tree. At the same time, I felt my heart beat loudly against my mind as I pressed my hand tightly against my chest. That was close. Lifting my head slightly, I felt a close sense of dread upon seeing the tree in the distance. I merely glanced at it for a second before looking away again. Just one look and I felt my mind start to fog up. Be careful. Unlike me, Pebble had no issue staring at the tree. Hearing Pebble's solemn voice, I kept my face down. However, its next words almost made me jump up on the spot. I don't know how, but it looks like that stupid tree is close to breaking through to the destroyer rank. Chapter 508. Don't look. 2. Boo. I took a deep breath upon hearing Pebble's words. I wasn't too surprised, as a single glance was enough to give me a clue. Just a single glance was enough to put me into a trance. That alone was enough to give me a sense of dread that I hadn't felt in the past when interacting with the tree. What exactly happened to the real body in the time that Almighty was with me? I thought about the question for a good minute before snapping out of it. Lifting my head and staring at the numerous monsters that moved directly from the tree, I pursed my lips tightly. Right, this isn't the right time to think about this. There was a more pressing matter that I needed to tend to. Turning my head, my eyes eventually settled over several figures who all rushed out at the same time, their destination the tree in the distance. As expected, they're all going to the tree. They were most likely going to serve as nutrients for the tree to break through to the destroyer rank. My heart pressed at the thought. If the tree was allowed to break through, then I was afraid that even the head elder from the House of Astrid would not be able to do much. By then, everyone would be forced to leave and Leon and the others would most likely die. That couldn't happen, especially since Almighty had yet to contact me. What are you thinking of doing? What else? Licking my lips, I looked at Pebble. I don't really have that many options. If I let them go, then there's a high chance that the tree will reach the destroyer rank. Even if I do try to escape, there's a very real chance I might get swept into the tree's illusion. Furthermore, I paused there, recalling a certain vision I had recently experienced. I think I might know who the one behind all of this is. With that being said, considering the nature of the visions, there was no guarantee that she was the one responsible for everything. Nonetheless, I still had to be wary. The real problem right now is getting near the tree without getting noticed. There were a lot of powerful monsters nearby, and getting past them without being noticed was going to be a challenge. In fact, I had no idea how to proceed. Don't worry. But apparently Pebble did. Just follow them. Ah? I blinked my eyes, looking in the direction of where Pebble pointed before looking back at it. Are you serious? Pebble was directly pointing at where Leon and the other were. I half expected Pebble to retract its comment, but seeing its dead serious expression, I knew it wasn't joking. Yes, you can follow them. What are you? Did you forget you have that stupid tree's bone inside of you? My brows jumped up upon hearing this. Are you saying that it won't recognize me as a threat? Yes. Considering that stupid tree has no consciousness, it won't recognize the irregularity. And how sure are you of this assumption? I just had to ask because this felt like an extremely dangerous suggestion. One wrong move and I was done for. Pebble's next words almost made me puke. 50%. Haha. What else could I do but laugh? Hearing the ridiculous percentage, I wanted to just turn around and leave. Still, it's worth a try. At the end of the day, I was confident in escaping. If the monsters didn't detect me then with my domain alongside my speed, I was certain that I could narrowly escape the situation. It was still risky, but I didn't really have much of a choice. Ooh. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward while glancing at Pebble, who rested quietly over my shoulder. If I do end up dying, they'll make sure you fall alongside me. Thump, thump. With each heavy step, the ground beneath me seemed to shudder, vibrating through my bones. Yerk. A low, guttural growl echoed from the path in front of me. The sound of their footsteps, slow, deliberate, grew louder, synchronizing with the beat of my own heart. Bah, thump, bah, thump. My throat tightened, making it difficult to swallow, but I forced it down as cold sweat slicked the back of my shirt, dampening my skin. Ooh. I moved extremely carefully, trying to navigate myself through the horde of monsters and in the direction of where Leon and the others were heading. But it was then that I had to stop. Ah. Lifting my head, my breath left my body. Thump. All of a sudden, an enormous figure strode past, its immense bulk causing the ground to tremble beneath my feet. I froze, barely breathing, as the shadow of the beast fell over me. My pulse thudded in my ears, drowning out all sound except for the muffled thump that came alongside the step. I didn't dare look up, but I felt its presence loom over me. Swallowing hard, my throat felt painfully dry in my throat. This was especially so after I felt a foul smell linger in my nostrils. It smelled putrid, almost like that of rotten eggs, and my nose crunched up. Thump. As another creature passed, I instinctively moved aside, just enough to let them pass. Yerk. Their hot breath brushed past my face as I closed my eyes and stood rooted on the spot, my body tense and ready to react at any second. Thankfully, thump, thump. Just like the first monster, it moved past me and didn't look back. It's working. My nerves were running high, but it was working. Pebble's suggestion was working. I was able to move forward without the monsters taking note of me. Looking ahead and seeing the numerous monsters that were heading my way, I secretly swallowed all the apprehension away and increased my pace. Bah, thump, bah, thump. Despite my best attempts at trying to calm my nerves, my heart continued to beat wildly. So much so that I found a rare notification flash past my eyes. I almost had to do a double take to make sure I wasn't seeing things. It had been a while since I had last seen such a notification that didn't deal with that emotion. It felt almost welcomed considering how I had been stuck recently with regards to my emotive magic. Ooh. Taking another deep breath, I brushed the thought away and continued to march forward. Thump, thump. With each step of the monsters, the earth shuddered. Several times, I almost found myself stumbling forward, just barely keeping myself balanced. Despite none of the monsters looking at me or even paying attention to me, I remained extremely tense. One wrong move and I was certain I would end up dying. Just in case, I had a small vial inside of my lips. That was my last resort. I thought about using it beforehand, but thought it'd be a waste considering how things would become more dangerous the further I went. I wanted to use it at just the right time, and I might not have to wait for too long for that time. Slowly lifting my head, my vision became engulfed in a deep, unsettling red. Rustle. Its trees gently rustled in the air while its dark bark shot up towards the sky, towering over everything within its surroundings. My eyes grew slack upon setting sight of the tree, and if not for the fact that I immediately took my eyes away, I was afraid I'd have already fallen into an illusion. In fact, I wasn't even sure if I was an illusion or not at this very moment. And this was what made the tree especially terrifying, because it could sweep someone under its control without them noticing. Thankfully, I wasn't fully unprepared for this. I can feel the bone inside me resonate slightly. It almost felt like it was screaming for the large tree in front of me. Rustle, rustle. In response, the tree's leaves rustled with more force. The sight made my body tense, but I quickly dismissed it when I finally saw Leon and the others stop. They're stopping. I took the chance to get closer to them, blending quietly within the surroundings as I tried to look for any other presence. But as I looked around, I realized there was no one present. Where are they? I was sure they were somewhere, but where exactly? Where could they? Bert. It was right then that the ground beneath trembled. Before I even had time to react, several large roots sprouted from beneath where the others were, shooting toward them rapidly and tangling over their legs and arms. Its movements were rapid, and in just a second I saw everyone get wrapped by the roots. I wanted to do something but stopped myself. I was rational enough to understand that whatever I did at the moment would only jeopardize myself. The only thing I could do was stare at the scene with bated breath. Or at least that was what I thought at first. All of a sudden, looking towards the others, I realized something. Leon. Where is Leon? Looking around, he was nowhere in sight. Strange, he was just there. How did he? My head flicked back all of a sudden and my heart almost jumped out of my throat as a figure appeared behind me. When? I hadn't even noticed them. However, it was too late. By the time I realized, a root sprouted from the ground and reaching for my throat. I tried reacting quickly, imagining a green orb, but it was too late. The root tangled itself around my throat and I felt my body get lifted into the air. All of this happened in a matter of a second, and by the time I understood what had happened, it was too late as I found myself getting thrown towards the tree. Bang! I felt the wind get knocked out of me as I smashed directly onto the bark of the tree. Squelch! A root appeared shortly after, tangling my right arm right as I tried to get up, and I heard the sound of a single step ahead of me. Tack! Looking up, a pair of gray eyes looked directly at me as the world above appeared to be covered in a veil of red. With his mask gone, and his disguise thrown away, his presence felt a lot more pressuring. Shying. Unsheathing his sword, Leon pointed the sword directly my way as his cold eyes looked down on me. Seeing the state he was in, the corner of my lips pulled as I leaned back. The scene, while slightly different from the vision, still ended up being the exact same. Since that was the case, I raised my head and looked behind Leon, towards the figure standing far behind him. Are you not going to greet me? The figure stepped forward, revealing her soft features resembling much of my own. That's when I felt my lips pull even further. For some reason, the situation felt strangely amusing. Mother. Chapter 509. Don't look. 3.0. Click. Clack. The gentle click of her heels echoed softly, each step breaking the eerie silence as her features emerged from the faint shadow cast by the towering tree above. From her soft brown hair to her matching eyes, she bore a striking resemblance to me. However, if there was one different thing, it was the smile that hung on her lips, carried hints of surprise, and at the same time felt mocking. You recognize me? I've never been told about having a sister. Logic tells me you're my mother. Ha ha ha. Covering her mouth, she laughed gently. Her crisp and melodious laugh quietly reverberated through the surroundings. It felt soothing to the ears, and yet, listening to the laugh, I felt the back of my scalp tingle. Something about this woman doesn't feel right. I knew nothing about her. Leon never told me anything about her besides the fact that she was dead. However, she clearly wasn't. In that sense, there were only two possible scenarios that could explain the current situation. One, that she wasn't actually dead, or two, this was an illusion. I would like to think that this is an illusion, but looking around, staring at the gently rustling leaves, I licked my lips which had gone dry. This is no illusion. Look at you. Something cool touched the bottom of my chin, lifting it up faintly. My heart almost stopped beating then. When did she? It's been so long since I've last seen you. You've grown so much. She paused, bringing her face closer to mine while examining it carefully. You look just like your father. Her deep brown eyes suddenly turned hollow at the mention of my father. I could see her demeanor shift for a brief second, briefly shifting into that of a new person. I could only stare at her from my position with my breath held. Though I couldn't quite tell how powerful she was, I could feel an invisible pressure enveloping every part of me. Not just his looks, but his demeanor. You're quite calm despite the situation that you're in. Is that so? I was indeed calm, but not because I wasn't scared or anything like that. Swallowing my saliva, I forced a thin smile and looked around me. You're hosting quite the party over here. Care to tell me what you're planning? Staring blankly at me, my mother suddenly smiled. Her smile was wide, almost enchanting as she let go of my chin and moved back. So not only do you look like your father and your demeanor is similar, but your cunning is not that much different. What could you? Do you think I don't know what you're trying to do? Looking directly at me, her deep brown eyes pierced right through me. I suddenly felt stuck, as several more vines appeared from out of nowhere, grasping my body and pulling it further into the tree. Before I had any chance to react, she turned around and directly placed her hand against Leon's chest. Bang! His body flung away rapidly, crashing towards the distance. Yuk! As a pained groan escaped his lips, Leon collapsed onto the ground and held himself up on all fours, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Then, my mother looked at me, her smile carrying a hint of coldness that seeped right into my body. Do you think I can't see through your tricks? My heart sank as I slowly turned to look at the struggling Leon. You should have been more subtle with your actions. Do you think I can't tell who is under my control and who is not? Just because you're pretending to be under my control doesn't mean that I can't tell the difference. Click, clack, slowly walking towards Leon's direction, she bent over and lifted his head up gently. While your appearance wasn't within my estimation, it made things easier for me. I never would have expected that you would have taken it upon yourself to break down the northern walls directly, but you did a good job. She slapped Leon's face a couple of times. It's unfortunate that you stood out a little bit too much. In any case, squelch squelch. With a sharp snap of her fingers, the ground trembled as roots slithered upward like serpents. They writhed and coiled around Leon, their grip tightening as they locked his limbs. In a swift motion, the roots hoisted him into the air, suspending his body in a rigid T-shape. The sound of creaking wood and strained flesh filled the air as Leon's face twisted in pain. It was a sight that left my stomach churning, and shortly after, her attention turned towards me. Son, she gently said, her voice filling my ears with a strange sense of allure that made my mind grow sluggish. It's been a while since I last reunited with you. How about the two of us have a nice reunion? Since you're part of my blood, I won't use you as fertilizer for the tree. Instead, I'll let you see the scene that I want to build. The more she spoke, the more I felt my mind blank. Her voice was extremely soft, and my mind grew alarmed with each word that came out of her mouth. Something is wrong. I knew it. My mind knew, and almost every part of me knew it. And yet, unfortunately, you will only be able to see the end product, but I'm sure you'll come around once you see the end of it. You'll see that I'm not crazy, and by then I'll be able to make up for all the neglect that I've caused you. I could do nothing about her voice. The more she spoke, the deeper I sunk. I wanted to seal my ears and stop her from invading my mind, but I knew it was futile. For an individual who could control so many monsters at once, there was no way that I could easily escape her control. Thankfully, my mind was strong. Her words were soft, melodious, and pleasing to the ears, but my mind was strong enough to see through the illusion of it all. I clenched my teeth and resisted her control. Of course, she quickly saw through my resistance as her brows furrowed. Her voice only grew softer and more pleasing from that point. Thump, thump, like a powerful hammer, she tried to break through the resistance that I built in order to avoid her control, but it wasn't easy. Thump, the more I tried to resist, the stronger her attacks became. My mind quivered and I felt a massive headache coming. Even so, I knew I had to resist. I couldn't let her take control of my mind, especially since she still didn't know I wasn't her real son. The moment she took over, I was almost certain she'd free the real one and seal me away. Thump, thump, the hammering persisted and my face grew numb. She was getting the better of me and my resistance was quickly waning. My entire body started to feel weaker, and I felt the blood drain from my body. Noticing the changes, a faint smile tugged at her lips. You've grown a lot more than I expected. It looks like Aldrich wasn't neglectful in his parenting. It's pleasing to see. She spoke as though she was on the verge of winning, as though everything was under her control. Haha, but it wasn't. Laughing, lifting my head up to stare at her, my left eye twitched due to the pain. Squelch. A root suddenly manifested from behind me, tangling over my body and pulling me back. HM? Squelch, squelch. Several more roots appeared from behind me, clamping onto my body while pulling me deeper back. My mother's expression changed as she mumbled, "What's going on?" with a frown. But it was useless. Turning to look in Leon's direction, I saw him glaring in my direction. From the start, Leon was never meant to be a spy. How could he be a spy? What would he even be able to do with his power? He'd at most try to backstab her. But given her power, how would she fall for such a trick? I also knew that there was no way for her to fall for such a trick. Still, the more obvious it was, the more likely she'd let things go in order to see through the scheme. The only problem with her thinking was that I wanted her to act that way. I had only one goal from the start. Squelch, squelch. That goal was none other than getting Almighty close to its real body. Because only then would Almighty be able to regain control of it. For once the visions were able to help me. Knowing that a scenario like this was likely going to happen, I understood that there was a high likelihood the situation was going to unfold like this. It was for that reason that I had explained the vision to Almighty. From that point, even though I had lost connection with Almighty, I knew it would proceed like the two of us discussed. What's going on? Seeing the situation turning, I saw my mother's face change. Her demeanor was no longer sweet, and her face started to contort. I saw a different side to her, a creepier and colder side that made my entire body shiver. What do you think you're doing? Stepping forward, she raised her hand in an attempt to stop me from moving back, but it was too late. Squelch. The roots pulled me deeper back into the tree, and right as her hand was about to grasp my body, my vision grew dark. A sudden cool sensation washed over me, gripping every inch of my body. It was an intense, bone-chilling cold, and for a moment, it felt as though I was floating weightlessly in the vast emptiness of space. My mind cooled and I almost felt myself lose track of time in this weird state. But the sensation was short-lived. Rustle, rustle. The color red soon devoured my vision, and my feet touched something hard. By the time I regained my bearing, a massive tree loomed over me, directly staring down at me. Standing next to it was a small owl. I smiled at the sight and was just about to speak when Almighty's voice echoed within my ears, sounding a lot more hurried than I expected. Don't look. I stopped, blinking my eyes. The coldness that I thought disappeared suddenly returned and roots started to climb from all around me. Before I even had the time to understand, Almighty spoke again. You look, you die. It was then that I understood. Almighty, something had gone wrong during its integration back with its main body. My heart squeezed. Chapter 510. Don't look. For, although I didn't understand, I immediately lowered my head upon hearing Almighty's voice. You look, you die. Sweat poured down my face as I stared at the ground beneath me. It was also then that I noticed the numerous red leaves that were sprawled beneath me, their deep red color covering the entire floor in a veil of red. Throb. The mere sight of them made my heart throb and I hurriedly closed my eyes. Don't look. Almighty's voice replayed in my mind. What in the world is happening? The situation felt suffocating, and I didn't know how to react. However, despite it all, I remained calm. That was all it took for me to find my voice again. What is happening? Although I couldn't see, it didn't mean that I couldn't talk. I wasn't able to fully integrate back with my main body. I figured that much. I wouldn't have found myself in this situation otherwise. What next? Is there a way for you to reintegrate back with your main body? I do not know. What? This piece of information surprised me. How could Almighty not regain control over its own body? Wasn't this its body? Why wouldn't it be able to? Are you saying that her control over your real body is stronger than you thought and you can't break through? Yes. A clear and affirmative answer. Ooh. I took a deep breath, forcing my mind to calm down further. In that case, what do you need to break through? Is there a way that I can help? I didn't really have much of a choice in this regard. If Almighty couldn't regain control over its own body back then, I'd be as good as done for. Yes, you can do something. Okay, tell me. Stall for time. I almost opened my eyes. What did it just say? Stall for time while I try to fight for control back. That. Make sure you keep your eyes closed the entire time. If you look, you will die. Wait, I'm leaving. Just like that, Almighty left me on my own devices. I could hardly understand what was going on before I suddenly heard a familiar squelching sound coming from right behind me and my thoughts froze. Swoosh. Instinctively, I moved my body to the side as I heard a gentle rustling coming from behind me. However, I was a little late with my actions. A sharp pain flared in my side as I felt a gash tear across my body. Quickly covering my right side and feeling my hand become damp, I tightly clenched my teeth. This is bad. Without the ability to see, I could hardly tell where the attacks were coming from. I could pick up a few clues and hints from the sounds around me, but it was barely enough to go on. Swoosh. Flicking my head to the right, the side of my cheek burned. Unfortunately, I didn't have much time to dwell on the pain as I heard a faint rustling coming from my right side. It was just when I was about to move when a voice whispered in my ear. Stop, you're moving too far to the right. I pressed my foot against the ground, and something grazed the tip of my nose. Cold sweat trickled down my back as my entire body chilled. I had narrowly avoided being struck. Had I not listened to Pebble, then I would have. Don't get complacent. There's several coming from your right and left. Damn it. I felt my face visibly contort at the news. What sort of messed up situation was this? They're coming. Swoosh, swoosh. But I still didn't have much of a choice. Perking up my ears and following Pebble's voice, I contorted my body in a way I had never done so before and just barely avoided the incoming attacks. Thump. Falling back. I quickly pushed myself back up. Following this, Pebble's voice grew grave. Use step of suppression. I didn't hesitate, I just acted. Stepping forward, I felt the mana drain rapidly from my body. What followed after were a series of thumps as the roots all fell down onto the ground. However, instead of being happy, my heart sank. How many were there? Pebble's tone made a lot more sense. But I can't keep up like this. Without the ability to see, I couldn't rely on my ears and Pebble to tell me what to do. They were too unreliable. I needed to think of something else. A better way to handle this. A thought occurred to me then. What if? Use the skill again, human. They're coming from all sides. It would be snap. With a snap of my fingers, something stirred beneath me, writhing before gradually spreading outward. The mana inside of my body drained further, but it was still manageable as my scope of vision suddenly expanded. I can see it. Swoosh. My right ear tingled and several images formed in my mind. It all became easy from then. Bringing my hand forward, threads shot out in several directions, all aimed at the incoming roots. Show. With pinpoint precision, the threads struck the roots directly, snapping them back. I heaved a visible sigh of relief upon seeing this as my muscles relaxed. I should have thought of this sooner. Though I still couldn't see, my domain allowed me to sense everything that entered it. Using that information, I was able to create images inside of my mind to replicate exactly what was happening around me. It all became easy from that point. Swoosh. The roots were neither too fast nor too slow. I could easily avoid them now that I could visualize them. I also understood that this was merely a small glimpse of the power of Almighty's real body. It was likely far too busy dealing with Almighty, who was struggling to regain control back of its own body to fully focus on me. I took advantage of this and flicked my hand in the air, giving form to several dozen threads that shot all around to form a small net that protected me from the roots. From the moment one would get close, the threads would snap, cutting the root directly. Ha! With a visible look of relief, I finally decided to open my eyes. My head throbbed the moment I did so as the faint outline of a tree appeared not far from where I stood, but I was still able to remain conscious due to the fact that my domain presided over it. Looks like we're safe for now. I looked at Pebble beneath me, its body gently blending with the darkness that surrounded the two of us. If not for its eyes, I would have probably lost track of it. It's not over. What? I hastily raised my head and looked at the outline of the tree in the distance. At first glance, everything seemed fine. The leaves rustled gently in the air while the tree remained firmly rooted. What exactly could? There's no guarantee that stupid tree will be able to take back its body. No. Pebble's eyes narrowed. It's in fact losing. What? I hastily turned to look at Pebble. Is her control that strong? No. Then, the body is rejecting that stupid owl. Is that even possible? Yes. Pebble turned its head to look in my direction. And it's all your fault. My fault? I incredulously looked at the cat. How could it be my fault? I don't even recall doing anything to its body that might. More precisely, it's that blood of yours. Wait, a thought suddenly occurred to me. Are you talking about the blood I ingested? Heraclius 1? Yes. Pebble nodded its head, slowly walking towards the outline of the tree in the distance. Whatever that blood may be, whether it's from a past version of yourself or someone else, it has seamlessly integrated into your body. That includes your bones. It all suddenly started to click into place. That foolish owl and I are now part of those bones. The two of us reside within them, and the entity to whom that blood belonged was incredibly powerful. Powerful enough to completely overpower us and integrate the bones fully with your body. With that stupid owl out of its main body, it no longer was capable of cognitive thinking at a high level. The moment that owl left, its main body merely became a vessel waiting for its mind to return. However, its mind has been tainted. Pebble looked directly at me. Its body can no longer recognize its mind. With the added control imposed by the woman who birthed you, the owl is now struggling to reclaim its body. In fact, the situation looks very grim. Rustle. Right after Pebble's words faded, a rustling sound echoed through the air. Lifting my head, my face started to stiffen. A faint droplet of red appeared in the dark world of my domain. At first, I was perplexed, but soon, like ink spreading from a marker, the color red began to expand in the dark world. Leaves started to spread and my heart started to throb. Staring at the expanding red, I felt something invade my mind. Immediately, alarm bells rang in my mind, telling me to shut my eyes and look away. But I can't. To my horror, my eyes wouldn't close. They refused to close. All I could do was stare blankly at the leaves that hung in the air, slowly exposing the true body of the tree. I felt my breath leave my body. I wanted to turn around, but before I knew it, roots appeared all around me, grasping onto my legs and arms. When exactly? Squelch, squelch. My mind churned all of a sudden. Unable to tear my gaze away from the tree, I felt everything around me grow blurry as all noise and thoughts started to fade. I was able to remain calm. But what could calmness do in this situation? I was starting to losing my mind. My thoughts were start to fading. I couldn't thinking. I calm. Snap out of it. Breaking me out of it all was a loud voice as I felt my body get shoved to the side. What in the... By the time I regained my bearings, a pair of gray eyes stared back at me. Leon? I blinked once more to make sure I wasn't seeing things, and soon I finally started to realize what had happened. You? Me? Ha, what? His breathing was rough and he looked to be completely worn out. You look like shit. I shouldn't have saved you. I cracked a smile then. Took you long enough. Yeah. Leon took another deep breath and swiped his sword down, cutting the roots and tangling my entire body. I was also stuck in the same spot as you. If not for the fact that you made your position obvious with your domain, I would have had a hard time finding you. Right? Shaking off the roots tangling my arms and legs, I wobbled down and just barely managed to keep myself steady. Pebble appeared right below me. You don't have much time. I know. I wasn't looking at the tree, and yet, I could already feel it trying to influence my mind. We didn't have much time. But what do? I didn't know what to do. What exactly could I do to stop this entire situation? If I failed to help Almighty, Julian's mother would fully control the tree, and I'd be done. Especially since there was a very high likelihood of her figuring out that I wasn't the real Julian. What exactly can I... No, don't think. Keeping my head lowered, an idea occurred to me and my chest trembled. Under Leon's and Pebble's confused looks, I stepped forward. Towards the tree. Human? Julian? What are you? I didn't pay attention to their voices and just focused on the tree. My mind was once again starting to grow numb and my thoughts were starting to disappear. But I didn't need to think. I just needed to act. Arriving by the tree, I reached out for my mouth and retrieved a small vial. Plop. Opening it, I slowly poured it down. A viscous red liquid plopped down onto the tree, sinking into its root as I slowly brought my hand forward and touched the bark of the tree. Very well, I mumbled. I hope this doesn't go to waste. My vision grew dark shortly after. Chapter 511. Bloom 1. Rustle. A peculiar silence settled over the area, broken only by the soft rustling of leaves that echoed around. Staring blankly at the red veil that covered the blue sky, Seraphina's eyes grew slack. Even now, she didn't understand how the sky suddenly changed. It made her extremely wary, but she felt no changes coming from within her surroundings. Furthermore, her vision was different from the others. She could see things others couldn't see, and beyond the veil of red that covered her vision, she could see over 100 different threads, each tethered to a different monster advancing toward various parts of the city. From their breathing and thought process, she could perceive it all, and at the same time control them. Their eyes were her eyes, their ears were her ears, and their mind was her mind. Through such sight, she knew there was no one that could pose a threat to her. Once she established a connection with a monster, there was no escaping it, unless something directly happened to her. So then, why? Her eyes grew even more vacant as Seraphina stared at the tree before her. Over a dozen threads extended toward the tree, attempting to connect with it, but every effort was in vain. She had lost connection with the tree. No, I didn't. She could still feel a faint sign from it, one that grew stronger with the more threads she connected. Something has been trying to take control over it. Her immediate thoughts were towards her son, Julian. All of this happened as a result of him. However, she knew Julian best. She knew of his talents, and she understood he was no spirit mage. Even if he tried to learn it, there was no way he could not become skilled enough to challenge her. There had to be something more to the situation. But what? What exactly? Does it even matter? Her thoughts abruptly stopped as she placed her hand against the tree. Feeling the rough bark of the tree, she raised her head to stare at the blood-red leaves. Right, it doesn't really matter. The corner of her lips pulled upward. There were many things she wasn't particularly good at. She wasn't a great mother, an exceptional cook, or even a patient listener. She had her flaws. But when it came to spirit magic, there were few, if any, who could surpass her. So what if someone was trying to take over? It didn't really matter. Even if she didn't know the answers now, she could find out once she took control over everything, including her son. It's a bit of a pity that I might have to slow things down a bit, but I can wait. A faint glow manifested around her palm. The threads latching onto the tree multiplied, and a dull ache began to throb in her mind. Yet, the pain only made her smile widen. Whatever the situation was, she knew that once she gained control back of the tree, she could quickly evolve it into the destroyer rank. By then, who could stop her? Where am I? Just as my vision faded to black, I felt my body being pulled into the tree, and a strange, weightless sensation enveloped my mind. I didn't know for how long the sensation lasted, but by the time I recovered, I found myself standing in the middle of a dark and lonesome world, the mirror dimension, staring at the white sun in the distance, and feeling the arid and dry air. I realized instantly where I was. But why was I here? All I remember doing was, is it working? How would I know? We should wait for a bit and see. My head flicked back upon hearing the sound of several voices behind me. Turning my head, I saw an elderly couple hunched over, their hands pressed against the ground while they scooted the earth together. Shortly after, they began to water the ground. Shah! I watched the scene with an incredulous look. What sort of, do you think it's going to work? I don't know, but it has to work. Lifting his head up, the old man wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was thin and his face was pale. It didn't seem like he had a lot of time left. Cough, cough, and as expected, his coughing suggested the same thing. Greg. The woman hastily rushed to the man's side, but it was to no avail. The coughing didn't stop and they only grew more violent with each second that passed. Cough. Eventually, blood leaked out from his mouth, forcing him to the ground. Greg. The elderly woman only grew more concerned as she took him in his embrace, but regardless of all her attempts, she couldn't do a thing. All she could do was watch as he struggled in her grasp. Tears streamed down her face while her face mirrored the look of pain on the elderly man's face. While the two weren't a couple, they had spent a lot of time together. They were good friends. I wasn't far from the two and wanted to help, but my feet were rooted on the spot. Couldn't move at all. I was stuck in place. Help. Someone help. Hearing the woman scream, I looked around with a frown. What's the point of screaming for help? Who would even help in this place? Who would? What happened? What's going on? My thoughts were quickly shattered by the sound of a rushed voice in the distance. When I turned to look, I saw several figures appear from a nearby hill, their faces filled with worry and concern. It's Janet and Gret. Hurry. The group didn't hesitate to rush down the hill and move towards the elderly couple. Cough, cough. Keep him still, he'll think of a way to deal with this. A tall man with a rugged build, an unshaven beard, blonde hair, yellow eyes, and a plain shirt grasped the elderly man, swiftly rifling through his bag. He retrieved several pills and handed them to the old man without hesitation. Eat up, they should be able to help for now. At the same time he retrieved the pills, he also retrieved a small bottle of water he quickly handed to the old man. Cough. Through his coughs, the old man forced the pills down his throat. Though not immediate, the pills began to ease the old man's symptoms within a few minutes. It was only then that the group's expressions shifted to visible relief. Thank goodness you made it in time, Ness. Had you been a little bit slower? Yes, I know. Ness, the burly man retrieved the water bottle and placed it in his bag while looking at the old man and then the ground. Were the two of you planting seeds again? Ah yes, the two of you should give up. Nothing can grow in this land. I know, but the woman's eyes grew downcast as she looked at the old man. It's been so long since we've seen a real tree. This place, it's suffocating. It's draining the life out of us. I can't stand being here. I can't anymore. Holding onto her head, the woman raised her voice as her eyes grew bloodshot. She seemed to be on the verge of losing herself. I would have normally questioned the scene in front of me, but more than anything, my eyes were focused on the clothes the group was wearing. They were worn out and somewhat tattered, which was why I couldn't understand it at first, but soon, it all became clear to me and I felt my mind blank momentarily. Yes, of course, they look familiar. They're the same style of clothes that used to be popular back on Earth. Could this mean? Calm down, Janet. There's no need to panic. We'll get out of this place soon enough. You can trust that. But how? I've lost count of how many years I've been stuck in this godforsaken place. I want to go back. I want to go back to Earth. My hunch was correct. The group in front of me was from Earth. If that was the case, then when exactly was this? You know we can't. We're trying. But there's no way out for us. Most of us have been stuck here for several decades already. I know, but I can't take it anymore. Greg can't take it anymore. I've lost count of the amount of people I've had to see leave. I can't. Please trust him. Who? I strained my ears, trying to listen in on their conversation. For some reason, my heart was pounding loudly in my chest. Torin, hell help us get out of this place. Regardless of how long it will take, hell get us out of here. Torin. Recalling the name, a thought occurred to me and the gears of my mind started to turn. Please don't despair, Janet. Torin is strong. Hell get us out of this forsaken place and… His eyes cast in the direction of the old man, and his lips pursed. He can also heal Greg. What? Janet's head flicked up in the direction of the burly man. What do you mean he can heal Greg? What are you, here? Rummaging through his back, The burly man retrieved a small vial and handed it to the old man. Ness. Wait, Ness. The moment he retrieved the vial, the faces of the people behind the burly man changed. But he didn't care and just raised his hand. Stop, I've made my decision. But the decision is final, and it's not like I can't get any more of this. We've already lost a lot of people. We can't afford to lose more. His words left the group with no chance to refute. Bringing the vial to the dying old man, he tugged the old man's chin and plopped the vial open. From the moment you take this vial, you will be transformed. All your troubles will vanish, and you will become someone entirely new. But I can't carelessly give it to you. From the moment I give this to you, your life will no longer be yours. The old man's unfocused eyes shifted slightly. Your life will belong to Terran, and you will live to serve him. You will help us get out of his place, and you will become the pillar that supports humanity through their tough times. Are you willing? A stifling silence filled the surroundings for a brief moment before the old man's lips parted. Why, yes. Good. As the corner of his lips pulled up, Ness brought the vial to the old man's mouth. Cough. Greg. From the moment the liquid touched his mouth, he started coughing, sending a few droplets of the liquid splashing against the ground beneath, forcing Ness to cover his mouth with his hand. Don't spill anything. Drink it. Co. The old man's body trembled fiercely, his entire face growing red. He appeared on the brink of death, but soon after, a transformation began. His flesh tightened, his hair darkened to black, and his eyes became sharper. In just a few seconds, his entire demeanor shifted, and he suddenly looked much younger. Such a scene stunned the woman who stepped back. Who? Seeing the scene, Ness smiled as he looked at Greg. Opening his mouth, he said, From this moment forth, you'll no longer be Greg. From this moment forth, you'll be Genesis. Genesis? Greg, no. Genesis lowered his head, staring at his hands as he clenched and unclenched them repeatedly. After a moment, he raised his head once more. Understood. Good. Turning to look at the old woman, Ness packed his bag. The two of you follow me, it'll lead you to Torin. Perhaps I might be able to provide the elixir to you as well. Me too? Indeed. With the bag slung over his back, the group departed, leaving me utterly stunned and at a complete loss for what I had just witnessed. Especially since something dawned on me. Ness, why did he feel so familiar? And, slowly lowering my head, I gazed at the soil, now stained with the old man's blood. I remained fixated on the spot for an indeterminate amount of time until I felt a change occur, and my entire face stiffened. It was a thin red leaf. Chapter 512. Bloom 2. How is this possible? I couldn't tear my gaze away from the thin red leaf that sprouted from the ground. I couldn't believe my eyes, and upon thinking about the scene from before, a thought occurred to me. When the old man was coughing, a little bit of the blood spilled. Could it be that... Wait, is that even possible? The idea seemed absurd, yet as I stared at the scene unfolding before me, I felt my convictions begin to overturn. But even so, that wasn't all. In spite of my attempts at trying to move, I was still stuck in place. I couldn't move, and all I could do was stare blankly at the small leaf on the ground beneath me. How long? Beneath the arid air, I stood while watching the leaf grow taller. The earth spread and the thin stem connected to the leaf grew taller. A small sapling appeared shortly after. Carrying several red leaves, the sapling stood at the same height as me. I had lost count of how much time had passed. The earth stayed unchanged, the air dry, and above all, the sun remained eerily the same, unchanging and oppressive in its whiteness that seemed to swallow the entire world with just its gaze. I felt suffocated standing beneath it and staring at the sapling in front of me. I could see it also felt the same way. It was suffocating. And yet, despite the harsh conditions, the sapling continued to grow. Over time, it grew into a towering, full-fledged tree, its blood-red leaves spreading wide and casting a canopy over the surroundings, faintly fluttering in an unseen breeze. I stood on the spot, mesmerized by the scene presented in front of me. But for how long could I remain mesmerized for? When is this going to end? Why is it not stopping? Is something else supposed to happen? This is too much. Surely, I wasn't supposed to just stand here and watch the tree grow. That would be too much. That would be... Hey look, a certain voice suddenly jolted me out of my thoughts. Turning my head, a group of people appeared over a distant hill, their faces and clothes worn out. Their faces displayed hints of shock and apprehension upon catching sight of the tree. What is that? I don't know, but it looks like a tree. A tree? But aren't those things? No, be careful. Blocking the path of the group, a young man with flowing black hair and brown eyes stared at the tree with deep apprehension. Looks can be deceiving, don't fall for its look. Could very well be a trap. For now, we should keep track of its spot and warn the others about it. We can't let anything mess with our preparations. It won't be long before we can get out of this place. Preparations? Preparations for what? I strained my ears to listen more carefully. Felt like I was close to learning something new. My heart raced at the thought and I started to get excited, but, pursing his lips, the young man noted down the tree before turning around with the group. No, wait. I reached my hand in their direction. Preparations for what? You still haven't finished saying what you wanted to say. I tried to scream and reach for them, but neither my voice nor touch could reach them. I could only watch in despair as their backs started to fade from my sight. No, wait. What were you going to say? What were? It was useless. In the span of a few seconds, they all faded from my sight. I could neither see nor hear them anymore. Rustle. The only thing that stayed with me was the small tree before me, its blood-red leaves gently rustling in the arid, lifeless air. It was just the two of us. I waited and waited and waited for something to happen. At that moment, I lost my sense of time. With the tree no longer growing, there was nothing for me to focus on. Everything felt so mundane and monotone. It was boring, and the very air itself felt suffocating. This place, it's hell. How could anyone even want to live in this place? Who would? It was then that it happened. CR crack. I heard it. A faint, yet unmistakable sound of glass shattering. My head jerked toward the distance, and there it was. A faint, delicate crack etched itself into the very fabric of the air, as if reality itself was beginning to fracture. Beyond the fracture, I could see a distant world, one that was very different from this world. There, vibrant green dominated the landscape. A vivid blue sky stretched endlessly above, and below it lay breathtaking scenery. A place teeming with life and color, starkly contrasting the world around me. Felt so beautiful, I quickly snapped out of it. Staring towards the distance, I recalled bits and pieces of the world's history I had learned in the past. Era of the Sovereign Ascendants, the era in which the 4 empires were founded. The age of Umbral Dominion, the age of the Mirror Dimension expansion. And lastly, the era of the Shattered World. The oldest known era and the era where the Mirror Dimension appeared. Could this be? I started to recall the prior encounter and my heart suddenly stopped beating. We can't let anything mess with our preparations. It won't be long before we can get out of this place. The words echoed loudly within my mind, and my head started to throb as I heard the loud and rhythmical thumps of my own heartbeat as the pieces started to fall together. Can't be, right? It made no sense. And yet, I thought back to the old man I had met and I felt a lump form in my throat. CR crack. My ears tingled once more, and right as I turned my head, a new crack appeared in the very distance. I wanted to laugh, but I couldn't. I could only stand on the spot, staring at the scenes with a blank expression. Rustle. Beside me in my daze stood the same tree, its blood-red leaves rustling softly in the dry, lifeless air. They continued to rustle until they didn't. Tack. Hearing the faint sound of a step, I turned my attention toward a figure emerging in the distance, their gaze fixed intently on the tree. No matter how hard I tried, their features remained obscured, shrouded in an impenetrable guise that seemed to defy the very light around them. In the blink of an eye, they appeared right before the tree, and an invisible pressure overtook the surroundings, leaving me in a state of total paralysis. How interesting! A deep, yet hoarse voice echoed in the air. This does indeed look like a tree, but it's different. I feel a certain life force forming from within it. Is it trying to evolve into a monster? Rustle. The leaves of the tree rustled softly, almost as if responding to the question, and in that fleeting moment, I could almost sense an imperceptible smile forming on the figure before me, though their expression remained hidden. No, this is a bit different. I can feel, as if coming to a certain understanding, the man placed his hand over the bark of the tree. So you must have absorbed his blood. That is why you were born and created. This is interesting. A very interesting thing to think about. A powerful glow suddenly manifested over the man's hand, enveloping the entire surroundings. Regardless, this won't be necessary anymore. CRA crack. Cracks started to form around the bark of the tree, their number increasing by the second. I stood in silence, watching the entire situation without daring to move a single muscle. I knew this was a vision and I knew that I wasn't present, and yet, under his presence, I felt like that even in my current state I was vulnerable. That he could do something to me. Bang. Eventually, the tree shattered into 1,000 different pieces that flew in all sorts of directions. The color red veiled the sky as the leaves floated in the air. Basking in the sight, his identity was clear. He was none other than Cithrus. Basking in the sight, Cithrus stared at his hand for a short moment before bringing his hand forward, grasping onto the very fabric of the space in front of him. CR crack. A familiar cracking sound echoed in the air. Holding my breath, I stood frozen, my mind racing as I watched Cithras tear through the very fabric of reality, unveiling a crack that was all too familiar, one I had stepped into countless times before. The sight of it sent a shiver down my spine as memories flooded back. A mirror crack. This was none other than a mirror crack. Boom. Shortly after, a figure appeared from behind the crack. It was a short and bulky figure that resembled a tiger. Roar. Right upon spotting Cithras, the tiger roared, but Cithras remained unmoved. Staring at the creature, he brought his hand forward and nudged it in his direction. Without hesitation, the tiger was yanked from its stance, hurtling toward him with incredible force, only to stop mere meters away, its massive body frozen in midair as if bound by an invisible force. Roar. In spite of its best attempts at trying to resist under Cithras' power, it was rendered helpless, and casting his gaze in the direction of where the tree once was, Cithras suddenly brought his hand above the figure. I wonder what will happen if I try using my blood. Our blood is different, so I should be able to create something different. Slicing his hand, blood dripped down onto the tiger. Drip, drip. Instantly, changes occurred to the figure. Roa, roar. The tiger's body began to shift, its figure expanding, muscles popping and tearing. Gradually, the color of its coat darkened, transitioning into a deep, foreboding shade of gray. A noticeable pressure emanated from its body, suffocating the air around it as its features continued to morph into something different, and soon enough, in place of the tiger, an entirely new creature now stood before Cithras, its eyes changing into a hollow white color. I stared at the scene at a complete loss for words, my mind blank as some of Cithras' blood dripped onto the ground. No, this makes no sense. How could? How can? Not bad, Cithras mumbled, staring at the creature before him. Not. Pausing for a second, his head turned, and in that moment, I felt myself paralyzed completely. That was because he was looking directly at me. Chapter 5:13. Bloom 3. HM? His head cocked, and my spine tingled. I stood frozen, heart pounding in my chest, praying he would turn his head away as if this were some coincidence like it always was. But he didn't. He can sense me. My heart almost leaped out of my chest as he stretched his hand in my direction, seemingly trying to grasp me. A massive palm loomed before my eyes, its shadow trying to swallow me whole. Every nerve in my body screamed in terror as a notification flashed before my eyes, urging me to run, telling me that this was real. But I was rooted in place, paralyzed by an unknown force that stopped me from moving. Move. Move. I need to move. I couldn't let the hand touch me. Couldn't. Swoosh. The hand phased right through me. Seeing the hand phase through my body felt weak, but simultaneously, I felt visible relief. But that relief didn't last for long. Strange. Hearing his voice, my mouth grew increasingly dry, and the sense of dread from before increased once more as he leaned forward, analyzing the spot where I was. I can feel something, but I can't touch it. I bit my lips. Yes, I can feel something. And he swiped his hand in my direction, phasing right through me again. How peculiar. He looked intrigued. I've never experienced this before, but I can more or less feel you. He raised his head and looked directly at me. You're here, aren't you? I swallowed dryly but calmed myself and stared right back at him. He leaned closer. You're watching. I am. Emmett. That's me. Cithras smiled, in an almost creepy but direct way. Are you finally showing yourself now that I've found a way out of this wretched place? Is that why you're watching? No, not quite. I did it. Cithras' trembling finger pointed in my direction, his voice shaking. For years we've been trapped here. Alone, struggling to survive, clawing at the void for a way out. But I did it. I have become the strongest. His hand moved closer, yet his finger passed right through me like a phantom. I have become their pillar. I have become their hope. I have become their God. His voice grew firmer with each declaration, and stretching his hand out toward the shimmering mirror crack behind him, he stared at it with a reverence that bordered on obsession. And now that I have become their God, they have become my people. I am their voice. I am their eyes. I am their ears. He turned to face me fully, his gaze burning. So whatever you do, stay in the shadows. Keep watching like the coward you've always been. Watch as I lead the people you betrayed for your brother. Watch as I rekindle the ashes of what you discarded. The air around him vibrated with an oppressive energy, rippling like a living thing. Without another glance, he turned and stepped into the mirror crack, his form dissolving into its fractured surface, consumed by it shortly after. In those final moments, a faint echo of his voice reached my ears, lingering in my ears for a good minute. Watch closely and remember, I am not wrong. You were. The world grew silent then. I stood in silence, staring at the spot where Cithras once was, My thoughts closed as I quietly processed everything. But at the same time, I grew confused. He wants to get out of this place, I get that. He became the pillar of this place. He created the mirror cracks to help them out. He became their god. But what about me? What happened to me? I felt at a loss when connecting all the recent visions and the information I just learned. From the way he was speaking, he made it sound like I had abandoned them. That I was a traitor. In a way of sort, the bad guy. But was I really? No, I am not. For him to have lived for so long, alongside the people here, there was only one explanation. Noel? They're using Noel as a source of nourishment. My fists clenched tightly at the thought, especially when I recalled the video I witnessed on the phone in the mirror. Don't fuck with me. There was no way I was wrong. I knew myself better than anyone else. I wouldn't act unless what I saw prompted me to have no choice but to act. There was a reason for my actions. There had to be. Lost in thought, I failed to notice the subtle changes unfolding around me. By the time I snapped back to my senses, a towering tree loomed before me, its blood-red leaves rustling in the heavy air. Wait, when? Last I recalled, the tree had been shattered into thousands of pieces by Cithrus. How could? But that wasn't all. Boom! Turning my head, I watched as several people stepped out of the mirror crack, their clothes looking unfamiliar, and so did their language. Everything from that point on felt like a time-lapse. I watched cities, empires, and civilizations fall. Everything moved at high speeds around me. Changes continued to occur, and as I witnessed all the changes, the only thing that remained the same was the red tree in front of me. Russell. Despite the passage of time, the tree stood tall. No, upon closer inspection, it wasn't just one tree. Turning my gaze around, I saw countless others. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, had emerged. They stretched endlessly, their silhouettes merging into the horizon. Before I knew it, a forest had formed. Red covered the sky as the leaves rustled in the air. I watched in silence as the towering tree began to stir with life. Humans began to show up from the end of the forest, their jaws slack and eyes hollow. Squelch, squelch. Without a word, they knelt before the tree, devoid of any thoughts, as its roots crept up their bodies, wrapping around them like sinister, living chains. The roots then sank deep into their flesh, draining them of their essence. As the sickening sounds of feeding filled the air, the tree rose higher and higher, its blood-red canopy spreading with each life it devoured. Squelch. With time, the tree began to stand out among the others, and more humans appeared, silently gathering beneath it. I could almost sense the monster's thoughts from where I was. Grow, grow. It wanted to grow, become smarter, and understand more. The more it grew, the smarter it became. Russell. Around them, the other trees started to show faint signs of life as well. As a result, even more humans started to appear. With them came monsters before long. The entire forest transformed into a perilous death zone. Word started to spread, and fewer humans started to show up. In such a situation, the tallest tree, now clearly sentient, shifted its focus away from the humans and toward its own kind. Squelch. Squelch. Spared no one. As the strongest of the trees, it started to absorb the other trees and use them as nutrients to fuel its growth. Grow, grow. The other trees tried to fight back, but it was no use. Their power was nothing compared to the primal tree, and gradually the forest started to thin out. Trees started to move, migrating towards different areas, while the ones who couldn't all became nutritious for the main tree. I witnessed all the changes in real time, and seeing just how desperate the tree was, I started to question, why? Why was it so desperate for growth? Why would it attack its own kind? It almost seemed like it knew it was almost running out of time. Of what? Running out of time for what? And then I saw it. Russell. The numerous leaves falling out of the tree. A realization quickly dawned on me. After all this time, its lifespan is coming to an end. I had witnessed the tree's growth over time. I knew it was old, but seeing it never changed, I had assumed it would never die. I was wrong. Grow, grow. The tree was no immortal. Squelch. Nothing could be immortal. No, not quite nothing. There's him. The leaves continued to fall off the tree, revealing the bare branches of it. Eventually, the leaves all fell, leaving behind the bare tree. Grow, grow. In spite of the changes, the tree persisted in absorbing everything around it. It seemed like a final, desperate attempt to cling to life. But it was futile. There was no denying age. The tree could only watch its existence start to fade. Squelch, squelch. In its weakened state, the other trees started to absorb it just like it did to the other trees in the past. The tree tried to resist, but it was futile. Roots appeared from all around, digging into its roots and sapping away at its core. Over time, the tree began to wither and shrink, gradually losing its vitality. As the days passed, It continued to diminish in size until all that was left was a hollow husk. A crack. Marking the end of its existence was its broken core, which tumbled to the ground and split into two pieces. In those last moments, I stared at the tree in silence. That was when I realized I can move again. And so I did. Stepping forward, I reached the tree and placed my hand over the trunk. Existence. A familiar voice reached my ears. Why did I exist? For what purpose? In its last moment, the tree started to question its existence. I've eaten everything that I could eat. I've become stronger than anything that was imaginable. I've devoured and seen through the memories of all my prey, and yet, I've grown more confused. I watch, and I grow. Is that all there is to my life? I know that I exist, but don't understand what is that I know. What am I missing? If only. His thoughts paused there, and silence followed right after. Gone. I knew then the tree was gone. There was no saving it. Or at least that was what I thought until… Rustle. A small red leaf appeared from beneath the trunk. Staring at the red leaf for a second, I quietly pursed my lips and understood. Rebirth. I didn't understand how, but death wasn't the end. There was more to it, and soon enough the tree grew once more. However, unlike before, the tree did not stay in the same place. Weakened and unable to compete with the others, it uprooted itself and began to scour the lands. Just like before, it absorbed everything in its path and continued to grow. It ate, absorbed, and repeated. I watched everything unfold in silence, and in those moments, the one thing the tree never stopped doing was, why do I exist? Question its existence. Even as its life drew to an end once more, and the cycle of rebirth began anew, the tree persisted in its repetitive cycle. With each absorption, it gained understanding yet simultaneously grew more confused. The paradox of its existence deepened, trapped in a perpetual loop of understanding and confusion. But in spite of all its attempts, throughout its entire life, it never understood. And it was then that the vision stopped. By the time I snapped out of it, I found myself back in front of Almighty's main body. As I lifted my head, I was met with the sight of the tree staring back at me. Its leaves rustled softly, creating a gentle, eerie sound that echoed through the silence. On the other hand, the roots clung tightly to my body, intertwining and anchoring me in place. As the surroundings grew silent, the tree seemed to ask, why do I exist? To that, I shook my head and looked through the tree where a familiar owl-like figure appeared, its entire body intertwined with roots. So it was you the entire time. I thought back to the first time I met Almighty. To the time when I saw Carl's World, the post-leader of the Blackhound Guild, and he questioned his existence. What is it about life that is not fake? His words once again echoed in my ears. Am I here? Are you here? Is anything in general here? I thought these were his thoughts. I wake up, I eat breakfast, go to work, come back home, eat dinner, and repeat. I'm finding my entire days blending to create a suffocating and never-ending loop that is sapping away at my life. I thought that the tree was merely using his crisis to mess with him. How much do you truly remember about your life? I wake up each day forgetting what I had done the previous day. Even if I do remember, by the time 2 days pass, I'll have forgotten about it. Can you truly say you've lived if you end up forgetting everything? But I was wrong. What is the point? These had never been Carl's true thoughts. I'm just endlessly drifting, watching as I continue to do the same things over and over again with no way to fix it. These had always been the tree's thoughts. Why do I exist? Indeed, why do you exist? Chapter 5:14. Bloom. 4. Russell. You're putting in more of a struggle than I thought. Seraphina's lips pulled upwards as she noticed the tree still resisting her. Although there were several dozen threads connected to the tree, it had still not fully submitted to her. It was still resisting her. Flicking her head back to stare in the direction of the walls of the distant city, she nodded faintly and pressed her hand against the bark of the tree. I shouldn't delay this for any longer. The mana around her started to agglomerate rapidly, and an intense pressure suddenly burst out of her body. In order for everything to flow smoothly, she needed to take complete control of the tree. She was nearly there but was just missing the last piece. Stop struggling. Treads appeared all around, and her mind focused on one particular spot, towards where an owl-like figure stood. I see you. As if noticing her, the owl's eyes flicked open, but it was too late. By the time it reacted, the treads connected with its body, and right after, several roots appeared from out of nowhere, binding its body. I've got you. Laughing, Seraphina squeezed the bark of the tree. The roots continued to bind the owl, and Seraphina felt her control over the tree start to increase. While this happened, the owl tried to resist, but it was useless. Stop struggling, it's over. Boom! Her hand glowed even further, and the owl's struggles grew more strained. There was no escaping her. It was over. It was… Lifting her head, Serafina noticed a faint red leaf drop over her. Another, and then another soon followed the leaf. Gradually, more and more leaves started falling from the tree, exposing its bare body. Serafina stared at the sight with a blank look before smiling. Looks like you're finally giving up. The loss of the leaves only meant one thing. The tree's consciousness was about to give up, could no longer resist. She then thought about her son who was within the tree and licked her lips. Once she was done taking over the tree, he was next. Just wait a little bit. Boom! The mana around her spiraled further. To exist. What did it mean to exist? There's no real answer to the question. All living beings have different purposes and aspirations. For some, the answer was simple survival and reproduction. This usually applied to the less conscious beings. But what about those who had higher thoughts? What was the reason for their existence? Was their answer something as simple as survival and reproduction? No, it wasn't something as trivial as that. There was more to their existence than that. Almighty understood that. Having seen all sorts of memories, it understood that concept, but the more Almighty saw, the more confused it became. Its primal thoughts centered on growth, survival, and reproduction. However, as Almighty's consciousness expanded, it began to sense that these instincts were no longer enough. The more it awakened to its own awareness, the deeper its longing grew for something beyond mere existence. It yearned for a purpose that transcended the basic cycle of life, driven by a newfound sense of curiosity and the desire for understanding. Why do I exist? The question haunted it throughout its entire life. It wanted to understand. It wanted to know. And for that reason, it did something it never did before. Leave its own body in search of an answer. Almighty watched and observed everything, trying to decipher the answer. It wanted to know. It was desperate to know, and it came close to an answer. Following Julian, Almighty felt like it had grasped something. It was closer than ever. But, squelch, squelch. Seeing its own roots dig at it, Almighty felt trapped. Despite its best attempts at resisting, it couldn't. The roots were too strong, binding its body down. No, not yet. Almighty continued to resist. But it was no use. Its own body was rejecting it. No, stop. Almighty pecked at the nearest root with its beak. But it was useless. It wasn't able to do a thing. An unfamiliar feeling started to rise within Almighty. It was an unpleasant feeling. One that wasn't so unfamiliar upon thinking about it. What was this feeling? Looks like you're frustrated. The answer came in the form of a familiar voice. Raising its head, Almighty locked eyes with a pair of deep hazel eyes. Human, why was he here? Almighty looked around, and as expected, it noticed the roots around it stir. You should leave before it's squelch, squelch. Before Almighty could even get its words out, several roots sprouted beneath Julian, who pressed his foot down and avoided the roots. Swoosh! Just by a hair's breadth, he managed to avoid the roots. But that was merely the start. Right as he dodged the first roots, even more roots appeared from behind him, twirling in the air like snakes. As though he had eyes at the back of his head, Julian remained calm and merely snapped his fingers. Thud, thud. They dissected into a dozen pieces before falling to the ground. Pooh! Air flowed out of Julian's mouth as his brows furrowed tightly. Things were far from over. Looking down, up, and to his sides, roots appeared everywhere. And yet, he continued to put up a fight. Why? His struggle made Almighty question his decision. Why do you keep resisting? It was over. There was no point resisting anymore. Almighty was a mere minutes away from being absorbed. By then, Julian would succumb as well. And even if he did try to run now, that woman would be waiting for him outside. It's over, stop resisting. There was no way out. Shio, shio. Even so, Julian continued to fight. Almighty had seen him act like this in the past, during the time when they first met the stupid dragon. That was the first time Almighty had truly been impressed by the human, and what sparked his curiosity but at the same time made him question. Why do you struggle under certain death? Why? Overhearing Almighty's question, Julian tilted his head to the side, wincing as a root grazed past his cheek. Julian had many answers, but after a while, one truly stood out from the rest. Because I've already died once. Who? Ducking down, Julian's muscles bulged and his eyes turned red. He brought his fist forward and punched the roots headed his way. Bang! I used to live for the sake of my brother. Relaxing his back, Julian's eyes grew sharp. I had no one else but him. He was the reason I lived. It used to be even after death. But that's different now. Different? I've learned to stop living in the fear of living. I've now started to live and lose the feeling of just existing. Lose the feeling of just existing? Something tingled within Almighty's chest. What could the human mean by this? Yes. Swoosh. Julian's leg tensed, and his figure blurred, appearing a few meters away. His face grew a little pale as he raised his hand, and purple hands burst out from the ground, grasping onto the many roots headed his way like a tsunami. Don't you find it odd how so many versions of me exist in this world? To Leon, I may be an annoying master who isn't even their real master. An annoying person in general. Julian's face turned a little paler. To you, I may be a simple tool designed to help you understand emotions. Stepping back, the roots before Julian slowed down. Some see me as this cold and indifferent being that they can't touch or ever hope to catch up to, while others see me as an arrogant guy who was born with a silver spoon and blessed with talent. Pausing, Julian flicked his wrist and the roots all dissected. But are these versions of me the real me? Almighty thought for a moment before shaking its head. They aren't, right? Julian smiled. They're just pieces and fragments shaped by the way people perceive me through the little interactions that they've had with me. They weren't really him. Is the culmination of all those fragments the real me? But what if someone's impression of him was way off the mark? Would that fragment count? Or is the real me the me that I myself perceive? Almighty stood blankly, unable to answer. I don't think that's it either. Julian continued. My judgment is flawed, biased, and so are the fragments of what others see me as. The more he spoke, the more his words resonated with the owl. I am undefinable, not defined, and that's what makes me exist. Pausing once more, Julian looked directly at the owl. I exist solely based on the choices I make, the paths that I take, and the emotions that I feel. I want to be happy, but cling to the things that make me sad. If I forget all the pain, make it go away, I'll be happy. I can do it. I have the power to do it. But I can't forget. I am who I am because of the pain I endured. I am who I am because of my experiences. I am who I am because of the pain I endured. I am who I am because of my experiences. Almighty felt its chest stir further. Lifting its head up, Almighty's eyes widened as it saw a root latch onto Julian. Cage. Julian tried to resist, but it was no use. The moment his moves slowed, even more roots appeared, clinging onto him. Looks like they got me. And yet, in spite of the situation, he continued to speak, his eyes never faltering away from the owl. From the moment you stopped being a tree and started to question your own existence, you started to forge an identity. Almighty opened its beak in an attempt to say, stop speaking. Focus on yourself, but the words never left its mouth. Julian's words felt entrancing. You stopped being defined and became undefined. All it could hear was Julian's words. You stopped being a simple tree with red leaves. A monster. You started making your own choices, started to take new paths, and started to feel emotions. Almighty's chest continued to stir, and something within his mind snapped. You're existing. I'm existing. Within your mind, you exist. I do? To me, you exist. And that's enough. Is it? Yes. So, Almighty met Julian's eyes. Bloom. Make your existence known to others. Bloom. Create the little fragments that define you. Bloom. Stop asking, start being. Julian paused and looked directly at Almighty, whose gaze seemed so intently focused on him. With a thin smile, Julian's lips parted one last time. Bloom. Don't give up on existing. And a brief silence fell shortly after. It was a silence that merely lasted for a few seconds before Almighty closed its eyes. A change occurred from that point forward. Be it Serafina or the people within the city. What's going on? Everyone noticed the changes. What is happening? It was hard to not notice. After all, on that day, a tree bloomed. It was a tall tree. A very tall tree. One that seemed to touch the sky and the minds of everyone present. On that day, fragments were created. On that day, Almighty started to truly exist. Chapter 5:15. Destroyer. Rustle. A soft rustling sound rippled through the kasha. Though faint, it reached everyone's ears, like a delicate tickle brushing against their ears. Everything came to a sudden standstill, be it the monsters attacking the city or the people fighting back. All heads turned towards the northern side. While some could see it clearly, some could only catch the faint red rustling in the air. However, if there was one felt, it was the tremendous pressure coming from the distance. It overwhelmed everything, and the faces of several people paled at the sight. Oh no. Mumbling quietly, Arten Myron placed his hand behind his back in an attempt to hide the trembling. But it was no use. Every part of him gave away the dread and terror he felt. From his overly constricted pupils, his labored breath, and his pale face. He wasn't the only one feeling this way. This is bad. Rosanna, the head elder of the Astrid family, was in a similar situation. While she handled it better than Arten, her composure was faltering. This marked the second destroyer-ranked monster in her sight. One was already hard enough, but two? It's impossible. There was no way for them to handle it. Had the old head been alive, then things would have been different, but he was gone. He had already left the world. Ha! Lifting her head, Rosanna stared at the blue sky above. This was the first time she took a proper look at it since snapping out of it and staring at it. She felt her chest squeeze. This was the last gift the old head had given them, and yet, I wish I could have properly savored the sight. Pursing her lips, she closed her eyes and looked away. It's good that you don't feel emotions, Kalian mumbled while staring towards the distance and then towards Caius. He was standing quietly next to him. Opposite them were several dozen monsters who had all stopped at once, their gazes fixed in the direction of where the pressure was coming from. Both their bodies were riddled with injuries, their shirts and pants torn. They had been fighting for quite some time, trying to hold the line and prevent the monsters from fully entering the city. They were doing well, and yet, we should try our best to have the civilians evacuate. We might not make it, but it might be the best course of AC. Cutting Kalian's words was a sudden trembling. Lifting his head, he looked around him, towards the multitude of monsters that surrounded him, and his body grew tense. Get ready. Mana started to funnel out of his body, similar to Caius, who frowned and opened his mouth, his eyes turning white. With his eyes focused on the monsters around him, his mouth parted as he prepared to speak. But just as the words were about to leave his body, Kalian pushed his hand in front of him. Wait. Caius blinked, the energy gathered at his throat condensing. Confused, he looked at Kalian, and that was when he noticed something. He wasn't the only one who noticed. Practically everyone noticed the sudden changes in the situation, and similar looks of confusion appeared on their faces as they stared at the monsters before them and suddenly turned to face the direction of where the pressure was coming from. Then, as everyone was confused by the situation, the monsters all dashed in the direction of the pressure. Thump, thump, they almost seemed to be rushing out. What is going on? Why are they leaving? Their sudden behavior left everyone puzzled and apprehensive. What in the world was going on? For the monsters to leave like this could either be a good thing or a bad thing. I hope it is the former, but I fear that may not be the case. The best course of action is to have everyone evacuate. Staring at the monsters with squinted eyes, Rosanna was prepared to turn back and start the evacuation process when a pair of yellow eyes suddenly appeared in her vision. Head Elder. With his soft and monotone voice, Caius stood before her, his gaze focused on the departing monsters. What is it? We need to stop the monsters from leaving. Pardon? Rosanna's brows knit tightly as she looked intently at Caius. It was also then that she noticed the small cat resting over his shoulder. When, that pressure you're feeling. Ignoring her stare, Caius continued, his chin nudging in the direction of where the pressure was coming from. It's coming from our side. At the same time, at the source of all the pressure. What's going on? What is happening? Holding her hand on the bark of the tree, Seraphina's face changed. Snap, snap, snap. She could feel the connection between the tree and her shatter, and her expression twisted as she noticed herself lose control. Looking around, she saw changes occur to the tree. Rustle. The leaves that were once falling started to return, becoming a deeper shade of crimson than before. But that wasn't all. What followed the leaves was another change. Lifting her head up, a faint pinkish hue reflected in Seraphina's crystal eyes as she looked up. Flowers. Indeed, flowers had started to appear all over the tree. As seconds passed, more and more flowers blossomed, gradually blanketing the treetop, accompanied by a peculiar, sweet fragrance. Seraphina didn't put the smell to mind at first, focusing her attention back on the tree and trying her best to regain control of it. But a few seconds after, her expression couldn't help but change. Danger. Separating her hand away from the tree, her figure blurred, appearing a few dozen feet away from the tree. At the same time she did, she held her neck and started to gag. Yuk! Her vision was blurry and the world before her started to distort. Raising her hand, she snapped her finger and everything shattered. Snap! The world returned to normal right after. Looking around, she felt a tinge of cold sweat running down her back as her eyes faintly shook upon seeing the tree in front of her. What was that smell? Just a simple smell, and her mind almost fell for an illusion. Alarm bells rang in her mind. This is dangerous. There was one thing Seraphina prided herself, and that was her mental strength. She could count on one hand the number of people she thought could rival her in terms of mental strength. In fact, the reason why she could control so many monsters at once was because of her mental strength. It was something she was proud of. Yet, a single whiff of the tree's scent was enough to throw her mind into disarray. What sort of situation was this? Noah. Clutching her head, Seraphina heard a continuous snapping sound echoing in her mind as she watched the threads snap from the tree. Her control over the tree continued to diminish as its scent started to spread. No. She stepped back with a pale expression. How is this? She could feel all her work start to crumble. Her plan, which had taken so long to formulate and put into action, all of it, she was watching it fall apart right before her very eyes. She couldn't afford to fail. This plan was of utter importance. After all, this was going to be the place where the merging was going to start. Yes, I can't fail. I mustn't fail. Turning her head, Seraphina's expression softened, and her demeanor shifted completely as if she had become a different person. With a calmness that almost felt unsettling, she gazed in the direction of the city walls. Rumble, rumble, the surroundings shook. It was strange. Something about the air changed. Felt lighter all of a sudden. Squelch. Looking down at the roots that had once entangled my body, I began to relax as they no longer pressed against me with the same intensity as before. I could breathe again. But that wasn't the most important thing. I pulled my hand away from the tree and gazed at it, watching countless flowers bloom before my eyes. It was beautiful. There were hardly any words I could use to describe the current sight before me, and as I took a step back, I bumped into something. When I turned my head, I realized it was Leon. He was staring at Almighty with a blank expression on his face. His brows scrunched up a few moments after as he focused his gaze towards me. What happened? Did you? No, it wasn't me. I smiled at the thought. This change was hardly because of me. Almighty had always been on the verge of reaching the destroyer rank. Its body was ready, but its consciousness was not. All Almighty needed was a little push to get it to reach this point. This was all inevitable. Leon's eyes squinted in doubt, and just as his lips opened, he suddenly stopped and sniffed the air. Do you smell something? Smell? I sniffed around and frowned. No, I don't. There was no smell in the air. How strange. Leon mumbled while scratching the back of his head. I smell something sweet, pleasant, but I can't quite tell where I've smelled it before. It also feels strangely enticing. My head feels a little light, but only a tiny bit. Really? I looked back at Almighty, or more specifically the flowers blooming across its body, and had a faint idea of what was happening. I guess the smell must be coming from there. The fact that I couldn't smell whatever scent was coming out of them was quite surprising. But perhaps there was a reason to it. Whatever the case was, this wasn't the time for me to dwell on it as I looked around. The reality of our situation soon dawned on me and my face turned grim. Almighty seems to have grown stronger, but there's no guarantee we'll make it out of here alive. In fact, it's highly likely that she is planning something outside. I know. Leon's face grew grim as he similarly looked around. Do you think you can tell the tree to take us away? That's not possible. How could a tree outrun a human? No, not just a human, but an extremely powerful one that could control several dozen equally powerful monsters. Then? I don't know. Biting my finger, I felt the urgency of the situation. While it was true that Almighty got stronger, it still didn't mean anything. Julian's mother was extremely powerful, and Almighty had just merely stepped into the destroyer rank. How strong could it? It was in the midst of my thoughts that a notification flashed before my very eyes, grabbing my immediate attention. Lifting my head up to stare at the notification, my heart and face paused. What? As if the air had been sucked out of my body, I stared at the notification for a few seconds before taking a deep breath. This veil of deceit, lament of lies. Was this even possible? Chapter 5:16. Destroyer 2. Lament of lies. Staring at the new notification that appeared before my eyes, I didn't know how to react at first. I was completely caught off guard. This wasn't the first time an innate skill evolved for me, with foresight becoming the eyes of the seer, but that was mainly due to the acts of the Pope. What about this case? Did it increase because Almighty managed to break through? The thought made my breathing slightly more labored. If this is the case, then what would happen if Almighty ranks up again? Could it be possible for the skill to evolve once more? Julian, are you okay? Why, I'm fine. I held my hand up and cut Leon off. Taking a deep breath, I shook my mind out of my thoughts and calmed my mind. Whatever the case is, I'll think about it later. Right now, I have to find a way to deal with the current situation. Almighty has currently broken through to the destroyer rank, and can probably keep us safe for a little bit, but that's not enough. I know. Leon nodded while his expression turned gloomy. Even if we do go out now, we'll most likely be caught by her. Yes, we don't have a lot of time. Then, but it's not like our situation is terrible. As Leon cocked his head, I pursed my lips. Pebble should have made it there, right? The moment Almighty awakened, I had Pebble move out to send a message to Kalian and the others so that they would try their best to stop the monsters from coming our way. This was my first thought upon witnessing Almighty's evolution. After all, if I were in her position, I would have done everything in my power to eliminate Almighty. Given that everyone's attention was directed towards Almighty and the fact that Pebble wasn't exactly a living being, it would pose no trouble for it to warn the others. At least I hoped that was the case. I didn't know whether Pebble had succeeded or not. I can only hope. Given that she lost control of Almighty and most of the more powerful monsters are within the city, she's at her most vulnerable right now. In fact, I dare say individually she's not that strong. I know, but even then, she's not someone that we can beat. Realistically, if it was just the two of us, yes. Leon's face changed all of a sudden as he looked up. You don't mean, we're not alone. I placed my hand over Almighty's body and looked up. Let me try something. It's a bit of a gamble, but if it works we might be able to turn the entire situation around. Thump, thump, the ground trembled. Enormous shadows stretched across the land as several colossal figures emerged from behind the city walls, clawing desperately toward the towering bloodleaf tree standing proudly in the north. Connected to them were invisible threads that only one person could see. Standing in silence, Seraphina raised her head to stare at the sky. Shrouding the once bright blue sky above were hundreds of dark, sinuous threads, twisting and writhing as they stretched endlessly into the horizon, casting an oppressive and unnatural gloom over the land. Come back to me. At her sudden command, even the monsters near the walls halted and turned, surging in her direction with unnatural urgency. Within moments, a massive horde emerged over the horizon, an endless swarm of grotesque figures racing toward her like a living tide, their shadows consuming the land before them. Seraphina glanced at the tree behind her and smiled faintly. I shall, Bang! With a sharp flick of her head, Seraphina's expression shifted subtly as she sensed a powerful surge of mana cascading from the city walls. Eek! The blast was followed by a sharp screech as a colossal figure collapsed. But that wasn't all. Bang bang! Shortly after the first attack came a second and then a third. Before she knew it, the entire surroundings shook as spells and attacks rained down from within the city walls and toward the monsters, almost in an attempt to hold them in. Have they lost their minds? Seraphina looked at the sight incredulously. She couldn't believe what was going on. Shouldn't they be happy they're leaving? Why are they? It's because I told them to, Mother. Tickling her ear was a familiar voice, and when she turned her head, a figure emerged from within the tree. I told them to buy us enough time to deal with you. Deal with me? Seraphina's brow raised as she looked incredulously at her son. A laugh escaped her lips shortly after. Your tricks don't work on me. It was a nice attempt, but you're too obvious with your motives. Raising her hand up, a faint purple magic circle appeared in her grasp, enveloping her hand as she turned sharply, reaching into the empty space behind her. Yuk! A low groan sounded through the air as Seraphina's hand closed around a head, her grip firm. Got you. She squeezed her hand tightly and pulled the head back. You were too OB. Her words stopped the moment she saw the head fade from her view, turning directly into a large and thick root. You were saying? A soft voice whispered right behind her. You. Letting go of the root, she tried to twist her body, but the root shot right after her and grasped her moving arm. Snap. The root snapped almost immediately, but it slowed her down enough for Julian to press his hand against her forehead. Sadness. Ach! A heart-wrenching scream tore from Seraphina's lips as she suddenly clutched her head with both hands, her eyes reddening and turning bloodshot in an instant. Ah! Her screams tore through the surroundings as she felt her mind throb. The pain was intense, as though someone was hammering right through her mind, and unknowingly, several of the threads connected with her snapped. Snap, snap. With the threads snapping, her control over several monsters shattered. As a result, Hierk. Chaos erupted as the freed monsters turned on their own, launching into a frenzy and savagely attacking the creatures around them, their roars and screeches echoing through the blood-soaked air. Cage. Snapping out of her state, Seraphina quickly held her mouth as she felt a presence behind her. It was a hand. She could feel it, but was it really? All of a sudden, she didn't know. Thinking about what had happened moments prior, she had lost sense of what was real and what was fake. As her chest rose up and down, the hand drew closer to her. It was about to reach her head. It was almost there when Seraphina's eyes turned white, and so did the surroundings. Stepping forward, Seraphina looked at the figure that stood behind her as his entire body was covered in threads. No, not just him. The entire domain around here was filled with countless threads. Wherever she looked, a thread appeared, falling down from the sky. Within this world, everything was within her control. Letting out her breath, her eyes paused on her son. His entire body was frozen in place, his eyes shaking in what appeared to be fear and surprise. As her breath remained heavy, Seraphina didn't say a word and just moved towards her son, her hand pressing against his cheek. Tears flowed out of her eyes as she felt his soft cheek. Biting her lip, she mumbled, "You've suffered a lot." She felt it. In those moments prior, she felt his sadness. It was overwhelming. to the point where it almost completely devoured her. If not for the fact that she used her domain, she would have found herself succumbing to his attack. How much did one have to suffer to go through such pain? Why her son of all people? I'm sorry. For the first time since seeing him, she was staring at him, looking right at him, from his hazel eyes to his deep black hair and chiseled face. She observed every part of him, engraving the image in her mind. The more she looked at him, the more her chest started to ache. How could it now? This right here was her own flesh and blood. How could a mother not love her own son? It was just that. I have no choice on the matter. I have to. Tears continued to drip down the corner of her eyes. Placing both her hands over his face, she continued to stare at him. He stared back at her but couldn't move a single muscle. And then, a crack. His neck snapped. Thump. Holding onto her chest, Serafina stepped back, her lips pressing tightly together as she tried her best to keep the pain from consuming her. But it was hard. So hard. Why does it hurt so much? Squeezing her chest tightly, she tried her best to let go of the pain, but it just refused to stop. It seemed to overwhelm every part of her. It was consuming her mind, and the domain around her started to falter, fading in and out of existence. Make it stop. Holding onto her head, she looked towards her son. The pain in her chest grew upon seeing his lifeless body, and right as the pain was about to consume her, she saw it. A four-leaved clover. Her entire body froze as she stumbled forward, reaching for her son's body and removing his sleeve. How could this? Seeing the clover deeply imprinted onto his forearm, her expression changed dramatically. Why? How? How could this? Serafina's mind went on overdrive as all sorts of thoughts crossed her mind until she eventually stopped. Ha 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 ha. That was when she started laughing. Of course. Her laughs seemed to pierce right through everything, seemingly chilling the very air around her. You did it, didn't you? In order to get back at me, you… Ha ha ha. Her eyes turned bloodshot. How could I have not thought about it? Through her laughs and screams of madness, what she didn't notice was the small root clawing up from beneath her. Squelch. It lightly grasped her ankle and disappeared right after. It's working. Holding onto her head, Julian's face changed as his entire face was pale. Sadness, anger, fear. He continuously poured all sorts of emotions into her mind as a small root grasped her ankles beneath her. From time to time her body would tremble as she found herself stuck within Almighty's illusion. Indeed, everything she was experiencing was an illusion. From the moment Julian managed to use his emotive magic, Almighty used the moment to ensnare her into its illusion. From there, Julian poured even more emotions into her, and as she grew more and more frantic, the threads connecting to her body and the monsters snapped. Slowly but surely, she was losing connection with the monsters. Just a little bit more. All he had to do was last a little bit more. Yes, a little bit, more. Grasping her head more tightly, he continued to mumble, Anger. Chapter 5:17. Destroyer 3. My mind felt sluggish. Every part of me felt sluggish. Holding onto the head of the woman who was supposed to be my mother and continuously injecting emotions into her was no easy task. I had to stay focused, continuously visualizing scenes and images that brought rise to the emotion within me. Such a process was extremely draining. However, the result was an overwhelming wave of emotions that drained the mental capacity of anyone who was within my grasp. Snap, snap. My ears twitched as I heard a constant snapping sound. What followed after the sound was the subtle yet piercing screeches coming from the far distance. It's working. The monster's screams and shouts were all I needed to hear to tell that what I was doing was working. I just needed to keep holding on for a little bit longer. As long as I could do that, I'd be able to turn the situation around. Cage? It was difficult, but I knew I could do it. Two cold hands clamped onto my wrist with a force that made it impossible for me to pull back. My heart pounded as I looked down, and there they were. A pair of eyes, blood streaming down, locked onto me with a terrifying intensity. Wah, you've gotten really strong. The twisted face that met my gaze as I looked down, paired with her hoarse voice, froze me in place. Locking eyes with her, I could hardly pull my gaze away, and before I knew it, several places around my body started to tingle as threads emerged from out of nowhere, latching onto my skin. I tried to pull away, but her grip was too strong. Fear, anger, sadness. I continuously poured emotions into her while imagining a red orb and trying my best to pull my body away. I even tried to imagine the purple orb, but whatever I did, her grip remained. How? How is this? Squelch. A root promptly appeared behind her, but she didn't even bother looking at it as a thread fell from above, latching onto the root and freezing it in place. The same was true for the roots beneath her. Snap, snap, snap. In the distance, the roars of the monsters grew progressively louder. The fewer monsters I control, the smaller the burden on my mind. Blood continued to stream out of her eyes as she spoke. The smaller the burden on my mind, the easier it is for me to resist yours and the tree's attack. However, you forgot to take that into account. But that's not what I care about. Her grip over my wrist tightened further as she started to pull my hand away. As she did, her gaze fell on my forearm. Her face grew cold as she looked at my forearm. Nothing? She glanced at me briefly before exhaling softly on my forearm. The moment her breath touched my skin, a change began to take shape as a four-leaved clover appeared before her eyes. As expected, her expression twisted at the sight of the clover as her grip on my arm intensified. You're with them, Cage. I found myself unable to stifle a groan as her nails dug deeply into my skin. Did they betray me? Resisting the pain, I was able to overhear her murmurs. They were something along the lines of, "How could they have not told me about you? Was it on purpose? No, maybe it's because they didn't expect them to pose any problems. No, wait. If he was truly with them, why would he mess with me?" She appeared confused, and so was I. However, it was only for a brief moment as realization soon dawned on me. She's with the inverted sky. No, perhaps not the inverted sky, but one of the 4 organizations Cithras had previously mentioned. The realization opened a few doors, and a few other things started to click into place. Like, the reason for why Julian entered the inverted sky and potentially his obsession with swords. I had previously thought the mastermind was Oracleus, or someone from the inverted sky in an attempt to infiltrate the Ivinus house, but what if this was something that the family head had wanted and planned the entire time? What if his goal was, or is this a play by him? What if he's not actually from there? Her? Yes, what if his goal the entire time was to use me to get to her? My breath grew heavy as a certain figure entered my mind. Just how far did that man prepare? Shying. A sharp whistling sound slicing through the air snapped me out of my thoughts, and when I looked up, I saw the sharp glint of a blade heading directly for Julian's mother's back. A pair of gray eyes followed the path of the sword as it sharply moved her way. Similarly snapping out of it, she raised her head and tapped the air. A thread manifested right behind her, slicing through the path of the sword and making it come to a ground halt. Leon's face changed at the sight, but it was too late. Tapping onto the air again, several threads manifested above him and immobilized him on the spot. Right, I forgot there was another one. Seemingly calming herself down, she let go of my wrist and turned to look in Leon's direction. Or at least tried. Manifesting from out of thin air were several figures, appearing from all sides. Get her. From her arms, legs, and back. They all latched onto her at once. I stared at them with a dumbfounded look before turning to look at Leon, whose jaw was also slacked. That wasn't the plan. Hold her. Keep a hold of her. Watching Aoife, Kira, Evelyn, and Amel cling to her body like octopuses, I was at a complete loss for how to react. Indeed, the initial plan was for me to buy time for Leon to free Aoife and the others in the process. Knowing there was a chance that I might fail, I wanted them to ambush her in case the situation turned bad. It was all proceeding smoothly from them. Using himself as bait, Leon drew her attention while Almighty hid Aoife and the others. They were all supposed to attack her, and yet, Cage, squeeze as hard as you can. I've got her leg. What sort of sick joke was this? Well, what is going on? I wasn't the only one confused. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, I couldn't react in time, and the impact left me breathless as the wind was knocked out of me. The same could be said for Leon, who was thrown next to me. Bang! Falling onto the ground at the same time, I skidded several meters before stopping. Pressing my hands down and helping my body up, I immediately looked down to see Aoife and the others get flung in our direction. What in the... Was Almighty trying to get us to run? And it was then that it happened. The air around my mother rippled and warped, and before I could grasp what had happened, the scenery abruptly changed. A massive horde of monsters materialized near her, their presence carrying a terrifying momentum. Thump, thump, thump. The very earth seemed to shake as I tried to grasp the sudden turn of events. How did they get so near us without getting noticed? From the sound they produced to the changes in the surroundings, it was hard to not notice them. And yet, none of us could. How could this? Move back quickly. A hand latched onto my shoulder and pulled me back. When I turned my head, I saw that it was Amel as he along with the others were running away as fast as they possibly could. Looking back and seeing the horde of monsters, I didn't dwell too much on my thoughts. Imagining a green orb, I sped up forward as I shot right past everyone. Fuck, that's cheating. Hearing Kira's frantic shout, I whipped around, only to witness the monstrous horde engulf my mother as she struggled desperately to react. Russell. Almighty's leaves rustled simultaneously as its figure shrank and disappeared from out of thin air. Before I could understand what had happened, a small figure appeared right on my shoulder. When I turned my head, a familiar pair of eyes met my gaze. You, she won't die from this, but it should buy you enough time to return back to the city. No, that wasn't the problem. Why are you here? Didn't you reach the destroyer rank? Why are you here? No, how can you be here? Didn't it merge with its real body? In that sense, Almighty's consciousness should no longer be in the bone within me. So how? How could? This is my real body. Eh? I nearly froze, but as my gaze shifted to Almighty, I realized this was no longer the creature I knew. Its form had become far more lifelike and its body was cold. I also felt no connection to it at all. Yes, this was really its real body. I see, I understand. I picked up the pace and faced the direction of the city walls. I could still sense fighting from within it, but the situation no longer seemed as dire. Looking back again and seeing the monsters trampling over the area where I used to stand, I sighed in relief. At least, for now, the situation was resolved. It was highly likely that she survived, but I didn't think she would be able to cause any problems for now. In that sense, I felt like the quest was completed, but there was something that I was curious about. How did you manage to make all the monsters come to you and not make us notice anything? From the shaking to the ground to the loud sound they produced. Even now, I couldn't wrap my head around how Almighty was able to hide such large factors. Was this the power of a destroyer-ranked monster? Or was there more to it? In response to my question, Almighty looked at me. It's my new skill. Almighty mumbled and my steps started to slow down. Not only can it help me create illusions, but I can now replicate sound, smell, and taste to make everything seem even more realistic. By replicating the smell of an arachnia phantom, I was able to lure all the monsters in my direction. And by concealing all the noise around you, I was able to make it seem like nothing was happening. It all started to make sense, but something was still bugging me. And not just a little bit. By chance, pausing fully, I opened my mouth. Is the skill called Lament of Lies? Chapter 518. Liberation of the Kasha 1. Bang. Hold them back. Keep holding them back. Don't let them get out of the walls. They're not fighting back, so do your best. Spells rained down within the city walls as the monsters tried their best to rush out of the place. All of a sudden, the situation had reversed. Instead of trying to enter the city, the monsters were trying to leave the city. Bang! It was a scene of carnage. While no one understood what was happening, they all listened to the orders and threw spells down. But the situation soon changed. A few of the monsters that were trying to escape suddenly stopped before they started to thrash around, attacking everything that was within their sights. Be it people or monsters, they attacked everything around them. Yerk! Buildings collapsed, and a few people were thrown away due to the unexpected change. Careful. Be careful. This sudden turn of events made everyone apprehensive again, but thankfully, they were all well organized and were able to keep their lines intact. Move back. Don't care about the damage to the surroundings. Don't attack the crazy ones. Soon people started to realize that the ones that did end up going crazy only attacked those that attacked them or the nearest thing to them. If they didn't do anything to them and were far enough, then they just end up attacking the other monsters. Move back. They all started to take advantage of this observation to turn things around. Bang bang. Spells continued to rain down from the sky while others attacked from the ground, their weapons colliding with the tough hide of some of the monsters. Clank. Sparks flew in the air as the stench of blood filled the surroundings. Overlooking the entire situation from above, Rosanna briefly glanced in Caius and Kalian's direction. The two stood beside her with pale faces. Having exerted themselves quite a lot, the two decided to take a rest for this next segment of the battle. Looking at the two of them, Rosanna's face showed traces of warmth. It's as you said, the monsters aren't attacking us. I still don't understand why you want us to hold them in, but I'll trust the two of you for now. With that being said, frowning, Rosanna looked around. Where did your other friend go? Wasn't he with the two of you before? Why don't I see him? He tends to disappear from time to time. Kalian answered with a forced smile. It's sort of his thing, like a ghost. Caius added from the side, prompting a couple of weird stares in his direction. Boom, Caius added, making the situation even weirder and prompting Kalian to look away while holding onto his mouth in an attempt at stifling his laugh. Not fully understanding what they meant, Rosanna thought about asking more questions, but decided against it when she saw the look on Kalian's face. I see. She decided to drop the topic then. Then I guess he must be the one who has told you about the situation. Yes, you can put it like that. Do you know for how long we have to hold them back for? This is enough. The both of them looked at Caius, who looked towards the outside walls. It was then that the both of them noticed several silhouettes headed in their direction. Isn't that? with naturally sharp eyes that came from her strength. The head elder immediately noticed the group and their faces, and her face relaxed. I see, so they must be the reason for the sudden changes. She wasn't entirely sure what they had done, but given the timing of the events and their return, she could reasonably guess that they had likely played a role in turning the situation around. Thinking thus far, she felt impressed. The children of the Empire, they are quite talented. Bang bang. As the fight beneath continued, Caius glanced at the monsters and spoke. There's no need to hold the monsters back. You can focus on driving all of them out of the walls. For now, we should be safe. It would be best if you take care of the more serious monsters before they also start losing control like the other monsters. Losing control? Caius shrugged. That's all I know. He was merely relaying the words that came from the weird cat that called itself a dragon. Stupid cat. Glancing at Calian, who also shrugged, Rosanna managed a bitter smile and concentrated on the destroyer-ranked creature below. It was currently being held back by Arton of the Myron family. The two of them were taking turns in handling such a creature. However, given that they no longer had to hold it back and that it was still trying to get out, she had a sudden idea. In that case, I should start by getting rid of it. With a light tap of her staff, she appeared right on top of it. Given that it was no longer trying to fight her, she was able to easily get on top of it. Then, tapping her cane over its enormous body, a large magic circle manifested. A tremendous surge of mana rippled through the surroundings, and within seconds, both of them vanished. A sudden silence settled over the area. Her disappearance signified the conclusion of the battle at the northern walls. Though it lasted only a few hours, it was a conflict that would remain etched in the history of Eastern Kasha. The first battle since its liberation. Running back to the city wasn't particularly difficult. With no monsters chasing after us, we were able to make our way into the walls rather easily. The only issue was Almighty. Given that its body was no longer fake, its presence would, without a doubt, elicit panic. It was for that reason that I had Almighty leave me before entering the walls. Bang bang. Upon entering the city, a series of muffled explosions rang through the air. They were coming from the other walls, but in general, the situation was calming down. I had just taken a breath of relief when, it's them. Stop them. A series of weapons and magic circles were directed our way. The fuck? Kira came to an abrupt stop while looking up. Aoife, who was following right behind her, crashed directly against her back. Wait, why are you? Kira raised both of her hands. We're on the same side. Following her, Evelyn and Amel similarly stopped. They looked up with panicked looks. I also stopped behind them and looked up. Right? I had completely forgotten that they had destroyed the inner walls of the city. I looked around me and raised my hands. It was them, not me. What? All head flicked in my direction. I remained composed. Julian? Wait, I just saw them enter and helped them in. A strange silence followed suit after my words. The silence persisted for a few seconds before a familiar face spoke up. I recognize him. I can confirm he's with us. It was none other than Cora, one of the 7 spears of the House of Astrid. I gratefully nodded at her and stepped away from the group. At least, I tried to, but Kira grabbed onto my shoulder. What sort of sick joke is this? Joke? I looked back at them. As expected, they stared at me with frozen expressions, their eyes wide with shock. The deep hurt and sense of betrayal they felt was vivid for me to see. Such expressions. I wanted to see more, and thus I turned to look at Leon. Shake, as if understanding what was about to happen. His eyes turned bloodshot and he hastily shook his head. His lips opened, but I spoke before he could. He's the one that destroyed the walls. I made sure everyone heard my voice while I pointed at him. The one with the sword and all that. Arrest him. If looks could kill, I'd have died 100 times over, but the more he looked at me like that, the better I felt. Want to make fun of me regarding my disguise? So be it, laugh. I can also laugh when seeing you in your prisoner disguise. Swoosh, swoosh. One by one, the guards from above jumped down and rushed to the group, quickly tying their hands behind their backs. Wait, hold up. This is bullshit. Hey Julian, what are you doing? This isn't the time for your stupid jokes. Tell them to stop. Why me too? As those from the House of Astrid and Myron came down and grabbed hold of them, they all shouted at me except Leon. He seemed to have resigned himself to his fate. No, seriously. Why me? Amel looked to be the most confused, but his answer was the most obvious one. You share the same bloodline as Leon. Why wouldn't you also be arrested? To be born like that, a sin. You're not actually going to have them arrested, are you? Hearing a voice behind me, I saw Calian and Caius approach me with strange looks. Their gazes shifted toward Kira and the others, and both frowned before looking back at me. If something does happen to them, then they'll be fine. I dismissively waved my hand. Most of them know that they were being controlled. They're just taking them in to make sure they don't cause another mess. Caius looked understanding at first, but shortly after, he tilted his head. If that's the case, why did you pretend like this was all you're doing? Won't they hate you for? It's a matter of principle. You wouldn't get it. Patting him on the shoulder, I cast a quick look around before shifting my attention toward the outer walls. While I couldn't see, I knew she was still alive. There was no way she would die so easily. Thankfully, most of the monsters had already been dealt with, including Almighty, which was no longer under her control, along with the other destroyer ranks she had brought. Even though I don't think she'll come back anytime soon, I'm afraid that she will be back. Although I didn't know the exact reason, I was certain it had to be important. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to gather so many monsters for an invasion. Staring towards the horizon, I took a deep breath, looked away, and looked at the clear sky above us. Feeling the warm glow of the sun, I pursed my lips and wondered, now that the sky is clear, will the empires be willing to work with the Easter Kasha? Perhaps then. Chapter 519. Liberation of the Kasha. 2. Haven Mirror Crack. Boom! A violent surge ripped through the air, unleashing a deep, resonating tremor that resulted in further cracks appearing from within the mirror crack. Following the appearance of the cracks, a large shadow appeared from deep within, enveloping the entire crack. Careful. Move back, step back. The situation was dire. For monsters to appear from within the crack, it only meant one thing. The supply station has fallen. Everyone get ready. Safeguarding the cracks were the supply stations, which were both posts to facilitate entrance to the mirror cracks and as a last guard station for the monsters, preventing them from entering the real world. Unfortunately, the situation was so out of control that the supply station was unable to withstand the sudden onslaught of monsters. And that was in spite of the powerful figures that stood guard at the entrance. Hirk! A shrill, ear-piercing scream erupted from the depths of the crack, the sound so unnerving it seemed to claw at the soul. The crack trembled violently as a colossal figure emerged, its massive hands gripping the fractured edges with its slender dark hands. With each pull, its monstrous figure heaved upward, the ground quaking beneath its weight. Rumble, rumble, as the figure's enormous form fully revealed itself. Its eyes glowed with a terrifying intensity as they swept over the surroundings with a predator's gaze. The air seemed to thicken under the crushing weight of its presence, and a palpable and suffocating pressure enshrouded the area. It stood there, staring at all the people present behind the crack. The faces of several professors paled at the sight of the creature. Even the more experienced and powerful professors had their expressions tightened at the sight of the creature. It's a high-level destroyer rank. Nobody was sure about who uttered such words, but the voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. At that moment, the atmosphere grew even more tense. The mirror crack within the academy was known to be one of the safer ones. For such a formidable figure to emerge from it, however, was a troubling sign that something was going terribly wrong within the mirror dimension. How did such a strong monster appear from out of nowhere? Why now of all times? This made no sense to many of the professors present, but unfortunately, they didn't have any time to dwell on the matter, especially since the chancellor wasn't present. What should we do? Silently swallowing, one of the professors looked around. As things stood, they would be useless in the face of such a powerful figure. In fact, they'd be rendered completely helpless. If someone didn't do anything quickly, then, swoosh. It was right then that a figure suddenly manifested before everyone. As her black hair fluttered silently in the air, and her deep eyes scanned the surroundings, Delilah's gaze focused on the monster trying to pry its way out of the crack. Eek! As if noticing her presence, the monster let out a powerful shriek, its mere shockwave sending a few of the weaker professors back. Glancing back, Delilah merely glanced back and waved her hand. A massive dome of energy materialized above them, enveloping the area in a protective shield. The shockwave faded instantly, allowing the weaker professors to catch their breath and steady themselves. Before they could voice their thanks, Delilah took a single step in the direction of the monster. Ting! As her foot touched the ground, the space beneath it rippled like water disturbed by a single drop. A powerful, circular pulse of mana surged outward, radiating through the surroundings with an almost tangible force, bending the air and stirring the dust in its wake. Ting ting! More and more ripples formed with each step she took, and a terrifying pressure suddenly started to loom over the surroundings. It was so overwhelming and terrifying that the surroundings almost came to a sudden standstill. As if time itself had halted for all but her, Delilah's hair floated silently in the still air. Hi! A sharp, unsettling squeak shattered the heavy silence, emanating from the monster. Its massive figure shifted uneasily, its once confident movements now jittery and erratic as if it could sense the ominous force radiating from her. Its instincts, They were warning them about the creature that stood before it. No, they were warning it about the monster that stood in front of it. Run, move back. Every hair in the monster's body stood as its body screamed in fear. The closer Delilah moved, the less clear her figure became. With each step she took, her presence deepened into something darker, more menacing. Her hair swirled upward as she almost seemed to blend with the darkness itself. The monster's gaze locked onto her eyes, those deep, black voids that seemed to spin endlessly, drawing all light away from the world. They were the only thing it could see, and they filled its very core with a terror it had never known. Move. It tried to shriek, but its mouth was sealed. Despite its immense strength, the monster seemed to wither under Delilah's abyssal-like presence. Faced with the figure standing before it, a suffocating helplessness gripped the creature, its towering form trembling under what seemed to be a crushing weight. No, a hand pressed against its head. It was cold, so very cold. And then, the monster's consciousness blurred, fading into never-ending darkness it couldn't pry itself away from. The world grew silent shortly after that. As all eyes fell on the Chancellor who had effortlessly taken out such a powerful figure, everyone started to wonder something. Did she get stronger? Why does it feel like she's stronger than before? It's not just me, right? Unconcerned about the murmurs that were coming from all around her, Delilah pulled her hand away from the monster. If one looked closely, they'd still notice that it was breathing. She hadn't killed the creature. The reason was that there was something she was interested in trying. Swoosh. Right then, a figure appeared behind her. Are you not going to kill it? His voice was soft and warm, carrying a soothing cadence that seemed to melt tension away. Turning around, Delilah merely gave Atlas a quick glance before shaking her head. No, you're not? I'm not. May I ask why? Because there's something that I want to try. Oh? Atlas raised a brow, expecting Delilah to elaborate further, but she never did. Waving her hand, the monster faded out from everyone's sight. Shortly after that, she glanced in the direction of the mirror crack. Her eyes pierced right through the crack and into the broken supply station that lay behind. Her eyes closed for a brief moment. I should have arrived earlier. With the Academy's mirror crack being on the safer side and being one of the 7 monarchs of the Empire, Delilah had no other choice but to depart to Bremer to quell the situation over there. Atlas was the same too, with him having no choice but to go due to his surname, leaving the Academy in a vulnerable state. Theoretically speaking, their absence shouldn't have caused this much of an issue, but nobody could have expected the presence of a destroyer rank. It'll take a while to rebuild the supply station. Thankfully, we've sent all the cadets out. I wonder how they're doing. Delilah glanced his way and didn't answer. She didn't trust him. She was sure he was trying to get a read of where the cadets were, but only she and a few others she trusted knew their location. Taking out a small orb, Delilah glanced at it and nodded. They're doing fine. The orb was an emergency measure that she had set up in advance. In case any of the cadets were in danger, she'd be able to appear before them at any moment. She could also see what they were up to. In this case, her focal point of attention was the second years. They were the group that tended to be in the most danger. Having overlooked their situation the entire time, she almost made a trip to where they were on several occasions but stopped herself just as many times. The situation looked dire, but at the same time, it never reached a point where she had to intervene. The only issue was that she lost track of 3 cadets halfway through the situation, but she was also sure they were doing fine since she had another relic that enabled her to tell if they were fine or not. She did sigh in relief when she saw them again, but things took a strange turn yet again. Most importantly, several scenes left her surprised when she was peeking at them, but she decided to keep quiet for now. She was going to investigate later. For now, there were important matters at hand. Casually glancing in Atlas' way one more time, she stepped forward and her figure began to fade from everyone's view. As she disappeared from everyone's sight, the only one who was able to see where she was going was Atlas as his eyes traced her parting figure. Finally, after he could no longer keep up with her, he turned his eyes away and looked in the direction of the mirror crack. CRA crack. Compared to last time, there were even more cracks present. Seeing the changes, his lips pulled up ever so slightly. Soon, he mumbled, his voice only audible to himself. Soon. Get us out. Kira's shouts reverberated within the confines of a small chamber where everyone was held. Almost everyone was in the chamber with the exception of 3 figures. They were none other than Kalian, Caius, and Julian. They'll kill you. Bang. Kira smashed her hand against the door of the chamber. Are you stupid? It was then that Aoife spoke as she ruffled her hair in annoyance. Keep that up and they will never let us out. Do you want me to kill you instead? You can try, but you're just going to give them more reason to keep her here. Kira held her hair with both hands. I swear to God, when I get out of this place clank. Right then, The door opened and a figure nobody was familiar with appeared. He was a tall man with short brows and short brown hair. Casting a quick glance around, he opened the door and sighed. "Please follow me," he said, his voice deep and lacking in any emotion. "We will begin checking to see if any of you are still under the influence of the spell. Once everything is clear, you will be freed." Chapter 520. Liberation of the Kasha 3. The most chilling trait of a spirit user was their ability to cast a spell directly into someone's mind without their awareness. The trigger could be something deceptively ordinary, a leaf, a trinket, or an unassuming object. These objects were often known as singularities. The instant someone's gaze fell upon a singularity, the spell could already be woven into the fabric of their thoughts, taking hold before they even realized it. The weaker someone was, the less likely they'd be able to spot the singularity. An especially powerful spirit user could trick anyone into falling for their trick. This was precisely why spirit users were so feared, and why rigorous checks were necessary to ensure no one remained controlled by the spell. "You're all good. None of you are still being controlled." Thankfully, the checks weren't too difficult. Typically, one would call a cleric to be absolutely certain that there was no hidden spell, but a powerful enough figure had enough control over their mana to check every nook and cranny of someone's body to determine if a spirit user's control was still present. "You are all safe for now. Please take this and keep it close to your bodies." The guard handed the cadets a small black stone. Upon touching it, the cadets noticed that the stone was strangely warm. Although it's not entirely foolproof, if any of you succumb to an illusion or sense your mind being taken over, the shadow stone will act as your anchor. The instant it turns cold in your hand, you'll know something is wrong. A shadow stone, while quite rare within the empires, was not that rare in the Kasha. It was in fact one of the main resources that the empires sought after and one of the biggest trading points between the two parties. Created from the corruption that came forth from the mirror cracks, the shadow stone had the unique ability to calm one's mind. It was an extremely valuable resource for those practicing the mind path, as it helped them train their minds. Staring at the stone in her hand, Kira silently whistled. "This looks pretty expensive." "That's because it is," Evelyn replied beside her. She was also staring at her own stone, which felt warm to the touch. "If you sell it within our empire, it could go for tens of thousands of rend." Oh. Casting a quick look around, Kira pocketed the stone. "It's good to know." Evelyn felt her jaw grow weak at the sight, and when she turned her head to look in Aoife's direction, she was surprised to see her in deep thought. Is she okay? Usually, Aoife would be the first to berate Kira for her antics, and yet, she didn't even glance in Kira's direction once. What are you thinking so deeply about?" Kira also seemed to have noticed this, and given her personality, she directly confronted Aoife about it. Her voice was enough to pull Aoife out of her thoughts, and when she raised her head to look in their direction, her lips pulled into a sad, almost defeated smile. "No, I was just thinking about how useless we were in this entire ordeal." Both Kira and Evelyn paused. Aoife continued, "Think about it. Outside of those last moments, what did we actually do? We all fell for the illusion and we were all controlled at the same time." "Yes, but, so what if our opponent was strong?" Aoife cut off Evelyn before she could elaborate. "Julian and Leon were also against the same person. We may not be as strong as them, but it's not like we're that much weaker than them." Neither Kira nor Evelyn said a word. How is it that our strength is so similar yet our roles are so different? How many times has this happened? How many times has it been Julian or Leon who took care of the matters while we just became baggage for them? Kira wanted to refute her comment, but the moment she opened her mouth she realized she couldn't find any words to refute her. She thought back to all the moments in the past when they were in trouble and realized the same thing that Aoife realized. They were always a burden. At times they were less of a burden than others, but generally, they were never really much help. How was it that Julian and Leon always helped them? No, even Leon struggled at times. It always seemed like Julian resolved their problems. While it was also true that most problems occurred when he was present, he solved most of them. I don't know, maybe I'm blabbering too much, but I don't like this feeling. Holding onto the Shadowstone, Aoife pocketed and stared in the direction of the guard who handed the last Shadowstone to the cadets. Following this, he beckoned them to follow and escorted them to a different place. Walking through the wide corridors of the estate, which were brightly lit by the lights on top, none of the three girls talked, each absorbed in their own thoughts. It wasn't until they were led in front of a large wooden door that they stopped and looked up. "Now that all of you have been cleared of the spell, you will be regarded as guests of the Astrid family." Clank. Opening the large door, a powerful smell swept over the surroundings, prompting many of the stomachs of the cadets to rumble. As the door creaked open fully, an enormous square cup-shaped table came into view, its pristine white cloth laden with an astonishing array of dishes, each more extravagant than the last. Besides each dish was a nice lamp that further highlighted each dish. Gulp. As several cadets swallowed in unison, The eyes of the others shifted toward the figures seated behind a few of the chairs. From the young to the elderly, all sorts of people were seated around the table. However, one group in particular drew their attention. A familiar trio who, without so much as a glance in their direction, focused solely on the food before them, eating with an air of indifference. It was only once they noticed the silence around them that they looked up and noticed them. Suddenly raising his brow, Julian broke the silence, his voice low and filled with disinterest. What are these criminals doing here? Gee, not one, not two, not three, but quite a few gazes were directed my way. Many of such gazes were anything but friendly. Well, it couldn't be helped considering what I said, but those weren't really the gazes that were bothering me. I rather liked the glaring stares. What I didn't like were the curious ones. Why do you keep staring at me? Unable to take it any longer, I finally addressed the elephant in the room as I turned my head to the right where a certain figure sat. Her brown hair gently cascading down her shoulder and her blue eyes blinking rapidly. Nowhere. She clearly didn't expect me to address her so suddenly as shown by her reaction. I could even see her face turning red for a brief moment. However, quickly recomposing herself, she brought her fist to her mouth and coughed. Hume. As if that was a real cough. No, I'm just curious. About your age. Are you really the same age as me? Why? Does it look like I'm old? No, it's just that I'm 20. I think I had lost track, to be honest. Julian's birthday wasn't something I particularly memorized. Her face grew slack upon hearing my answer. After a brief moment, she turned around and looked towards several other figures I presumed were the 6 other spears. The pressure coming out of their bodies was quite the sight to see, rivaling that of ours to some extent. As expected, they really are different here. My finger almost twitched at the thought. For some reason, I wanted to see just how strong they were. Perhaps even test out my new skill. Ting ting. My attention shifted away from them at the sharp ting of a spoon striking a glass. When I directed my attention towards the source of the noise, I saw the head elder of the Astrid family stand up. May I have everyone's attention, please? She wore a warm smile while she addressed everyone present. First and foremost, I would like to thank everyone here for attending this banquet. In particular, the heads of the Myron, Chester, Eisen, and Bunzel households. I know that all of you are seeking answers regarding what transpired with us, and I am here to provide those answers. With a sad smile, Rosanna looked down at the glass in her hand and spoke. Unfortunately, our family head has passed away. The surroundings turned extremely quiet following her words, with the family heads of the 4 other households raising their brows at the unexpected piece of news. The pillar and the 4 houses. Such was the power structure within the Eastern Kasha. With the Astrid family standing at the top of the food chain within the Eastern Kasha, the 4 other households, while not as strong as them, carried a certain amount of authority within the Kasha. The Myron, Chester, Iso, and Bunzel households were the 4 powers that followed after the House of Astrid. However, things seemed to have suddenly taken a turn. With their family heads suddenly passing away, the unbridgeable gap from before didn't seem too unbridgeable. As if noticing the thoughts of the other households, Rosanna smiled. I can understand what you all are thinking, and I don't resent you for it. We're indeed a lot weaker now that our family head has passed away. However, before passing away, he left us with one final gift. She turned her head toward the large window and pointed directly at the blue sky outside. He ripped the sky for us. He what? Wait, are you saying? Yes. Cutting through the confusion of the 4 other households, she nodded. His last parting gift was indeed the sky. Tack. Placing her glass down, she pressed her hands against the table and alternated her gaze between the 4 other heads. I'm sure you 4 understand the meaning behind the sky, correct? Her words were met with silence, but everyone present understood, including me. The liberation of the Kasha. Grasping onto the tablecloth tightly, she took a deep breath. That is what the sky signifies. Freedom, liberation, and most importantly, the start of our rise. With the sky no longer pressing down on us, the land will change. We'll no longer be constrained by the trades and rules of the 4 empires. No, we can grow beyond them. Pausing and looking in the direction of everyone present, she let out a long breath. This is an opportunity that we cannot miss. I know all of you understand that, which is why I have invited everyone present. I want all of us to combine our forces, to become one major force that can rule over the Eastern Kasha and expand our growth. Extending her hand forward, she turned to look in our direction. With that being said, none of this would have been possible if not for their help. A warm smile marred her features, and for that we should naturally show our appreciation. Chapter 521. Liberation of the Kasha. 4. Show appreciation? My ears perked up at the sudden announcement. It wasn't like I didn't expect it. No, I was waiting for it. After all, there was no way they'd be so ungrateful after all the suffering that I had gone through. It's about damn time. I silently clenched my fists underneath the table. We've already stated this before, but you three are considered friends of the Astrid family. In that sense, within the Eastern Kasha, you will be regarded as one of our own. I remember hearing this before, yes. This alone felt like a good thing, but my greed demanded for more. Being friends is good and all, but I would much rather have other things, you know? While these were my true thoughts, I never showed them and kept a simple and impassive expression. But of course, that reward was based on the merit for what you have done for us, the House of Astrid. The things you have accomplished are not just limited to the House of Astrid. With a knowing smile, the head elder's gaze swept in our general direction. It's thanks to all of you that we were able to handle this current situation and save the city from being taken over. Wait, are you saying they were the ones to reverse the situation? A rugged man with a long black beard, piercing brown eyes, and a powerful muscular frame spoke, his deep voice echoing through the room. From what I recall, he was the head of the Bunzel household. Staring in our general direction, he had an incredulous look on his face. Them? Is this some sort of joke? I could feel the doubt in his voice. He wasn't the only one. The head of the Chester household, a middle-aged woman with long flowing green hair and faded yellow eyes, also expressed her doubt while looking at us. Given their age, they certainly seem talented, but I find it hard to believe they were the ones who resolved the situation. Everyone here felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from beyond the walls. It's not something people like them could possibly handle. I am in agreement. Their doubt was reasonable. Everyone felt Almighty's pressure. It was suffocating enough to make any of the housemasters wary. How could mere cadets handle such a monstrosity? Relax, the three of you. Holding her hand up, the head elder glanced in the direction of the Myron family head, who had been quiet the entire time. Arton and I were there to witness everything. Well, to some extent. We didn't necessarily see what had happened beyond the walls, but given everything that I have witnessed, it is reasonable to believe that they played a hand in the matter. Wait, so let me get things straight. Crossing his arms, the head of the Benzel household leaned back on his chair. You didn't actually witness what had happened and randomly jumped to the conclusion that they were the ones to have handled the situation? He scoffed. That's ridiculous. Rather than being offended, Rosanna remained composed, her warm smile never leaving. Considering the timing, the instructions I received from them, and the fact that neither of us has taken action on the matter, it seems like a fairly reasonable assumption, doesn't it? Now, dismissively waving his hand, the Benzel family head shook his head. You're missing the critical aspect in which they're too weak to have a hand on this matter. I would have believed it had they been stronger, but at their current strength, I find your reasoning to be flawed. While the two other family heads didn't say anything, their silence spoke volumes about their position. Rosanna seemed to understand this as she looked in their direction. It seems like all of you are in the same position. Humph. Casting a quick look in our direction, I felt a powerful pressure tower over me. It felt suffocating, but at the same time, I didn't feel all that unfazed. Compared to the old man, Delilah, and all the other pressures I had felt in this past, this almost felt like nothing. Knocking onto the table once, the Benzel family head finally spoke. Setting aside the question of whether they truly accomplished it or not, what troubles me most is your willingness to share resources with outsiders. You're well aware of how scarce resources are within the Kasha, yet you seem so eager to hand them over to people you barely know. That's what I can't comprehend. Why would you prioritize outsiders over your own people? So that's where the problem is. As if she had a sudden understanding, Rosanna nodded. You don't want to share resources with outsiders. Ha, I thought that was obvious. We're already No. Rosanna cut the Benzel head off. We were scarce in resources, but times have changed. Take a look at the sky outside. All of you are smart people. I know all of you know that times will change for us. The resources that we have now won't mean much in the future once we manage to grow and expand. Your main problem is your bias to those of the Empire. That's bulls. Is it though? Rosanna cocked her head to the side while smiling simply at the Benzel head. Everyone over here knows about how your dad was kicked out from the Empires and cast away into this land to fend for himself. The resentment between you and those of the Empire is understandable, but, seeing such young and promising talents, I would rather have them become our friends than our enemies. If that's what you're scared of, we can just kill them. The Benzel head said while his sharp eyes briefly paused on me. I frowned upon feeling his gaze as my finger twitched. Should I call Almighty? That wouldn't be wise. Thankfully, the head elder was reasonable and cut his gaze with her own as her eyes narrowed. Considering their talents, I highly doubt the empires don't see their value. If you were to kill them, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the empires, and as things stand, we have no chance of surviving such a conflict. In fact, the moment we attack them, I'm afraid something bad will happen to the aggressor. I'd be best if you tread carefully. Her words were met with a heavy silence. None of the people present could dispute her words. So in the end your solution is for us to suck up to them? To those of the empire? To some extent. Rosanna nodded with a gentle smile. If it helps improve the situation of our own people and help us grow while creating connections, I don't see how that is a bad thing, don't you think so? Neither three of the family heads said anything in response to her words. I could tell that they all agreed with her to some extent but had trouble admitting it. Ultimately, speaking on behalf of all three heads, the Benzel head turned to face us once again. So you're saying you're investing in them? More or less. Show it. HM? Standing up and walking towards the middle of the table, he deeply looked at every one of us. Each of our houses possesses talents that I believe surpass anything the empires can offer. If you truly deem them worthy of investment, then prove it to us. Narrowing his eyes, his deep reached the ears of everyone present. Show us the difference between them and us. Verdant Empire, unknown location. Tack. The soft click of a heel echoed through the vast expanse of a grand hall, its sound magnified by the high ceilings and smooth marble floors. 12 pillars, 6 on each side, stretched upward, with faint purple carvings illuminated by the flickering light of chandeliers above. As the click resounded throughout, a subtle chill seeped into the corners of the hall. Walking in silence, Serafina glanced in the direction of the 7 black marble seats ahead of her and sat herself down in one of them. Such was her position within the Nocturne Order high seat of thought. She sat in silence for a few seconds before the quiet was broken by a deep, but soft voice. It appears that you've failed. Serafina remained quiet in response to the words. Rather, she looked completely disinterested in them as she seemed to be lost in her own world. Are you not going to speak? It was only when she felt a slight pressure coming from the seat beside her that she raised her head. About? Do you think we don't know about your failure? No, I do. In fact, I'm almost certain that you all saw. Then, if you saw then you should understand everything that had happened. What more do you want from me? This was all outside of my control. Outside of your control? Another voice spoke, belonging to the seat opposite her. Thought, we both know well that's not the reason for your failure. You've grown soft. Seeing your son made you soft. Ha! Serafina laughed. Just hearing the words made her laugh. Her clear amusement wasn't perceived well by the other seats as several frowned. What's so funny? Stopping herself, Serafina glanced around before leaning back. Do you really think I failed because I was being soft on my son? She shook her head. First things first, I didn't actually fail. I managed to accomplish my task, and while I wasn't able to take over the Eastern Kasha, I was still able to plant several seeds throughout. Staring at her hand, or more precisely, the threads connected to them, she clenched her hand into a fist. At a moment's notice, I can have everything sorted. There will be no problem with fusion. Silence followed after her words. So she didn't fail? In that case, I didn't grow soft on my son. The only reason why I came back instead of trying to take over the Kasha is because things would have been too troublesome had I done so. You didn't face him, but my son is strong. Stronger than you can imagine. She pressed her finger against her head. His mere emotive magic was enough to send me in a state of shock. Yet again, her words were met with silence. However, this time, Serafina could feel the traces of surprise and apprehension on their faces. Seeing their looks, she felt proud. That was her son after all. But thinking about the next part, her smile faded. Recalling the symbol on his forearm, her jaw clenched tightly. But that's not the problem here and the main reason why I came back. Looking around, she let out a long breath. My son. A certain figure floated in her mind as she spoke, reaffirming her thoughts. I believe he's a spy. One planted by her very own husband. Chapter 522. The Citadel. One. The blue sky parted, allowing the sun to cast its glow on the landscape. I stepped onto the outer walls and stared at the land, swallowing quietly. I wonder how long it will take for the land to fully recover. While the sky was blue, the damage the land had sustained over the years was quite substantial. It was going to take at least a few years for the land to fully recover. From the charred, withered trees to the cracked and shattered earth, the land outside the walls was a no-man's land. Thud. Jumping down the walls, I walked forward without a care. The meeting had ended a few hours ago and in the end, some sort of competition was agreed. I barely paid any attention to the situation before excusing myself. Everyone was allowed a bit of time to rest and roam freely in the meantime. The competition was set to be in 2 days, so I had time. With permission from the head elder, I decided to venture out of the walls of the city. It was only when I was far enough from the city that I heard a familiar squelching sound coming from beneath me. Squelch. A root emerged shortly after, gradually taking shape as a small owl that perched beside my shoulder. You're here, human. The reason why I had decided to move out of the city walls was because Almighty had called for me. What exactly did you call me for? There's something that I noticed not far from here. Oh? What exactly did it notice? Should I check it out? I did have quite a bit of time. In all honesty, it wouldn't hurt to check it out. It was just going to be myself, so I wasn't worried about anything happening to me. Especially since Almighty was with me. We were talking about a destroyer-ranked creature. Fwop! Jumping away from my shoulder, Almighty's figure unfurled into a gigantic tree that stood tall over the surroundings. The process took no longer than a few seconds, starting from several thick roots manifesting from the ground beneath and shooting up towards the sky as blood-red leaves manifested shortly after, rustling in the air. I stood in a daze for a brief moment before asking, "Why did you turn into your true form?" It will be faster this way. So it said, but I found it hard to believe that a tree could be fast. Nonetheless, I didn't question Almighty and just let one of its roots clamp my body and bring me toward its inner body. Squelch. As darkness clouded my vision, I saw Almighty's figure shrink, and soon an eerie silence enveloped my surroundings. Breaking the silence was a strange sound that made me frown. It felt similar to a shoveling sound. Wait, are we traveling underground? That's when it hit me. So that's why Almighty chose to use its real body. This indeed seemed like an efficient means of transportation. No longer questioning the situation, I looked around the darkness that surrounded me and decided to close my eyes. Hey, Almighty. Yes? Wake me up when we're there. Okay. It had been a while since I had gotten a good night's sleep. Following everything that had happened to me recently, the moment I closed my eyes, I fell into a peaceful slumber. Wake up. Almighty's voice boomed in my ears, startling me awake instantly. My eyes snapped open, and I found myself lying on the ground. The sky above was no longer the same shade of blue as before it had turned gray, with a familiar white sun hovering in the distance. Tall, jagged peaks pierced the horizon, the pale light from the sun casting a faint glow over them. An oppressive, dry air entered my lungs as I took a deep breath and realization dawned on me rather quickly. Wait, is this the mirror dimension? I snapped my eyes towards my right shoulder when Almighty stood in its owl form. Why would you bring me here? Shooting up, I hurriedly patted my clothes clean and grew alert. Every pore on my body seemed to have closed down from the harsh environment around me. Don't worry, I'm here. There will be no monster nearby. That's not what I'm worried about. In fact, the monsters were the last thing I was worried about. No, before any of that, why did you bring me here? What do you want to show me? It's close by. Where? I looked around me. All I saw were the faraway peaks and the scorched land. There was nothing worth looking at. It's in front of you. In front of me? I found myself looking at Almighty weirdly. Did Almighty lose its mind while it wasn't with me? Now that I thought about it, most strong people I knew had a few screws loose. Unfazed by my reaction, Almighty nudged its head forward. Touch the space in front of you. Though I was confused, I did as Almighty asked and pressed my hand forward. The ripple expanded outward, spreading across every corner of my vision until it traced the outline of an immense dome. The dome seemed to be massive, with no end in sight, and as I wondered exactly what was happening, my right arm started to glow. Before I could process the situation, my hand fell forward and an invisible power sucked me into the dome. Swoosh! I didn't even have the time to scream before my vision shifted and my vision turned white. Thump! I fell face first to the ground and hastily rubbed my face before propping myself back up. As I opened my eyes, a blinding light pierced through my vision, forcing me to squint as I quickly glanced around. It took me a few minutes to fully adjust to the light, and when I did, I finally managed to focus on my surroundings. Where is this? All I saw was white. No, I could also see the corners and edges of what appeared to be a small room. Room? Clank. The space before me seemed to shift, and a section of the white wall slid apart, revealing the outline of a door. Moments later, a figure stepped through. I found myself dazed at the appearance of the man in front of me as I quickly looked at him up and down before holding my breath. He was dressed in tall, slender brown pants, a white t-shirt, and a long jacket that nearly reached the top of his legs. His circular framed glasses perched on his nose, and his brown hair was neatly combed. With a thin smile, he looked me up and down before settling his gaze on my arm, which was still glowing. Inverted sky? He pinched his chin, and his next words made me understand my situation. It's been a while since we got someone coming from that far. Well, judging from your face, you also don't seem to have come here in the past, but since you were allowed in, it must mean that you're more than qualified to enter. The man held the door for me. Well, it doesn't matter to me. If you would. His instructions were clear, and while I was still utterly confused about what was happening, I managed to remain composed and stood up. After which, under the gaze of the strange man that I just met, I made my way for the door. Clank. As soon as I stepped through the door, a long white corridor stretched out before me. Looking up, I saw lights above that seemed strangely familiar. They were long and narrow, producing a bright white light. My heart pressed at my throat. You seem rather calm despite coming here for the first time. Usually when we have new people enter they all look extremely surprised by everything. I am surprised. I really was. Chum, why doesn't it seem like you are? My face tends to be rather stoic. I see. With a simple smile, the man led me forward. Tack tack. Our steps echoed loudly within the corridor as we both kept quiet. It was good this way since my mind was going on overdrive as I tried to understand my current situation. I already had a pretty good idea given the few hints and clues that I received. I must be in some sort of base, one where those from the 4 organizations within each empire reside, or something of the sort. The fact that my leaf glowed and granted me access right after was the most significant clue. The man's following words were also enough of a hint and my heart started to speed up further. Taking short, yet unnoticeable breaths, I forced my mind to calm down further. I wanted to silently curse Almighty for suddenly bringing me here without any preparations. But given that it wasn't present with me, it was clear that only those with the emblem could enter. We're almost here. Lost in thought, I didn't even realize that we had reached the end of the corridor. And when I looked up, I saw the man from before lift his glasses with his finger. He smiled faintly the moment our eyes met. Pressing his hand against the white door behind me, he started to speak. There's not a lot of rules in this place, but there are a few that you must follow as the environment here is quite different from what you're used to. Different? As in? You must always walk on the pedestrian street. Only cross the road when you see white stripes on the road or when the light is green. Please don't use your powers within this place or you will be immediately detained. My breathing unknowingly grew faster upon hearing his words. If you do get detained, depending on the crime, things might get quite troubling for you. Especially since Governor Dreamist is quite strict with his judgment. He went on with the rules. No killing, no drinking in public, no vandalizing, no. He went on and on about the rules, but by then, I had already stopped focusing on his words. I thought back to the familiar lights and things I picked up on the way, and an idea formed in my mind. An idea that I almost refused to believe. This couldn't be that. Clank. As the door by the end of the hall opened, the man's soft voice reached my ears. Welcome to the Citadel, the land of the true inhabitants of this world. Chapter 523. The Citadel, 2. Beep, beep. The familiar honking sounds. The familiar flashes of green, yellow, and red. DD. And the countdown that came shortly after. I stared at the scenery presented in front of me, breathless. I didn't have any words. The world around me felt so familiar at the same time. From the tall pillars that stretched all the way to the sky, seemingly trying to touch the sun, to the people walking around the sidewalk, their eyes glued onto their phones. Wait, phones? Ah yes, those devices there are called phones. You can only use them here and they're rather handy. Do you want one? When I raised my head, the young man from before spoke, his hands in his pocket. He followed the others, walking past the crossroad. Snapping out of it, I followed after him. Phones? What would one need them before? The man just smiled at me. The way he looked at me made me feel like I was some naive country bumpkin. Bastard. I'm only just acting. Do you think I don't actually know? Rather than telling you, it's best if you experience it yourself. Wait, I will be getting one? Of course you will. You wouldn't be able to live without one in this place or the other stations. Oh, I guess not much has changed since that time in my memories. Phones were pretty much an addiction. We're here. We stopped in front of one of the many skyscrapers that loitered across the space. I could count 15 from where I stood, and in the distance I could even see more. Just how many were there? Swoosh. As the doors came apart automatically, I raised a brow, pretending to look surprised. Heh. This earned a chuckle from the bastard. Yeah, his name was Bastard. Pretty neat, right? He pointed at a small box above the doors. There's a sensor on top that detects your movements and activates the mechanism that opens the doors for you. The best thing about all of this is that it doesn't use any mana whatsoever. It's all powered by electricity. Electricity? I covered my mouth to display my shock. An award-winning level of shock. That's very impressive, right? The bastard chuckled again and entered the building. At the same time, as his back turned against me, I overheard his faint murmur, "Your face doesn't change much? PFTT. Should have seen the faces you made while looking at the doors." I scratched my inner ear. Did I do too much? Hello. Are you here to register? Near the entrance of the building, a young lady stood behind a sleek rectangular marble desk, greeting me with a bright smile. With just one glance in my direction, she seemed to instantly understand the purpose of my visit. Yes, he's new here. We're here to get him registered and help him get a phone. I see very well. With a bright smile, she held her hand in my direction. I tilted my head in response to her action. What did she want me to do? Shake her hand? Your hand. Thankfully, the bastard stepped in to clarify, pointing at my right arm while tugging down his sleeve to reveal his own symbol. It was different from mine, resembling a four-part honeycomb. I understood then and removed everything from my arm, revealing a four-leaved clover. Inverted sky? Nazansifa Empire? Correct. That's quite a rare guest. Grabbing onto my arm, the lady took out a strange scanning device and hovered it over my arm. A red holographic line appeared shortly after, and following a few tense seconds, she let go and sat herself down while her eyes trained on the computer in front of her. All is in check. May I have your name? Julian. Surname? Ivinus. Let me see if we have you in our database. Her face froze mid-sentence, the sudden shift in her expression impossible to miss. Even the bastard noticed it. What's wrong? He grew curious enough to lean behind the desk to take a look at the display, and it was then that he also noticed whatever was on her computer as his eyes widened. He raised his head to look at me. At that moment, I felt a change in the surroundings and I started to tense up. What's going on? Why are they suddenly reacting like that? Realistically speaking, I was indeed part of the organization. However, I had never been here. Did I miss something? Did I? It was then that it happened. Swoosh, swoosh. The two of them hurriedly lowered their head under my presence. Their actions were synchronized, almost as if rehearsed at the same time. Everything started to click then, but their next words made me fully understand what was going on. We greet the one beneath the dawn, the ruler of light. The world around me seemed to suddenly pause at the announcement. When I looked around, I saw that everyone had stopped and were looking at me with all sorts of expression. However, we greet the one beneath the dawn, the ruler of light. We greet the one beneath the dawn, the ruler of light. We greet the one beneath the dawn, the ruler of light. Their reaction was no different. They all bowed down in my direction as they greeted me. I could only silently curse my situation. Now, there's no way I can get out of this place so easily. The Citadel. Housing a population that neared 300,000, it was a fairly large city. The city was split into 7 urban zones, each governed by its own administrator. Each zone contains different rules and standards. Ruling above all 7 administrators, and the true ruler of the Citadel was the governor. In this case, Governor Dreamist. Not much was known about him besides the fact that he was very powerful. Be it his age or appearance, nobody knew. However, he had eyes everywhere. Nothing escaped his grasp. His grip on the Citadel was so absolute, it felt as though he held the entire place in the palm of his hand. No one could quite understand how he managed it, but his mere presence was enough to dissuade anyone from even thinking about breaking the law. To anyone who refused to follow the rules, he'd be able to tell. Depending on the crime, some might even be found dead in their sleep. Governor Dreamist, huh? Rushing out of the registration building, I barely managed to excuse myself from all the eyes. I knew that any time soon the news of my appearance would start to make rounds, and I wanted to find a way to change my appearance in the meantime. Thankfully, I still had the mask from before and could do so at any moment. The only issue was whether it was allowed or not. It was for this reason that I thought about the governor. The fact that so little was known about him made me rather apprehensive. Whoever I asked, they'd just give me the same answer. I don't know, he's the one ruling this place. That's all you need to know. Who are you? His name alone appeared to make some people visibly fear. How troublesome. Then again, his name could also be a clue. Dreamist. Maybe he can make people dream endlessly? That would be pretty creepy. With that being said, covering my mouth, I yawned. Wham. After that, I glanced down at my hands and pulled out the phone they had given me. Sleek and black, it felt surprisingly light. It was thin, with the entire surface dominated by the seamless display. Considering the holographic technology within the empires, I was surprised by the fact that they didn't add such technology to the devices. Then again, it might make the phones feel overly complicated. Let's see. I scrolled through the device, sorting through everything. Wham! I yawned again. In general, there was nothing new. It was what one would expect from a phone. It had a camera, a messaging app, a navigation app, a paying app, and so on. There was nothing about it that felt any different from the phones that I knew. There was even a rules book within the phone, and when I pressed on the app, I saw an endless row of rules that made my head spin. Closing that tab away, I pressed on the navigation map. It was there that I was shown the full map of the Citadel with all the labels and streets. There's even a subway? What a crazy place. From cafes to stores and all sorts of places that I was familiar with. This place had it all. However, what truly attracted my attention was a certain place. Citadel Museum. Something about it felt extremely enticing. For such a large place to be built, I'm sure it wasn't easy. Maybe I can find some clues regarding Cithras and perhaps even... I stopped there. Whatever the case was, since I was here, I was planning on exploring the place a bit. Wham! Yawning for what felt like the 10th time, I stepped forward and followed the direction of the navigation device. Turn right across St. Mary Street. Certain places were more crowded than others. The further I went out from the area that I was previously in, the fewer people were present until eventually, my surroundings had barely any people. Looking at the map and seeing that I was still following the right way, I turned another corner and moved into a small and narrow alleyway. It was dark in the alleyway, but sensing no danger, I stepped in. Wham, I feel kind of tired. Perhaps I didn't get enough sleep while I was with Almighty. I made a mental note to myself to sleep more. Wham. But the more I walked, the more tired I felt. It was almost unsettling. And, before I knew it, the drowsiness was starting to take over my mind. The world around me began to sway, shifting left and right, as a lightheaded sensation took over. Hanging by the side of the wall, I swallowed deeply and tried to force myself awake. But regardless of how I tried, it almost felt impossible and, before I knew it, I was falling forward. Thump. My vision grew dark shortly after that. But only for a brief moment, as the world around me shifted and I suddenly found myself inside a small office. Large windows stretched before me, offering an expansive view of the city beneath. Opposite the windows was a large wooden desk, cluttered with papers, but my gaze paused on the black chair turned away from me. There, I could feel the presence of someone. Creak. As the chair slowly turned around, I felt something press against the back of my throat. For such an esteemed guest to come to my city, what an honor.